What's good, everyone? So, Deku with Ultra Instinct. Yeah, I went there. Look, we all know one for all is already ridiculous, right? Kid goes from zero to breaking reality with his punches. But imagine if his body could move without him even thinking about it. No more oh crap, gotta calculate the perfect angle, just pure instinctual perfection. That's the kind of broken we're dealing with here. Body moving faster than the brain can process threats. It's like giving a strategic genius the reflexes of a god. So I thought, what happens when Deku accidentally unlocks this during training? How does someone who overthinks everything handle a power that works best when you think about nothing? And what if there's a villain who can mess with your emotions while you're trying to stay zen? Trust me, this gets wild. Like, subscribe, hit the bell, you know the drill. Let's jump in. The winter air bit at Izuku's face as he stepped onto the training ground, his breath forming small clouds that dissipated in the pre-dawn darkness. Endeavor was already there, standing perfectly still in the center of the concrete space, orange flames dancing around his shoulders like living things. "You're 3 minutes late, Midoriya. Sorry, the train was, I don't care about the train." Endeavor's flames pulsed brighter for a moment, then settled back to their steady rhythm. "I care about commitment. A hero who can't manage his own schedule won't manage a crisis." Izuku winced and jogged the rest of the way over, pulling his gloves tighter. The number one hero looked like he'd been carved from stone, completely unbothered by the freezing temperature. His fire cast shifting shadows across the training ground, making everything feel alive and dangerous. "Today we're starting with something different," Endeavor said, not bothering with warm-up pleasantries. Sit down, Izuku blinked. "But shouldn't we sit down?" The concrete was cold enough that Izuku could feel it through his training pants. He crossed his legs awkwardly, unsure what was expected of him. Endeavor remained standing, flames continuing their hypnotic dance. "Tell me what you see when you look at my fire." Izuku's mind immediately kicked into analysis mode. "Well, the base temperature looks like it's around 800 degrees Celsius based on the color distribution, and the way you're maintaining it suggests incredible fuel efficiency. The flame pattern indicates you're using rotating air currents to maintain stability, and the heat signature shows you're concentrating the energy in specific zones to avoid." "Stop." The word cut through Izuku's explanation like a blade. Endeavor's flames dimmed to almost nothing, leaving them both in the gray pre-dawn light. "I asked what you see, not what you analyze, not what you calculate, what you see." Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. What did he see? Fire, heat, light, but somehow he knew that wasn't the right answer either. I'm not sure I understand." Endeavor was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had lost some of its harsh edge. "A hero's mind must be like the sky, vast enough to hold the storm without being consumed by it. Your problem, Midoriya, is that you think the storm is something to be solved." The flames around Endeavor's shoulders reignited, but softer now, more controlled. "My fire isn't a calculation. It's not a technique to be perfected or a problem to be analyzed. It simply is. And in battle, when everything is chaos and lives hang in the balance, I don't think about fuel efficiency or heat distribution. I just burn." Izuku stared at the dancing flames, trying to see them the way Endeavor did. But his mind kept cataloging details. The way the fire responded to air currents, the precise temperature control needed to maintain that steady glow, the physics of combustion and heat transfer. "You're doing it again," Endeavor said. "I can practically hear the gears turning in your head." "I can't help it," Izuku admitted. "When I see something, I want to understand how it works, why it works, what makes it better or worse. That's how I learned to use One for All, by breaking it down, figuring out the mechanics." "And how's that working out for you?" The question stung because Izuku knew the answer. Even after all his training, all his analysis and note-taking and careful observation, he still broke his bones regularly. He still made mistakes in the heat of battle. He still felt like he was fighting against his own quirk instead of working with it. "Close your eyes," Endeavor said. "What? Close your eyes and be quiet for 10 minutes. Don't analyze, don't plan. Don't think about anything except the fire in front of you." Izuku closed his eyes reluctantly. Almost immediately, his mind started wandering. What was the point of this exercise? How was sitting still supposed to make him a better hero? Maybe Endeavor was testing his patience, or trying to teach him about meditation techniques that could help with quirk control, or "Your face is scrunched up like you're solving math problems." Endeavor's voice cut through his thoughts. "Stop thinking." Easier said than done. Izuku tried to focus on the warmth from Endeavor's flames, but that just led him to estimate the heat transfer rate and wonder about the metabolic cost of maintaining constant fire production. He tried to listen to the sounds around them, but then he started categorizing them: traffic in the distance, wind through the nearby trees, the subtle whoosh of controlled combustion. 10 minutes felt like an hour. When Endeavor finally told him to open his eyes, Izuku felt more frustrated than enlightened. "I don't think I'm very good at this." No kidding, but there wasn't mockery in Endeavor's voice, just matter-of-fact observation. "Your mind is like a machine that never stops running. That's not necessarily bad. Analysis and planning have their place. But a machine can't adapt when the situation goes beyond its programming." Endeavor let his flames die down completely, and suddenly the training ground felt much colder. "The clear sky I'm talking about isn't empty, Midoriya, it's spacious. Big enough to hold whatever weather comes without trying to control it. Your mind right now is like a small room crammed full of furniture. When the storm hits, there's nowhere for it to go except to break everything." The metaphor made a weird kind of sense, even if Izuku wasn't sure how to apply it. "So how do I make more space?" "Practice. Every morning before we start physical training, you sit quietly for 10 minutes. Don't try to empty your mind, that's impossible for someone like you. Just let it be as crowded as it wants to be without getting caught up in any particular thought." Izuku nodded, though he wasn't convinced it would help. Still, if the number one hero thought it was important, there had to be something to it. They spent the next 2 hours on more conventional training: quirk control exercises, combat scenarios, endurance work. But Izuku found himself thinking about the sky metaphor even as he practiced controlling one for all's energy output. What would it feel like to stop analyzing every sensation, every movement, every tactical possibility? The thought was both intriguing and terrifying. By the time they finished morning training, the sun was fully up and the support course building was bustling with activity. Izuku had gotten used to the controlled chaos of the development studio over the past few months: the constant sound of welding and machinery, the occasional small explosion, the excited shouting when someone's invention actually worked. "Midoriya," Mei Hatsume's voice cut through the noise like a buzzsaw. "Perfect timing, come see my latest baby." Izuku barely had time to wave goodbye to Endeavor before Mei grabbed his arm and dragged him deeper into the workshop. She was practically vibrating with excitement, her wild pink hair even more disheveled than usual. "Power Loader approved the prototype," she announced, gesturing dramatically at what looked like a large metal box with various panels and sensors attached. "Full environmental simulation with real-time hazard generation." "That's great," Izuku said, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was looking at. "What does it do exactly?" "It's a training chamber that can simulate any disaster scenario." Mei pulled out her tablet and started swiping through technical diagrams. Zero visibility conditions, multi-directional audio chaos, shifting terrain, holographic civilians, everything a hero might encounter in a real crisis, but completely controlled and safe. She gestured to the metal box, which Izuku now realized was much larger than it had first appeared, probably big enough to hold several people. "The support course has been working on it for months. We can simulate earthquakes, building collapses, fires, floods, even villain attacks with multiple threat vectors." "Wow." Izuku leaned in to examine the sensor arrays. His analytical mind immediately started cataloging the technology: motion detectors, atmospheric controls, holographic projectors, what looked like a sophisticated sound system. "How realistic are the simulations?" "Completely realistic," Mei said proudly. "The only thing we can't simulate is actual physical harm, but everything else, the sensory overload, the time pressure, the chaos, it's all there. Power Loader says it's the most advanced training equipment UA has ever developed." Another support course student, Izuku thought his name was Yamada, looked up from a nearby workbench. "The psychological stress it can generate is incredible. We tested it on some of the third-year hero students last week, and even they had trouble maintaining focus." "That's kind of the point," Mei said. "Real disasters aren't neat and organized. There's smoke and noise and people screaming and a dozen things happening at once. Most heroes train in controlled environments where they can see clearly and think through their actions step by step. This forces you to react on instinct." Instinct. The word made Izuku think of Endeavor's clear sky metaphor. Maybe that's what the number one hero had been getting at, the ability to act without getting bogged down in analysis. "We're scheduling hero course students for testing sessions starting next week," Yamada continued. "Want to sign up? We could use someone with a complex quirk like yours to really stress test the system." "Definitely," Izuku said, probably a little too eagerly. The idea of training in realistic disaster conditions was both exciting and nerve-wracking. "When's the earliest I could try it?" Mei grinned. How about tomorrow morning? We've got a slot open at 8 a.m. Perfect. Izuku felt a familiar flutter of anticipation in his stomach. New training methods always made him excited, especially ones that promised to push him beyond his comfort zone. As he left the support course building, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that tomorrow's simulation might be more significant than just another training exercise. Something about the combination of Endeavor's lessons about letting go and the promise of total sensory chaos felt like it might unlock something important. He just hoped he was ready for whatever that something turned out to be. That evening, lying in bed after finishing his homework and updating his hero analysis notebook, Izuku found himself slipping into the familiar mental space where he could sense the previous one for all users. It wasn't something he could control completely. The connection seemed to strengthen when he was relaxed but focused, usually right before falling asleep. The Vestige space, as he'd started thinking of it, felt different each time. Tonight it was like standing in a vast library, with shadowy figures moving between towering shelves of books and scrolls. The first user was there, as always, his face still frustratingly unclear despite months of these encounters. "You're troubled," the first said, his voice carrying that strange quality of sounding both ancient and immediate. "Not troubled exactly," Izuku replied, "just thinking about something Endeavor said today. About letting go, about not trying to control everything." "Ah." The first stepped closer, and Izuku could make out a few more details: kind eyes, calloused hands, clothes that seemed to belong to a different era. "The eternal struggle of the analytical mind. Did you have the same problem?" "All of us did in our own ways," another voice said. Izuku turned to see the silhouette of the third user, the one whose quirk he still hadn't unlocked. "The power of one for all is overwhelming. The natural response is to try to understand it, control it, master it through force of will. But that's not how it works," the seventh user added. Her voice was warm and reminded Izuku somehow of his mother. "One for all isn't a tool to be wielded, it's a river to be joined." "I don't understand," Izuku admitted. "If I don't analyze and plan and try to improve, how am I supposed to get stronger? How am I supposed to help people?" "There's a difference between understanding and grasping," the first explained. "Between preparation and control. You can study the river, learn its currents, respect its power, but when you step into it, you have to let it carry you." The library around them seemed to shift, books rearranging themselves on the shelves in patterns that hurt to look at directly. "Tomorrow," the first continued, "you'll face a situation that can't be solved through analysis alone. Trust in your training, but more than that, trust in your instincts." "What if my instincts are wrong? What if your analysis is wrong?" the third countered. "At least instincts are fast. The body knows things the mind hasn't learned yet," the seventh added gently. "Especially a body that carries one for all. We've all left something of ourselves in this power, Izuku. Our experience, our reflexes, our intuition. But you can only access that if you're willing to let go of the wheel sometimes." The conversation felt important, but Izuku wasn't sure he fully grasped what they were trying to tell him. Let go of the wheel, but if he wasn't controlling his actions, who was? "You'll understand soon enough," the first said, as if reading his thoughts. "Just remember, the goal isn't to become someone else. It's to become more fully yourself." The Vestige space began to fade, reality reasserting itself as Izuku drifted toward actual sleep, but the words stayed with him. "Trust your instincts, let go of the wheel, become more fully yourself." Tomorrow's simulation suddenly felt like more than just training. It felt like a test he didn't fully understand yet. Izuku's phone buzzed with a text from the class group chat just as he was brushing his teeth. Kirishima had sent a photo from what looked like a restaurant, with Bakugo glowering in the background while Kaminari and Seiro made peace signs. "Kirishima, study group dinner. Wish you were here, man. Kaminari. Bakugo's buying dessert if we all pass tomorrow's quiz. Bakugo. I never said that, Mina. Screenshot saved, no takebacks." Izuku smiled as he typed back. "Midoriya, good luck with the quiz. I've got that new training thing tomorrow morning. Ida, please ensure you get adequate rest. Proper sleep is essential for optimal performance. Ururaka." "What kind of training?" Midoriya, some kind of disaster simulation the support course built. "Supposed to be really realistic. Todoroki, be careful. Bakugo. Don't die before I beat you." The simple message from Bakugo made Izuku grin despite himself. It was probably the closest thing to good luck he'd ever get from his childhood friend. As he settled into bed, Izuku found his mind wandering back to Endeavor's meditation exercise. What would it feel like to stop analyzing everything, even for a few seconds? To trust his body to know what to do without his brain micromanaging every movement. The idea was terrifying and exciting in equal measure. Outside his window, the city hummed with its usual nighttime energy, distant traffic, the occasional siren, the soft murmur of people living their lives. Izuku usually found the sounds comforting, but tonight they made him think about chaos and order, about the space between thinking and acting. Tomorrow, he'd step into a simulation designed to overwhelm his analytical mind. Maybe that would force him to find whatever it was Endeavor and the Vestiges kept talking about. Maybe he'd discover that letting go didn't mean losing control, it meant finding a different kind of control entirely. Or maybe he'd just embarrass himself in front of the support course students. Either way, it would be educational. As sleep finally took hold, Izuku's last conscious thought was a question that would prove more prophetic than he could have imagined. What would happen if he stopped thinking and just let his body move? The simulation chamber looked bigger from the inside. Izuku stood at the center of what felt like a small warehouse, surrounded by white walls lined with sensors, projectors, and equipment he couldn't begin to identify. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above him, and the floor beneath his feet felt solid but somehow responsive, like it might shift at any moment. "All systems green," Mei's voice crackled through speakers hidden somewhere in the walls. "You sure you're ready for this, Midoriya? We can start with a lower intensity setting." "I'm ready," Izuku called back, though his heart was already beating faster than usual. He'd faced real villains, survived actual disasters, fought alongside professional heroes. How hard could a simulation be? "Remember," Power Loader's voice joined Mei's over the intercom, "the goal isn't to win or solve everything perfectly. We're testing how heroes respond when overwhelmed with information and sensory input. Just do your best and trust your training. Trust your training." The words echoed Endeavor's lesson from yesterday about letting go, about making space for the storm without being consumed by it. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling one for all's familiar energy crackling beneath his skin. Starting simulation in 3, 2, 1, the world exploded. Every light in the chamber blazed to life at once, then cut out, plunging him into absolute darkness. Emergency klaxons blared from multiple directions, overlapping into a wall of sound that made his ears ring. The floor lurched sideways, throwing him off balance, and suddenly the air was full of smoke, not real smoke, but something that burned his eyes and made it impossible to see more than a few inches in any direction. "Help!" The voice was so realistic that Izuku's body reacted before his mind could process that it was artificial. "Someone help me! Over here!" Another voice from a completely different direction. "I'm trapped! The building's coming down!" A third voice, closer, panicked. "Everyone get out! Get out!" Izuku activated One for All at 5%, green lightning crackling around his body as he tried to get his bearings. The smoke was too thick, the sounds too chaotic. He could hear what sounded like concrete cracking, metal groaning, people screaming from at least 6 different locations. His analytical mind kicked into overdrive. Prioritize the closest victim. Use Blackwhip to navigate in 0 visibility. The structural damage sounds suggest something massive crashed to the ground right next to him, close enough that he felt the impact through the soles of his feet. Debris holographic but convincing enough to make him flinch rained down from above. "Focus," he muttered to himself, reaching for Blackwhip. The dark energy extended from his fingers, questing through the smoke for obstacles, for people, for anything solid he could use to orient himself. But as soon as Blackwhip made contact with something, a wall, maybe, or a piece of rubble, another sound crashed through the chaos. A child crying, the voice thin and terrified. And under that, the rhythmic beeping of some kind of alarm, and beneath that, the sound of rushing water. Too many inputs. His mind tried to catalog them all. Structural collapse in progress, at least 4 civilians in immediate danger, possible gas leak indicated by the alarm pattern, flooding in the lower levels based on the water sounds, visibility near 0, air quality compromised. "I can't breathe," someone screamed, and Izuku's danger sense suddenly flared to life. The sensation hit him like a physical blow. It wasn't the gentle warning system he'd been slowly developing over the past few weeks. This was a full-scale assault of information. Hazard alerts from every direction, threat assessments overlapping and contradicting each other, danger markers lighting up his awareness faster than he could process them. Falling debris at 2 o'clock. Structural weak point at 11 o'clock. Civilian in distress at 7 o'clock. Gas leak at 4 o'clock. Another civilian at 1 o'clock. Fire spreading at 9 o'clock. Electrical hazard at 6 o'clock. The klaxons got louder. The smoke got thicker, the voices got more desperate. And then, like a chorus joining the symphony of chaos, the Vestiges started talking. Move left, the third user's voice whispered in his mind. No, right, the second corrected. The structural integrity is failing, the fifth added. Save the child first, the seventh insisted. Establish a perimeter, the fourth argued. 7 different voices offering 7 different pieces of advice, each one probably correct in isolation but creating a cacophony of conflicting guidance when combined with everything else. Izuku's vision blurred not from the smoke but from sensory overload. His hands were shaking. One for All's energy was spiking uncontrollably, jumping from 5% to 8% to 12% without his conscious direction. I can't, he started to say, but his voice was lost in the noise. The danger sense signals were coming so fast now that they merged into a constant scream of warning. Everything was dangerous. Everything was urgent. Everything needed his immediate attention. A woman sobbed somewhere to his left. A man shouted for help somewhere to his right. Water rushed somewhere below. Fire crackled somewhere above. The building groaned. The alarms wailed. The vestiges argued. One for all surged and sparked and threatened to tear him apart from the inside. Too much. The thought came from somewhere deeper than his conscious mind. Too much noise, too much chaos, too much thinking. Izuku's analytical brain, the part of him that always had a plan, always had an answer, always knew the next logical step, simply stopped. Not because he chose to stop it. Not because he followed Endeavor's advice about letting go. It stopped because it couldn't handle the sheer volume of information being thrown at it. Like a computer faced with more data than it could process, his conscious mind just quietly crashed. And in the space where his thinking used to be, something else took over. His body moved. Not the way it usually moved, guided by careful analysis and conscious decision-making. This was different, fluid, instinctive, perfect. He twisted left without deciding to, avoiding a chunk of falling debris he hadn't seen coming. His hand shot out to catch a piece of rebar that was about to strike a holographic civilian, his fingers closing around it with impossible precision. Blackwhip emerged from his other hand in exactly the right pattern to create a safety net for someone falling from above. How did I know to do that? But the question felt distant, unimportant. His body already knew what came next. Float activated without conscious direction, lifting him just high enough to avoid the spreading pool of electrified water. Fa Jin charged and released in his legs, propelling him toward the sound of the crying child with superhuman speed but perfect control. The smoke didn't matter anymore. He couldn't see through it, but somehow he knew exactly where everything was. The position of every obstacle, every hazard, every person in need of rescue. It was like having a perfect 3-dimensional map in his head, updated in real time, showing him not just where things were but where they were going to be. He plucked the holographic child from beneath a collapsed beam, his movement so smooth and efficient that it looked effortless. Set her down in a safe zone he'd identified without consciously searching for it. Spun to catch an elderly man who was about to fall into the electrified water. Used Blackwhip to swing across the room and shut off the gas valve that was filling the air with toxic fumes. Every action flowed into the next with mechanical precision. No wasted motion, no hesitation, no second guessing. It was like watching someone else control his body, except that someone else was also him, just more. A version of himself that existed beyond thought, beyond analysis, beyond the constant chatter of his overly active mind. A version that simply knew what needed to be done and did it. The danger sense signals were still there, but they no longer felt overwhelming. Instead of contradictory warnings, they formed a coherent picture of the situation. Instead of noise, they were information. Instead of chaos, they were simply data to be processed and acted upon. He could hear the vestiges too, but their voices weren't arguing anymore. They were harmonizing, each one contributing their expertise to a collective wisdom that flowed through his actions. The third's combat instincts guided his evasions. The fifth's protective drive prioritized civilian safety. The seventh's tactical knowledge optimized his movement patterns. One for all surged through his body at exactly the right percentage for each task. 8% for lifting, 15% for speed, 20% for a particularly challenging rescue. The power that usually felt like barely controlled lightning now moved through him like water, smooth and natural and perfectly calibrated. He saved them all. Every holographic civilian, every simulated victim. Neutralized every hazard, stabilized every structural weak point, created safe evacuation routes through the chaos. His body moved like poetry, like music, like mathematics made physical. And for 47 seconds, Izuku Midoriya's conscious mind was perfectly, blissfully quiet. Then reality crashed back in like a tidal wave. The silence in his head shattered as his analytical brain came back online, immediately demanding to know what had just happened, how he'd moved like that, what percentage of one for all he'd been using, whether the simulation was still running, why his muscles felt like they were made of water. The sensory overload hit him again, but this time there was no mysterious other self to handle it. Just him, exhausted and disoriented, standing in a room full of smoke and noise with his legs suddenly feeling like they couldn't support his weight. "Simulation complete," Power Loader's voice announced, and the chaos abruptly cut off. The lights came up, the smoke dissipated, the sounds of disaster faded to silence. Izuku took one step toward where he thought the exit might be. His legs buckled, the floor rushed up to meet him, and the last thing he saw before everything went black was Mei's shocked face through the observation window. Consciousness came back in fragments. First, the antiseptic smell that meant he was in Recovery Girl's office. Then the feeling of rough sheets against his skin and the soft beeping of medical equipment. Finally, the awareness that his head felt like someone had taken it apart and put it back together wrong. "Oh good, you're awake." Recovery Girl's voice was brisk but concerned. "That was quite a scare you gave us." Izuku tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. The world spun, and his stomach lurched in a way that reminded him of the worst parts of learning to use one for all. What happened? That's what we're trying to figure out." She moved around his bed, checking various monitors and making notes on a clipboard. "Power Loader brought you in about 3 hours ago. Complete neurological shutdown," they said. "Muscle fatigue, severe dehydration, and some very interesting brain activity." Brain activity? Recovery Girl showed him a printout covered in wavy lines that meant nothing to him. "These are your brain scans from when they found you unconscious. See these patterns here? This type of neural activity normally only occurs during REM sleep, but you were having them while awake during the simulation." The memory came back in pieces. The overwhelming chaos of the simulation, the moment when his mind went quiet, the 47 seconds of moving without thinking. "I think something happened to me in there," Izuku said slowly. "I was moving differently. Like my body knew what to do without me telling it to." Recovery Girl made another note. "Power Loader mentioned that your performance was unusual. Apparently you completed the simulation with perfect scores in every category. No civilian casualties, optimal time management, textbook hazard neutralization. The only problem was that you collapsed immediately afterward." She set down her clipboard and looked at him seriously. "Izuku, I need you to be completely honest with me. Have you been experiencing any unusual symptoms lately? Headaches, muscle tremors, changes in your sleep patterns?" He wanted to say no, but thinking back over the past few weeks, there had been things. Moments of unusual clarity during training, times when his reflexes seemed faster than they should be, a growing sensitivity to light and sound that he'd attributed to stress. "Maybe," he admitted, "but nothing serious. I thought it was just regular training fatigue." "This isn't regular anything." Recovery Girl's expression was worried in a way that made Izuku's stomach clench. "Your body shows signs of extreme neurological stress. Whatever happened in that simulation, it pushed your nervous system beyond normal human limits." The door opened, and All Might stepped in, his skeletal form somehow managing to look both relieved and deeply concerned. "Young Midoriya, thank goodness you're awake." "All Might." Izuku tried to sit up again, more carefully this time. "I'm okay, really just tired." "Tired?" All Might's voice cracked slightly. "My boy, you've been unconscious for 3 hours. Endeavor called me in a panic. Apparently the support course students were convinced you'd suffered some kind of quirk-related seizure." Recovery Girl handed All Might a copy of the brain scans. "Take a look at these. I've never seen patterns like this from a conscious patient." All Might studied the printout, his expression growing more troubled with each passing second. This level of neural activity. It's like his brain was processing information at superhuman speeds. "That's what I'm worried about," Recovery Girl said. "The human nervous system isn't designed to handle that kind of throughput. If he'd stayed in that state much longer, he could have suffered permanent damage." Izuku watched the two adults discuss his condition like he wasn't there, feeling a growing sense of unease. Whatever had happened to him in the simulation, it was clearly more significant than he'd realized. "All Might," he said, interrupting their medical discussion. "During the simulation, when everything was chaos and I couldn't think straight, it was like someone else was controlling my body, but it was still me, a part of me I didn't know existed." All Might's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "I mean I wasn't making conscious decisions anymore. My body just knew what to do, and it did it perfectly." Izuku struggled to find the words to describe the experience. It was like all the noise in my head went quiet, and underneath there was this stillness. This perfect calm where everything made sense. The look that passed between All Might and Recovery Girl made Izuku even more nervous. Young Midoriya, All Might said carefully, in that moment when your body was moving without conscious direction. Who were you? The question hit him like a physical blow. Who was he? During those 47 seconds, what had he become? I don't know, Izuku whispered. That's what scares me. All Might was quiet for a long moment, staring at the brain scan printouts with an expression Izuku had never seen before. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with something that might have been fear. Recovery Girl, I want every possible test run. Blood work, neurological assessment, quirk factor analysis, everything. And I want the results kept confidential until we understand what we're dealing with. All Might, what's wrong? Izuku asked. You're scaring me. The former #1 hero sat down heavily in the chair beside Izuku's bed. My boy, in my years as a hero, I've seen many things. Quirks that change people in unexpected ways. Powers that evolve beyond their original parameters. But what you're describing, it's not like anything I've encountered before. He leaned forward, his usually bright eyes serious and worried. Promise me something. Until we understand what happened to you today, don't try to recreate it. Don't seek out that state intentionally. Whatever that was, it came at a cost we don't fully understand yet. Izuku nodded, though part of him was already wondering if he could access that strange stillness again if he tried. The memory of moving with perfect precision, of knowing exactly what needed to be done without having to think about it, was intoxicating. But the fear in All Might's voice was real, and the concern in Recovery Girl's medical assessment was undeniable. Whatever had happened to him in the simulation chamber was dangerous in ways he was only beginning to understand. All Might, he said quietly, do you think this is connected to One for All? To the Vestiges? I don't know, All Might admitted, but that's what worries me most. Outside the window, the sun was setting over UA's campus. Students were heading back to their dorms after a normal day of classes and training. Izuku watched them go, feeling like he was looking at a world he no longer quite belonged to. Something had changed in that simulation chamber, something fundamental about who he was and what he was capable of. And despite All Might's warnings, despite Recovery Girl's medical concerns, despite his own fear of the unknown, part of him couldn't wait to find out what would happen if he let go again. That night, lying in his dorm room bed with strict instructions to rest and avoid strenuous activity, Izuku found himself slipping into the Vestige space more easily than ever before. The connection felt stronger, clearer, like the strange state he'd entered during the simulation had somehow opened new pathways in his mind. The Vestige space tonight felt different too. Instead of the usual library or meeting hall, he found himself standing in what looked like a vast, empty gymnasium. The previous one for all users were arranged in a loose circle around him, their forms more solid and distinct than he'd ever seen them before. You felt it, the first user said. It wasn't a question. What was it? Izuku asked. What happened to me? Something that has been waiting, the third user replied. A potential that exists within One for All, but only for those who can let go of the need to control everything. I've been trying to let go, Izuku protested. Endeavor's been teaching me about making space in my mind, about not analyzing everything to death. Trying to let go is still trying, the seventh user said gently. What you experienced today was beyond trying. It was surrender. The first user stepped closer, and Izuku could see his face clearly for the first time, kind eyes, a gentle smile, features that somehow combined wisdom with youth. For 47 seconds, you stopped being Izuku who carries One for All and became one for all that moves through Izuku. Do you understand the difference? Izuku thought about those moments of perfect action, when his body had moved like water, like music, like it was following some cosmic choreography he'd never learned but somehow knew by heart. It felt like I was more myself than I'd ever been, he said slowly, but also like I wasn't myself at all. Both are true, the second user said. The state you accessed, we have different names for it, the clear mirror. The empty cup, the still point, but the essence is the same, consciousness without thought, action without hesitation, perfect response to the present moment. Is it dangerous? Izuku asked, remembering All Might's worried expression and Recovery Girl's medical warnings. All power is dangerous, the fifth user replied. The question is whether you can learn to use it wisely. But I didn't use it, Izuku said. It just happened. When everything got too overwhelming, my mind stopped working and something else took over. That's how it begins, the first explained. Crisis creates the conditions for surrender. But eventually, with practice, you can access that state consciously without needing to be overwhelmed first. The third user laughed, a sound full of both amusement and warning. Don't get too excited, kid. Every one of us tried to master this state. Most of us failed. The few who succeeded, well, let's just say that perfect technique without compassion can be more dangerous than no technique at all. What do you mean? The still point is a state of pure response, the seventh user explained. It reacts perfectly to whatever situation presents itself, but perfectly doesn't always mean morally. It doesn't automatically prioritize saving lives or minimizing harm. It simply does what is most efficient. During the simulation, I saved everyone, Izuku said. I prioritized civilian safety over everything else. Because that's what you would have done anyway, the first said. The still point amplifies your natural instincts, your trained responses, your deepest values. For someone like you, whose first instinct is always to help others, it naturally tends toward heroic action. But it's not inherently heroic. It's inherently you, but without the limitations of conscious thought. The gymnasium around them seemed to shift and change, walls becoming transparent to show glimpses of battles fought by previous users. Izuku saw flashes of perfect technique, of impossible speed and precision, but also moments of cold calculation that made him uncomfortable. The others are right to be concerned, the first continued. This state you've accessed, it's beyond what most people can safely handle. Your body, strengthened by One for All, can survive the neurological stress. Your mind, connected to all of us, can process the information flow. But the cost is significant. What kind of cost? Emotional distance, the second user said bluntly. The still point requires inner quiet. Fear, anger, guilt, attachment, all of these create noise that disrupts the state. The more you use it, the more tempting it becomes to simply let those emotions go permanently. You mean I could lose my ability to feel? Not lose, the seventh corrected gently. Choose not to feel. There's a difference, but the end result is similar. We've all seen heroes who became so focused on efficiency, on perfect technique, that they forgot why they became heroes in the first place. The vision of battles faded, and the gymnasium returned to normal. The Vestiges stood in their circle, watching him with expressions that mixed pride, concern, and something that might have been regret. So what do I do? Izuku asked. All Might told me not to try to access that state again, but now that I know it exists. Learn, the first said simply, but learn carefully, master your emotions without discarding them. Develop perfect technique in service of imperfect compassion, and remember that the goal isn't to become someone else, it's to become more fully yourself. The state will call to you, the third warned. Especially when things get difficult, when the normal approaches aren't working. It will offer you a solution that feels perfect and effortless. But perfection without humanity isn't heroic, it's just efficient. As the vestige space began to fade, Izuku felt a deep sense of both excitement and responsibility settling over him. He'd glimpsed something incredible, a level of ability he'd never imagined possible, but he'd also been warned about the price of pursuing it recklessly. Will you help me? He asked as the vestiges started to disappear. If I decide to explore this further, will you guide me? Always, the first said, his voice growing distant as the connection weakened. But remember, we can only advise. The choice of who you become is entirely yours. Alone in his dorm room again, staring at the ceiling in the darkness, Izuku thought about perfect stillness and perfect action and the 47 seconds when he'd felt more capable than ever before in his life. All Might's warnings echoed in his mind. Recovery girl's medical concerns. The vestiges talk of emotional distance and lost humanity. But stronger than all of that was the memory of how it felt to move without hesitation, to know exactly what needed to be done to help people with an efficiency and precision that bordered on the miraculous. Tomorrow, he would follow All Might's advice. He would rest, undergo medical tests, avoid trying to recreate what had happened in the simulation. But eventually, when he understood the risks better, when he'd learned to approach it safely, eventually, he was going to find his way back to that still point where everything made perfect sense. The question was whether he'd still be himself when he got there. The medical wing at 4 in the morning was a different kind of quiet than Izuku was used to. Not the peaceful silence of his dorm room or the focused calm of early morning training, but the sterile, waiting kind of quiet that hospitals specialized in. The kind that made every small sound, the hum of fluorescent lights, the distant beeping of machines, the soft squeak of recovery girls' shoes on linoleum, feel amplified and somehow ominous. Izuku sat on the examination table, trying not to fidget while recovery girl studied what looked like his 5th set of test results. She'd been at this for 2 hours now, drawing blood, checking reflexes, running him through cognitive assessments that felt more like pop quizzes than medical tests. Each new result seemed to make her frown deeper. "Well," she finally said, setting down the latest printout with a sigh, "the good news is that there's no permanent damage. Your neural pathways are functioning normally, your brain chemistry is within acceptable ranges, and your physical condition is actually better than it was before the incident. And the bad news," Recovery Girl removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. "The bad news is that normal might not be the right word anymore. Your brain is showing adaptation patterns I've never seen before. It's like your nervous system has been optimized, for lack of a better term." She pulled up a series of brain scans on her computer screen, pointing to areas highlighted in different colors. "These regions here, they're responsible for processing sensory information and coordinating motor responses. In a normal person, they show steady activity levels with occasional spikes during periods of intense focus or physical exertion." The scans showed Izuku's brain lit up like a Christmas tree, with far more activity than seemed possible for someone sitting still in a medical chair. "Your baseline neural activity is now running at about 150% of normal human levels," Recovery Girl continued. "But here's the interesting part. It's not chaotic or overwhelming. It's incredibly organized. Efficient, like your brain has figured out a more effective way to process information." "Is that why everything seems sharper?" Izuku asked. He'd been noticing it since waking up. Colors appeared more vivid, sounds had more distinct layers, even the texture of the examination table felt more detailed under his fingers. "Probably, enhanced sensory processing would be a natural side effect of this kind of neural optimization." Recovery Girl made another note on her chart. "But that level of activity should be exhausting. Your brain should be burning through glucose faster than your body can supply it. You should be experiencing severe fatigue, possibly even seizures." "But I'm not." "No, you're not." Which suggests that whatever happened to you in that simulation didn't just change how your brain processes information, it changed how efficiently it does it. You're running at superhuman cognitive levels while using less energy than normal. She saved the brain scans and turned back to him with an expression that mixed professional fascination with personal concern. "Izuku, I need you to be completely honest with me about something. Since the incident, have you noticed any changes in how you feel about things?" The question hit closer to home than Izuku wanted to admit. "What do you mean, emotional responses? Things that used to make you happy, sad, angry, excited, do they feel the same as before?" He wanted to say yes, but that would have been a lie. Even now, sitting in Recovery Girl's office discussing potentially life-altering changes to his brain function, he felt oddly detached, like he was observing the situation rather than experiencing it. "Maybe not exactly the same," he said carefully. "But I've been tired and stressed about the tests, so, Izuku," Recovery Girl's voice was gentle but firm, "this is important. Emotional blunting is a common side effect when the brain undergoes rapid adaptation. It's not necessarily permanent, but we need to monitor it closely. Emotional blunting, a reduction in the intensity of emotional responses. Things that should make you feel strongly instead feel muted, distant, like watching someone else's life through glass." The description was so accurate it made Izuku's stomach clench. "How long does it usually last?" "That depends on the cause and the individual. In some cases, it resolves on its own as the brain adjusts to its new state. In others," she trailed off, but the implication was clear. "In others, it's permanent. We don't know enough about your specific situation to make predictions," Recovery Girl said diplomatically. "But I want you to keep a daily log of your emotional responses. Rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, note any unusual reactions or lack of reactions. And if you experience any other symptoms, headaches, sensitivity to light or sound, unusual dreams, I want to know about them immediately." Izuku nodded, though the idea of quantifying his emotions on a numerical scale felt strange. "How do you rate the intensity of happiness? What number do you assign to worry when you're not sure if you're actually feeling it, or just intellectually understanding that you should be worried?" "One more thing," Recovery Girl said, pulling out a small device that looked like a combination stopwatch and heart rate monitor. "I want you to wear this for the next week. It'll track your vital signs, sleep patterns, and neural activity levels. If you experience another episode like the one in the simulation, it'll record everything for analysis." The device was lighter than it looked, fitting around his wrist like a slightly bulky watch. The small screen showed his current heart rate, brain activity level, and something labeled as coherence index that he didn't understand. "What's the coherence index?" a measure of how synchronized your different neural systems are. Right now you're at 0.73, which is actually quite high for someone who's awake and alert. During deep meditation or REM sleep, most people peak around 0.65. And during the simulation, Recovery Girl consulted her notes. Based on the medical sensors in the chamber, you hit 0.97. For reference, we've never recorded a conscious human being above 0.85. The number didn't mean much to Izuku, but Recovery Girl's tone suggested it should be impressive or concerning or both. He was starting to realize that the medical implications of what had happened to him were far more complex than he'd initially understood. "Can I ask you something?" he said as Recovery Girl began shutting down her equipment. "Of course. Do you think I should be scared?" She paused in the middle of filing away his test results. "Scared of what?" "Of whatever I'm becoming." All Might looked terrified when he saw those brain scans. "You keep using words like unprecedented and optimization. Even I can tell that something fundamental has changed about how my mind works." He gestured at the monitoring device on his wrist. "What if I'm turning into something that isn't really human anymore?" Recovery Girl was quiet for a long moment, considering her words carefully. "Izuku, in my 40 years as a medical professional, I've seen quirks do extraordinary things to the human body and mind. I've watched people adapt to powers that should have been impossible to control, seen personalities change in response to new abilities, treated heroes who struggled with the gap between who they were and what they could do." She sat down across from him, her expression serious but not unkind. "What's happening to you is unusual, yes. But unusual doesn't mean inhuman. Your capacity for growth, for adaptation, for rising to meet new challenges, those aren't quirk-related phenomena. They're fundamentally human traits. But what if the adaptation goes too far? What if I lose the parts of myself that make me, me? Then you fight to keep them," she said simply. "The same way you fought for everything else that matters to you. Your compassion, your determination, your desire to help people, those aren't stored in some specific part of your brain that can be optimized away. They're who you are at a level deeper than neural activity patterns." She stood up and handed him a copy of his test results. "But that fight starts with understanding what you're dealing with. Which is why I want you to be completely honest about any changes you notice, no matter how small or strange they might seem." Izuku nodded, tucking the papers into his jacket pocket. The conversation had helped, even if it hadn't answered all his questions. At least now he knew he wasn't the only one trying to figure out what was happening to him. "Recovery Girl, thank you for taking this seriously, I mean. For not just dismissing it as quirk weirdness." She smiled, the first genuine expression of warmth he'd seen from her since waking up. "Izuku, you're one of the most promising young heroes I've ever treated. If something is changing about your abilities, I want to make sure it's changing in a direction that helps you become the hero you want to be, not just a more efficient version of who you are now." As he left the medical wing, dawn was beginning to break over UA's campus. The early morning light felt different than he remembered. More layered, more complex, like he could distinguish between different wavelengths of illumination in a way that should have been impossible. Another side effect of his enhanced sensory processing, probably. He was supposed to return to his dorm room and rest, but the idea of lying in bed while his thoughts churned seemed unbearable. Instead, he found himself walking toward the training grounds, drawn by the need for movement, for something physical to anchor himself to. He found All Might sitting on a bench near Training Ground Alpha, watching the sunrise with the kind of stillness that suggested deep thought rather than casual observation. The former #1 hero looked smaller in the early morning light, more human somehow, though whether that was due to his skeletal form or simply the informal setting was hard to say. "Shouldn't you be resting?" All Might asked without turning around. "Couldn't sleep." Izuku sat down beside him, following his gaze toward the horizon. "Recovery Girl finished the tests. And my brain is running at 150% of normal activity levels, my sensory processing is enhanced, and my emotional responses might be getting weaker." The clinical summary felt strange in his mouth, like he was describing someone else's medical condition. "She says there's no permanent damage, but she also says she's never seen anything like this before." All Might was quiet for several minutes, long enough for the sun to climb higher and begin warming the air around them. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight of experience that Izuku rarely heard from him. "When I was at my peak," All Might said slowly, "I could level city blocks with a single punch. I could move fast enough to be in multiple places at once. I could inspire hope in people just by showing up." He flexed his skeletal fingers, staring at them like they belonged to a stranger. Do you know what the hardest part about having that much power was? The responsibility, the isolation. All Might's voice was barely above a whisper. When you can do things that no one else can do, when you can see solutions that no one else can see, when you can act at a level that transcends normal human limitations, it becomes very easy to forget that you're still human. He turned to look at Izuku directly, his sunken eyes serious and sad. I spent years being the symbol of peace before I remembered that I was also Toshinori Yagi. A person with doubts and fears and ordinary human needs, someone who got hungry and tired and lonely and made mistakes. But you never lost yourself completely, Izuku said. You stayed heroic. You kept caring about people, because I had anchors. All Might reached into his jacket and pulled out a small, worn notebook, not unlike the hero analysis journals that Izuku kept, but older and more personal looking. I developed routines, habits that reminded me who I was underneath the symbol, simple things that had nothing to do with being All Might. He opened the notebook to a page covered in what looked like daily checklists and personal reflections. Every morning before I did anything else, I would spend 5 minutes just being Toshinori. I had a breathing exercise that I learned from a meditation teacher and a little mental checklist of things that mattered to me as a person rather than as a hero. What kind of things? Am I hungry? What am I looking forward to today? Is there someone I want to call or spend time with? What made me smile yesterday? All Might's expression grew wistful. Simple questions, but they kept me connected to the parts of myself that weren't about power or duty or saving the world. He tore a blank page out of the notebook and handed it to Izuku along with a pen. I want you to try something. Every morning for the next week, before you get out of bed, spend 5 minutes answering those questions. Write down the answers, not because anyone else will read them, but because the act of writing forces you to actually think about the responses instead of just giving automatic answers. Izuku took the paper, feeling the weight of what All Might was offering him. You think this will help with the emotional distance? I think it will help you stay connected to who you are while your abilities continue to change, All Might corrected gently. The power you accessed in that simulation, it's not going away, is it? Despite my warnings, despite Recovery Girl's concerns, you're going to explore it further. It wasn't really a question, and Izuku found himself nodding before he'd consciously decided to admit it. I know you're worried about the risks, and I understand why. But All Might, for 47 seconds I was able to help people in ways I never imagined possible. I can't just pretend that didn't happen. I'm not asking you to pretend it didn't happen, All Might said. I'm asking you to remember that the point of being a hero isn't to achieve perfect technique. It's to help people because you care about them, not just because you're good at it. He stood up from the bench, looking out over the training ground with an expression that mixed pride and worry in equal measure. There's something else I want to show you. A morning routine I developed during the years when the pressure of being the symbol of peace was at its worst. All Might walked to the center of the empty training ground and sat down cross-legged on the concrete, closing his eyes and taking a slow, deep breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually, the tension seemed to drain out of his shoulders, his breathing deepened, and his face relaxed into an expression of perfect calm. It's not about emptying your mind, he said without opening his eyes. It's about making space for everything that's there without needing to do anything about it. Thoughts, feelings, sensations, let them come and go like clouds in the sky. Izuku joined him on the ground, trying to mimic the posture and breathing pattern. Almost immediately, his enhanced sensory processing kicked in, cataloging every sound, every shift in air temperature, every texture of the concrete beneath him. I can't turn off the analysis, he said, frustrated. My brain keeps wanting to examine and categorize everything. Don't try to turn it off, just let it run in the background while you pay attention to something else. All Might's voice was patient, instructional. Focus on your breathing. Not controlling it, just noticing it. In and out, the feeling of air moving through your lungs. It took several minutes, but gradually Izuku found a kind of balance. His analytical mind continued its constant chatter, but he stopped feeling compelled to engage with every thought. The enhanced sensory input was still there, but it became background noise rather than demanding his active attention. And in that space between thinking and not thinking, he felt something he'd been missing since the simulation, a genuine spark of curiosity, tinged with excitement about what the day might bring. There, All Might said softly. That feeling, hold on to that. Whatever changes are happening to your abilities, whatever new states of consciousness you might access, remember that feeling. It's who you are underneath everything else. They sat in comfortable silence until the sun was fully up and the campus began to show signs of life. Students heading to early morning classes, staff members starting their daily routines, the familiar rhythm of UA preparing for another day. "All Might," Izuku said as they finally stood up to leave. "When you were at your strongest, did you ever feel like you were becoming something other than human?" All Might considered the question carefully. "Sometimes," he admitted. "But then I would remember that being human isn't about having limitations. It's about choosing to care for others despite having the power to do otherwise. It's about maintaining compassion when efficiency would be easier." He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, the familiar gesture somehow carrying more weight than usual. "Whatever you're becoming, my boy, make sure it's still you doing the becoming. Don't let the power choose who you are. You choose who you are, and let the power serve that choice." As they walked back toward the main campus, Izuku found himself feeling more grounded than he had since waking up in Recovery Girl's office. The morning routine, the simple act of sitting quietly and remembering what it felt like to be curious rather than analytical, had helped restore some sense of connection to himself. But it had also made him more aware of how much that connection had been fraying. The emotional distance that Recovery Girl had warned him about wasn't just a potential side effect, it was already happening. He'd been so focused on the technical aspects of what was changing about his abilities that he'd barely noticed how much harder it was becoming to feel genuinely excited, worried, or happy about anything. The monitoring device on his wrist showed his coherence index slowly climbing as they walked, reaching 0.78 by the time they reached the dormitory. Higher than Recovery Girl had said was normal for someone who was simply awake and alert, which raised an uncomfortable question. If his baseline neural activity was now operating at superhuman levels, and his brain was becoming more optimized with each passing day, how long before the gap between his enhanced cognitive state and normal human emotion became too wide to bridge? All Might's morning routine was a start, but Izuku had the uncomfortable feeling that maintaining his humanity was going to require a lot more effort than 5 minutes of breathing exercises. The first sign that something else had changed came during his afternoon hero theory class. Izuku was taking notes on Midnight's lecture about crowd psychology during crisis situations, his pen moving automatically across the page, while his enhanced hearing picked up conversations from 3 different classrooms, footsteps in the hallway, and what sounded like construction work somewhere on the other side of campus. The multi-layered audio input should have been distracting, but instead it felt like having access to a constantly updating map of everything happening around him. Then Kaminari, sitting 2 rows behind him, dropped his pencil. The sound of the pencil hitting the floor was ordinary, unremarkable. But the moment it happened, something in Izuku's mind lit up like a warning beacon. Not danger sense exactly, there was no physical threat, no reason for alarm. But something deeper, more instinctive, flagged the event as significant. Without thinking about it, he turned around to look at Kaminari, who was reaching down to pick up the pencil with a mildly annoyed expression. Nothing dangerous. Nothing urgent. Nothing that should have triggered any kind of enhanced response. But for a split second, Izuku had known exactly where the pencil was going to fall, exactly how Kaminari was going to move to retrieve it, exactly what expression would cross his classmate's face in response to the minor inconvenience. It was like having access to a predictive model that ran ahead of real time, showing him not just what was happening, but what was about to happen. "Midoriya," Midnight's voice cut through his fascination with his classmate's pencil retrieval technique. "Did you have a question about crisis response protocols?" "No, sorry," Izuku said, turning back around quickly. "Just thought I heard something." But the incident stuck with him for the rest of the class. That moment of knowing, of perfect prediction based on minimal input, felt eerily similar to the state he'd entered during the simulation. Less intense, certainly, but fundamentally the same kind of phenomenon. His enhanced cognitive processing wasn't just making him smarter or more observant. It was making him prescient, able to predict immediate future events with disturbing accuracy. The monitoring device on his wrist showed his coherence index spiking to 0.81 during the pencil incident, then settling back to 0.76. Higher than it had been that morning, higher than Recovery Girl said was normal for baseline human consciousness. By the time classes ended, Izuku was hyper-aware of the predictive flashes happening in his peripheral awareness. He knew that Ida was going to ask him about weekend study plans before Ida opened his mouth. He knew that Ururaka was feeling slightly queasy from lunch before she mentioned it. He knew that Todoroki was planning to leave immediately after classes rather than join the usual group conversation before the other boy had even started packing his bag. None of it was dramatic or supernatural. Just small, immediate predictions based on microexpressions, body language, and behavioral patterns that his enhanced cognitive processing was analyzing faster than his conscious mind could follow. But the cumulative effect was profoundly isolating. When you could predict what people were going to say before they said it, when you could read their emotional states from unconscious physical cues, when you could map out the likely flow of any social interaction before it fully developed, it became very hard to feel genuinely surprised or engaged by normal human conversation. "Hey Deku," Ururaka said, falling into step beside him as they left the classroom building. "You seem kind of distant today. Everything okay?" She's concerned, but trying not to show it. She noticed that I've been quieter than usual during classes and is worried about the simulation incident, but doesn't want to pry. She's going to suggest that we grab dinner together if I give any indication that I want to talk about whatever's bothering me. "Just tired," Izuku said, the response feeling automatic and hollow, still recovering from yesterday's training. She doesn't believe me but isn't going to push. She'll mention it to Ida and probably Todoroki, who will then coordinate some kind of low-key intervention to check on my emotional state. "Well, if you want company, a few of us were going to grab food in town," Ururaka offered, right on schedule. "Nothing fancy, just that little ramen place near the station." The invitation was genuine, motivated by real care and friendship. Izuku could see it in her posture, hear it in the subtle variations in her tone, predict with near certainty that accepting would lead to a pleasant evening of exactly the kind of normal social interaction he'd been craving just that morning. But knowing all of that, predicting the emotional beats of the conversation, mapping out how the evening would unfold, seeing his friend's concern and care reduced to readable behavioral patterns, made it impossible to feel excited about the prospect. "Maybe another time," he said. "I've got some things to catch up on." Disappointment followed immediately by increased concern. She's going to ask if I'm sure, offer to postpone the group dinner if I change my mind, and then spend the rest of the evening worrying about whether she should have pushed harder. "Are you sure? It wouldn't be the same without you," she said, playing out her role in the script his enhanced cognition had already written. "I'm sure, have fun though." As Ururaka walked away to rejoin Ida and the others, Izuku felt a familiar hollowness settle in his chest. Not sadness exactly, not regret, just emptiness, like watching a movie of his own life rather than living it. The monitoring device showed his coherence index climbing steadily. 0.82, 0.84, 0.86. Approaching the levels he'd reached during the simulation, but without any external crisis to justify the enhanced state. His brain was optimizing itself for superhuman performance, but in the process, it was losing the capacity for normal human connection. By the time he reached his dorm room, Izuku was beginning to understand what Recovery Girl had meant about emotional blunting, and why All Might had looked so concerned about the risks of accessing enhanced states of consciousness. The power was incredible. The cost might be everything that made him who he was. That night, alone in his room, Izuku tried the morning routine that All Might had taught him. He sat quietly, attempted to breathe calmly, and asked himself the simple questions about being human rather than being heroic. Am I hungry? He had to think about it for several seconds before deciding that yes, he'd skipped dinner and should probably eat something. What am I looking forward to tomorrow? Nothing came to mind. Not training, not classes, not spending time with friends. Everything felt predictable, optimizable, reducible to patterns he could analyze rather than experiences he could enjoy. Is there someone I want to call or spend time with? His first instinct was to say no, but then he thought about his mother. When was the last time they'd talked about something other than his hero training? When had he last felt genuine excitement about sharing some small detail of his daily life with her? What made me smile yesterday? The question hit him like a physical blow because he couldn't remember smiling at all yesterday. Or today, or any day since the simulation, really. Not genuine smiles, anyway. Just the social expressions he made because they were expected, because they served a social function, because his enhanced pattern recognition told him they were the appropriate response. When had he last felt genuine joy about anything? Izuku pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found his mother's number. It was late, but not too late, and suddenly he desperately needed to hear her voice. Not because it was tactically useful or emotionally efficient, but because she was his mom and he missed her. "Izuku," her voice was warm and surprised when she picked up. "How are you, sweetheart? Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," he said automatically, then caught himself. Actually, no, not fine exactly. Something happened during training yesterday and I'm still trying to figure out what it means. What kind of something? Are you hurt? Not hurt, just different. My quirk did something new, and now I'm seeing the world in ways I didn't before, and I think I might be losing track of how to feel normal emotions about things. The words spilled out before he could overthink them, and for the first time in 2 days, he felt a flicker of something genuine. Relief at being honest about what was happening to him. "Oh, honey," his mother said, her voice full of the kind of uncomplicated love that couldn't be predicted or optimized or reduced to behavioral patterns. That sounds scary and wonderful and confusing all at the same time. "Yeah," Izuku said and found himself almost smiling. "That's exactly what it is." They talked for almost an hour. Nothing profound or strategically important, just normal mother-son conversation about school and friends and whether he was eating enough vegetables. But by the end of the call, Izuku felt more connected to himself than he had since the simulation. The monitoring device showed his coherence index dropping back to more normal levels. 0.74, 0.71, 0.68. Still higher than baseline for most people, but no longer climbing toward dangerous territory. Maybe maintaining his humanity while his abilities evolved wasn't going to be about fighting the changes or pretending they weren't happening. Maybe it was about finding ways to stay connected to the parts of himself that existed independent of any enhanced cognitive state. As he finally settled into bed, Izuku thought about All Might's warning. Don't let the power choose who you are. You choose who you are and let the power serve that choice. Tomorrow, he would continue exploring what was happening to his abilities. He would work with Recovery Girl to monitor the changes, train with Endeavor to develop better mental discipline, and probably end up accessing that strange state of perfect action again despite everyone's concerns about the risks. But he would also call his mother more often. He would make an effort to engage genuinely with his friends, even when his enhanced cognition made social interactions feel predictable. He would practice All Might's morning routine, not because it was tactically useful, but because it reminded him of what it felt like to be curious rather than analytical. The enhanced state he discovered wasn't going away. But neither was Izuku Midoriya, as long as he kept choosing to be him. The question was whether he could maintain that choice when the stakes got higher, and the temptation to let the power make decisions for him became harder to resist. But that was a problem for future Izuku. Tonight, he was just a teenager who'd had a good conversation with his mom and was looking forward to tomorrow's training, even if he couldn't quite remember why looking forward to things had ever seemed important. It was a start. The testing room in the basement of the main building felt more like an interrogation chamber than a medical facility. Concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture, just 2 chairs facing each other across a metal table, with observation windows built into one wall. Izuku had never been down here before, and the sterile atmosphere made him wonder what other kinds of specialized assessments UA conducted in rooms like this. Aizawa sat across from him, looking as tired as always but with an intensity in his gaze that suggested he was taking this situation very seriously. Recovery Girl was visible through the observation window, along with Power Loader and someone Izuku didn't recognize, probably another faculty member brought in to witness whatever was about to happen. "Before we begin," Aizawa said, pulling out a tablet and stylus, "I want you to understand that this isn't punishment or discipline. It's evaluation. We need to understand exactly what happened to you in that simulation, and more importantly, we need to understand what's still happening to you." "Still happening? Your baseline neural activity hasn't returned to normal levels since the incident," Aizawa explained, consulting his tablet. "Recovery Girl's monitoring shows that you're operating at enhanced cognitive capacity even during routine activities, which raises the question of whether this is a temporary quirk evolution or something more permanent." Izuku shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He'd been hoping the changes would fade on their own, that his brain would eventually return to normal human processing levels. The idea that this might be permanent was both exciting and terrifying. "The primary question we need to answer today," Aizawa continued, "is whether this new state can be affected by erasure. If I can nullify whatever's causing these changes, then we're dealing with a quirk-related phenomenon. If I can't," he trailed off, but the implication was clear. "If you can't, then it's something else entirely." "Exactly." Aizawa's expression was unreadable. "Something that might be beyond our current understanding of how quirks work." The thought should have been frightening, but Izuku found himself feeling more curious than afraid. His enhanced cognitive processing was already running through the implications. analyzing the various possibilities, predicting how different outcomes might affect his future training and development, which was exactly the kind of analytical detachment that had been worrying him lately. "What do you need me to do?" he asked. "For now, just sit there and let me observe you in your current state." Aizawa's eyes began to glow red, and Izuku immediately felt the familiar sensation of one for all being suppressed. The crackling energy that had become his constant companion faded to nothing, leaving him feeling oddly hollow. But the enhanced sensory processing remained. He could still hear Power Loader's quiet conversation with Recovery Girl through the observation window, still distinguish between the subtle variations in the fluorescent lighting, still feel the texture of his chair's fabric with unusual clarity. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly. "Interesting, your quirk factor is completely suppressed, but your neural activity levels haven't changed at all. What does that mean?" "It means whatever's causing your enhanced cognitive state isn't directly connected to one for all." Aizawa made a note on his tablet, his expression growing more serious. "Which confirms our suspicion that this isn't a normal quirk evolution." He let erasure drop, and one for all immediately surged back to life. The return of that familiar energy felt like putting on a comfortable jacket, reassuring and natural and right. "Phase 2, Aizawa said. "I'm going to put you under controlled stress while maintaining erasure, and I want you to attempt to access the enhanced state you experienced during the simulation. Is that safe? Recovery Girl will be monitoring your vitals, and will stop immediately if there are any signs of distress." Aizawa's tone was clinical, but Izuku caught a flicker of genuine concern in his expression. "The goal is to see whether you can reach that state without one for all support, and if so, what the physical cost might be." Aizawa activated erasure again, and immediately the room felt different. Colors seemed slightly less vivid, sounds were marginally less distinct, and the constant low-level awareness of his own enhanced capabilities faded to normal human levels. "Now," Aizawa said, "I want you to try to recreate the mental conditions that led to your enhanced state. Think about the simulation, the overwhelming sensory input, the multiple crisis scenarios, the moment when your analytical mind stopped working." Izuku closed his eyes and tried to remember the chaos of the simulation chamber. The smoke, the noise, the conflicting danger signals, the voices of panicked civilians crying for help. The moment when his conscious mind had simply given up and something else had taken over. But sitting in a quiet room with erasure active, it was impossible to recreate that level of overwhelming input. His mind remained stubbornly analytical, cataloging the exercise rather than surrendering to it. "I can't," he said after several minutes of trying. "Without the actual chaos, without the real urgency, I can't seem to let go the way I did before." "That's what I was afraid of," Aizawa muttered, making another note. "The state appears to be triggered by genuine crisis rather than conscious intention." "Phase 3, Recovery Girl's voice came through the intercom. "Hitoshi, you're up." The door opened, and Shinso walked in, looking almost as uncomfortable as Izuku felt. They'd trained together occasionally, but never in such a formal, clinical setting. The whole situation had an ominous quality that made Izuku's enhanced pattern recognition ping with vague warnings. "Sorry about this, Midoriya," Shinso said, taking the chair that Aizawa vacated. "They want to see what happens when someone tries to control your mind while you're in an enhanced state." "Control my mind? The theory," Aizawa explained from his new position by the observation window, "is that brainwashing requires conscious thought processes to be effective. If your enhanced state truly involves the suspension of normal conscious awareness, then Shinso's quirk might not work on you. But we need to stress you into that state first," Shinso added. "Which is where things get complicated." "What kind of stress?" "Psychological pressure," Recovery Girl's voice came through the intercom again. "We're going to create a scenario that simulates the decision-making overload you experienced during the simulation, but in a controlled environment." The lights in the room suddenly dimmed, and multiple speakers hidden in the walls began playing overlapping audio tracks. Voices shouting conflicting instructions, emergency alarms, the sound of destruction and chaos. Not as intense as the simulation chamber, but enough to make Izuku's heart rate spike. "Multiple choice scenario," Aizawa called out over the noise. "Building collapse, 5 civilians trapped in different locations, you can only save one. Civilian A is a child but furthest away. Civilian B is closest but elderly. Civilian C is injured but could potentially help with other rescues. Choose now." The artificial urgency was nothing compared to the real thing, but Izuku felt his analytical mind engaging anyway, weighing variables, calculating probabilities, trying to optimize for the best outcome. But the more he thought about it, the more complex the scenario became. Civilian D is trapped under debris but might survive longest. Shinso added, playing his part in the psychological stress test. Civilian E is a hero who could save others if rescued first. Still choosing A? Or maybe, Aizawa continued, you save B and E since they're closer and one of them can help with the others. But that means definitely losing A and probably losing C and D. The overlapping voices got louder. The time pressure mounted. Izuku's enhanced cognitive processing kicked into overdrive, analyzing every possible combination of choices, predicting outcomes, calculating ethical implications faster than his conscious mind could follow. Choose, Shinso shouted. People are dying while you think. And suddenly something in Izuku's mind snapped. Not the complete surrender he'd experienced in the simulation, but a partial letting go, a moment where his analytical process became too complex for conscious oversight and his body simply moved to address the immediate threat it perceived. Which in this case was Shinso himself. Izuku found himself standing, muscles coiled for action, focused entirely on the purple-haired boy who had just shouted at him. Every line of Shinso's posture, every micro-expression, every subtle shift in breathing pattern was suddenly crystal clear. He could see exactly where Shinso was vulnerable, exactly how to neutralize the perceived threat, exactly what sequence of movements would. Why don't you sit back down? Shinso said, his quirk activating at the moment when Izuku was most focused on him. The brainwashing command hit Izuku like water hitting glass. It touched him, but didn't penetrate. For 3 seconds that felt like 3 hours, he remained standing in that strange state of hyper-awareness, completely immune to mental influence, while some part of his consciousness registered that he should be obeying Shinso's command but simply wasn't. Then the state collapsed and he stumbled backward into his chair, suddenly exhausted and confused. What just happened? He gasped. Shinso was staring at him with a mixture of fascination and alarm. My quirk didn't work. I gave you a direct command when you were clearly focused on me and you just ignored it like I wasn't there. Like you weren't there to control, Aizawa corrected, his eyes bright with scientific curiosity. The brainwashing connected. I could see the moment when it should have taken hold, but there was no conscious mind there for it to influence. But I was still conscious, Izuku protested. I could see, I could think, I could make decisions. Could you? Recovery Girl's voice came through the intercom. What were you thinking about during those 3 seconds? Izuku tried to remember, but it was like trying to recall a dream. He'd been aware certainly, but not in the way he normally understood awareness. More like pure reaction, pure response to stimulus without the mediation of conscious thought. I wasn't thinking, he realized. I was just responding. Like my body knew what it needed to do without me telling it. Fascinating, Aizawa muttered, making extensive notes. A state of consciousness that maintains awareness and decision-making capacity but operates below the threshold where mental quirks can take hold. Is that even possible? Shinso asked. I mean, brainwashing works on everyone. Animals, people with mental quirks, even other mind controllers. How do you just not be there for it to grab onto? Before anyone could answer, Izuku felt a familiar tingling sensation in the back of his skull. Danger sense, which had been flickering on and off for weeks, suddenly blazed to full life. The sensation was overwhelming, not the gentle warning system he'd been developing, but a complete tactical awareness that mapped every potential threat in his environment. He could sense the structural weak points in the room, the electrical hazards from the equipment, the minor risks posed by the furniture arrangement, even the barely relevant possibility that someone might trip on Recovery Girl's slightly too long lab coat. But more than that, he could sense the emotional states of everyone around him as potential sources of danger. Aizawa's scientific excitement registering as a low-level threat because excited people made impulsive decisions. Shinso's confusion flagging as a minor hazard because confused people were unpredictable. Recovery Girl's concern reading as a caution signal because worried people sometimes made overcautious choices that created new problems. Danger sense just activated, he said, pressing his hands to his temples as the information flow threatened to become overwhelming. But it's not just physical threats, it's everything. Every person, every emotion, every variable that could potentially lead to a dangerous situation. And, Aizawa prompted, and right now it's telling me that the biggest threat in this room is me. Izuku looked up at them with genuine fear in his eyes. Because I don't understand what's happening to my mind, and people who don't understand their own capabilities are dangerous to everyone around them. The room fell silent except for the hum of medical equipment and the soft sound of Aizawa's stylus moving across his tablet. Well, Recovery Girl's voice finally came through the intercom. I think that's enough testing for today. 20 minutes later, Izuku sat in Recovery Girl's office while she reviewed the data from the testing session. The monitoring device on his wrist showed that his coherence index had spiked to 0.89 during the 3 seconds when Shinso's brainwashing had failed, then dropped back to a still elevated 0.78. The good news, Recovery Girl said, is that you can access enhanced states without one-for-all support. The bad news is that doing so puts tremendous strain on your unenhanced nervous system. She showed him the readouts from the session. During those 3 seconds, your neural activity was comparable to what we recorded during the simulation, but your body was operating on normal human durability. If you'd maintained that state for much longer, you would have started suffering muscle damage and potentially neural hemorrhaging. So the enhanced state is possible but dangerous without one for all. Extremely dangerous. Your quirk isn't just providing power, it's providing the physical reinforcement that makes superhuman cognitive processing survivable. Recovery Girl made notes in his medical file, which means that if you ever find yourself in a situation where erasure is active, attempting to access your enhanced state could be life-threatening. Aizawa, who had been quietly observing from a corner chair, spoke up. There's something else we need to discuss. This ability you're developing, it's not a quirk in any sense that we understand. It can't be copied, can't be stolen, can't be suppressed by normal means. Is that good or bad? It's unprecedented, Aizawa said bluntly. Which makes it unpredictable. We don't know how it might continue to evolve, we don't know what the long-term effects on your psychology might be, and we don't know how other people will react when they learn about it. Other people. You can't hide something like this forever, Recovery Girl said gently. Your classmates are already asking questions about your performance during recent training exercises. The faculty is aware that something significant has changed about your capabilities. And if you continue to develop these abilities, eventually, the Hero Commission is going to want answers. The thought of having to explain his condition to bureaucrats and oversight committees made Izuku's stomach clench. What kind of answers? How it works, whether it can be replicated, whether it poses a security risk, whether you can be trusted to use it responsibly. Aizawa's tone was matter-of-fact, but his expression was sympathetic. The Commission doesn't like unknowns, especially when those unknowns involve students who are already carrying significant public attention. But for now, Recovery Girl added quickly, our priority is understanding what's happening to you and making sure you stay safe while we figure it out. Which means more regular monitoring, continued testing under controlled conditions, and absolutely no attempts to push your abilities beyond what we've already documented. Izuku nodded, though part of him was already wondering what would happen if he tried to access the enhanced state during actual combat training, or in a real crisis situation, or while using more of one for all's power. There's one more thing, Aizawa said. This isn't enhancement. Enhancement implies that you're still fundamentally the same person, just with improved capabilities. What you're describing, consciousness without thought, awareness without mental vulnerability, perfect response without conscious decision-making, that's not enhancement. That's becoming something else. He leaned forward, his expression serious. Are you sure you want to become something else, Midoriya? Because once these changes progress beyond a certain point, there might not be a way to go back to being who you were before. The question hit harder than Izuku had expected. Was he sure? The enhanced state felt incredible, offered capabilities he'd never imagined possible, promised a level of heroic effectiveness that could save countless lives. But it also felt increasingly alien to who he'd always understood himself to be. The emotional distance, the predictive awareness that made normal social interaction feel scripted, the moments when he found himself analyzing his friends like behavioral patterns rather than experiencing them as people he cared about. I don't know, he admitted. I want to help people, and this gives me abilities that could help more people than I ever could before, but I also don't want to lose me. The parts of myself that make saving people meaningful rather than just efficient. Good answer, Aizawa said, surprising him. The fact that you're still asking that question means you haven't lost those parts yet, but keep asking it. Every day, every time you access enhanced capabilities, every time you feel the temptation to let the technique make decisions for you instead of making them yourself. As Izuku left the medical wing, his head was spinning with everything he'd learned. The enhanced state wasn't a quirk, couldn't be suppressed or stolen, required one for all support to be safely maintained, and was slowly changing who he was at a fundamental level. And despite all the warnings, all the medical concerns, all the philosophical questions about maintaining his humanity, he was still planning to explore it further. Because in 3 seconds of perfect awareness, he'd felt more capable of protecting people than in all his months of traditional hero training combined. The question was whether capable of protecting people was worth becoming someone who might not care about people in the same way he always had. The walk back to the dormitory gave Izuku time to process everything that had happened, but it also meant running into his classmates at the worst possible moment. He was still emotionally drained from the testing session, still trying to make sense of Aizawa's warnings about becoming something else, when he encountered half of Class 1A gathered in the common room. "Midoriya," Kirishima called out as soon as he walked through the door. "How was the extra training? You've been doing a lot of specialized sessions lately." "Just some quirk assessment stuff," Izuku said, trying to keep his voice casual. "Nothing major," but his enhanced pattern recognition immediately picked up on the details he would have missed before. The way Ururaka's eyes lingered on his face, cataloging signs of stress. The slight pause in Kaminari's conversation that suggested he was eavesdropping. The fact that Todoroki was pretending to read while actually tracking the conversation. They were worried about him, and curious. And probably comparing notes about the changes they'd observed in his behavior over the past few days. "Must have been some assessment," Bakugo said from his position sprawled across one of the couches. "You look like you got hit by a truck. Thanks for the pep talk, Kachan. I'm serious, Deku. You've been acting weird since that simulation thing, and now you're doing mysterious extra training sessions that leave you looking like a zombie." Bakugo's tone was aggressive, but Izuku could read the genuine concern underneath it. What the hell is going on? The question hung in the air, and Izuku realized that everyone in the room was waiting for his answer. Ida had stopped organizing his study materials. Mina had paused her conversation with Tsuyu. Even Tokoyami was paying attention instead of brooding in his usual corner. "It's complicated," Izuku said finally. "My quirk is changing, evolving maybe. The faculty is trying to understand what's happening and make sure it's safe." "Changing how?" Ida asked, his class representative instincts kicking in. "Are there any risks to your health? Should we be concerned about safety during training exercises?" Yes, Izuku thought. There are massive risks to my psychological health, my emotional well-being, and my fundamental sense of self. And I have no idea what the safety implications might be during training. The risks are manageable, he said instead. Just some side effects that need monitoring. What kind of side effects? Ururaka pressed, her concern overriding her usual politeness about not prying into personal matters. Izuku felt trapped. He couldn't explain the truth, that he was developing abilities that went beyond normal quirk parameters, that his brain was operating at superhuman levels, that he was struggling to maintain normal emotional responses to everyday situations. But he also couldn't keep deflecting their questions without making them more worried. "Enhanced sensory processing," he said, settling on a partial truth. "Better reaction times, improved pattern recognition, but it's intense. Sometimes overwhelming." "That sounds awesome though," Kaminari said. "Better reflexes, enhanced senses, that's like getting superpowers on top of your superpowers. If only it were that simple." "It's not all positive," Izuku said carefully. "Enhanced processing means enhanced everything, including stress, sensory overload, and..." He paused, trying to find words that wouldn't alarm them. "Sometimes it's hard to turn off the analysis, to just experience things normally instead of constantly evaluating and predicting." "Oh," Ururaka said softly, and Izuku could see understanding dawning in her expression. "That's why you've seemed so distant lately. You're stuck in analysis mode." "Something like that," Todoroki spoke up for the first time. "During training yesterday, you predicted my ice wall placement before I'd decided where to put it. That level of tactical analysis isn't normal quirk enhancement. The observation was accurate and uncomfortably perceptive." Izuku hadn't realized his predictive abilities had been so obvious during combat exercises. "Like I said, it's complicated." "Complicated how?" Bakugo's voice had taken on the edge that meant he was getting frustrated with evasive answers. "Either your quirk is evolving or it isn't. Either you're dealing with something dangerous or you're not. Stop being cryptic and just tell us what's going on." "Because maybe we can help," Ida added more gently. "We're your friends, Midoriya. If you're struggling with something, you don't have to handle it alone." The offer of support should have been comforting, but instead it made Izuku feel even more isolated. How could he explain that the thing he was struggling with was his increasing inability to connect with them normally? That his enhanced cognitive processing made their friendship feel more like behavioral patterns to be analyzed than relationships to be experienced. "I appreciate that," he said. "Really, but this is something I need to work through with the faculty and medical staff. It's not the kind of problem that friendship can solve." The words came out harsher than he'd intended, and he saw the hurt flash across Ururaka's face before she quickly masked it. Ida's expression shifted from concern to confusion. Even Bakugo looked taken aback by the dismissive tone. "Sorry," Izuku said quickly. "I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that it's a technical issue that requires professional guidance, not that I don't value your support." But the damage was done. The atmosphere in the room had shifted from casual concern to uncomfortable tension, and Izuku's enhanced pattern recognition was providing a running commentary on everyone's emotional responses to his social fumbling. Ururaka, hurt but trying to hide it, will probably approach me privately later to ask if she did something wrong. Ida, confused and slightly offended that I rejected his offer of help, will likely coordinate with other class representatives to monitor my situation. Bakugo, angry but also worried, will either explode at me later or find some aggressive way to force a conversation about what's really happening. Knowing all of that made it impossible to feel genuinely sorry for hurting their feelings, which made him feel even more like a monster. "I should go rest," he said. "Long day." As he headed for the elevator, he heard Mina whisper something to Tsuyu about definitely not acting like himself, and Kirishima asking Bakugo if he thought they should do something. By the time he reached his room, Izuku's coherence index was climbing again, 0.82, 0.85, 0.87. The social stress was pushing him toward enhanced cognitive states, which only made normal human interaction feel more artificial and predictable. He was caught in a feedback loop. The more his abilities enhanced, the more isolated he felt from his friends. The more isolated he felt, the more he relied on analytical processing instead of emotional connection. The more he analyzed instead of feeling, the further his abilities enhanced. At some point, if the pattern continued, he would be perfectly optimized for heroic efficiency and completely incapable of remembering why heroic actions mattered in the first place. Aizawa's question echoed in his mind. "Are you sure you want to become something else?" Sitting alone in his room, watching his coherence index climb steadily toward dangerous levels while his capacity for normal human feeling continued to fade, Izuku was starting to wonder if he still had a choice. The enhanced state was calling to him, offering perfect solutions to every problem, complete understanding of every situation, flawless execution of every necessary action. All he had to do was let go of the messy, inefficient, beautifully human parts of himself that were holding him back. The monitoring device on his wrist hit 0.9, and for a moment, Izuku almost let it happen. Almost, instead, he pulled out his phone and called his mother again. Izuku was trying to focus on Cementos's lecture about structural reinforcement techniques when the note landed on his desk. Folded paper airplane, precise trajectory, unmistakably aggressive handwriting scrawled across notebook paper torn from a spiral binding. Training ground beta. After classes, just you and me. He didn't need to look back to know it came from Bakugo. The explosive boy had been shooting increasingly hostile glances in his direction all week, and Izuku's enhanced pattern recognition had been cataloging the mounting tension like a barometric reading of an approaching storm. Bakugo's frustration levels have been escalating in direct correlation to my social withdrawal. His aggressive behavior patterns suggest he's planning some kind of direct confrontation to force a resolution to whatever he perceives as the problem. Even thinking about his childhood friend in clinical terms made Izuku's stomach twist with something that might have been guilt, if he could still feel guilt with the same intensity as before. He crumpled the note and tried to refocus on the lecture, but his enhanced cognitive processing was already running through the implications. A direct confrontation with Bakugo, away from faculty supervision, while his abilities were still unstable and unpredictable. The monitoring device on his wrist showed his coherence index starting to climb just from thinking about it. 0.78, 0.79, 0.81. By the time classes ended, Izuku had convinced himself that he should skip the meeting entirely. Nothing good could come from sparring with Bakugo while his enhanced state was becoming increasingly difficult to control. The responsible thing would be to go straight to his dorm room, practice All Might's breathing exercises, and avoid any situation that might trigger another episode. Instead, he found himself walking toward training ground beta. The setting sun cast long shadows across the concrete training area, painting everything in shades of orange and red that reminded Izuku uncomfortably of explosions. Bakugo was already there, pacing back and forth with the restless energy of someone who'd been waiting too long to punch something. "About time, Deku," he growled, not bothering with pleasantries. "I was starting to think you'd chickened out. Ka-chan, maybe this isn't a good idea. My quirk has been unstable, yeah, I heard." Bakugo's expression was fierce, but Izuku could read the genuine concern underneath the aggression. "That's exactly why we're doing this. You've been acting like a damn robot all week, and everyone's tiptoeing around you like you might shatter if they look at you wrong." "I'm fine." "Bullshit." Bakugo took up a fighting stance, gauntlets gleaming in the fading light. "You're not fine, you're whatever the opposite of fine is, and sitting around analyzing your problems isn't going to fix anything." Izuku felt his analytical mind engaging automatically, mapping Bakugo's posture, predicting his most likely opening moves, calculating optimal counter-strategies based on the terrain and lighting conditions. The clinical assessment felt wrong when applied to someone he'd known since childhood, but stopping it required an effort that was becoming harder and harder to maintain. "So here's what's going to happen," Bakugo continued, small explosions popping in his palms. "We're going to fight, really fight, not that half-ass sparring crap we do in class, and you're going to use whatever new abilities you've developed because I want to see what all the fuss is about." "Ka-chan, I don't think." "Stop thinking," Bakugo shouted, launching himself forward with a massive explosion. "That's your whole problem right there." Izuku barely had time to activate One for All before Bakugo's first attack arrived. A devastating right hook backed by explosive power that would have sent him flying if he hadn't managed to dodge at the last second. The shockwave still rattled his teeth and left his ears ringing. Opening attack was a probing strike designed to test reaction time rather than inflict serious damage. Bakugo is gauging my current capabilities before committing to more aggressive assault patterns. "There it is again," Bakugo snarled, spinning around to launch a follow-up attack. "That look on your face like you're solving a math problem instead of fighting me." The second attack came faster, a series of rapid-fire explosions that lit up the training ground like a fireworks display. Izuku weaved between them, using Black Whip to swing around obstacles and float to adjust his positioning midair. Each movement was precise, efficient, calculated to conserve energy while maintaining optimal defensive positioning. But it wasn't enough. Bakugo's attacks were getting more intense, more unpredictable, pushing Izuku's normal reflexes to their limits. Green lightning crackled around his body as One for All surged higher, 10%, 15%, 20%, but even at enhanced speeds, he was struggling to keep up with Bakugo's relentless assault. Current combat patterns indicate Bakugo is operating at approximately 85% of his maximum capability, while steadily increasing intensity. At this rate of escalation, my normal defensive strategies will be insufficient within the next 47 seconds. "Come on, Deku," Bakugo roared, detonating the sweat on his gauntlets to produce a massive explosion that lit up half the training ground. "Fight me for real. Stop holding back whatever it is you're scared of using." The explosion was close enough to singe Izuku's costume, and he realized that Bakugo was right. At this rate, normal tactics weren't going to be enough. He needed to access his enhanced capabilities, just for a few seconds, just enough to even the playing field. Enhanced state access would provide optimal combat effectiveness while minimizing risk of injury to both participants. Current stress levels and sensory input are approaching threshold conditions for natural activation. "I'm not holding back," Izuku called out, using Fa-Jin to store kinetic energy while dodging another barrage of explosions. "I'm trying to be responsible." "Responsible?" Bakugo's laugh was harsh and bitter. "You think it's responsible to treat me like I'm made of glass, like I can't handle whatever you've become?" The words hit harder than any physical attack. Because that was exactly what Izuku had been doing, not just with Bakugo, but with all his friends. Treating them like fragile variables to be managed rather than people he cared about. "You want to see what's changed?" Izuku said, his voice carrying an edge that surprised both of them. "Fine." He stopped trying to control it. The transition happened so smoothly that Izuku almost didn't realize it had occurred. One moment he was struggling to keep up with Bakugo's attacks, analytical mind working overtime to process combat data and predict incoming strikes. The next moment, everything went quiet. Not physically quiet, Bakugo was still attacking with explosive fury, still shouting challenges and insults, still filling the air with smoke and flame and concussive force. But mentally, the constant chatter of Izuku's analytical processing simply stopped. His body moved like water. Every attack Bakugo threw at him was anticipated, avoided, or redirected with minimal effort. Not because he was analyzing the patterns, but because his body simply knew where the attacks were going to be before they arrived. Explosions that should have been impossible to dodge passed harmlessly by as he flowed around them like mist. Debris thrown by the concussive force was caught and redirected without conscious thought. It was beautiful, perfect, effortless, and completely devoid of any recognition that he was fighting his best friend. Bakugo became just another variable to be optimized around, a source of kinetic energy to be avoided, redirected, or used for tactical advantage. The emotions that should have been driving the fight, their shared history, their complex rivalry, Bakugo's obvious frustration and concern, all of it was filed away as irrelevant data that didn't affect the immediate tactical situation. For 93 seconds, Izuku moved through Bakugo's attacks like they were choreographed. Every dodge was perfect. Every counter was precisely calibrated. Every movement was optimized for maximum efficiency with minimal energy expenditure. He wasn't fighting Bakugo. He was solving Bakugo, like a particularly complex physics problem that happened to involve explosions. Then Kirishima shouted something from the edge of the training ground, and the sound of his voice broke Izuku's concentration just enough for conscious thought to come flooding back. What am I doing? The enhanced state shattered like glass, leaving him standing in the middle of a smoke-filled battlefield with one for all crackling around his body at 25% and no memory of how he'd gotten there. Bakugo was across the training ground, breathing hard but completely unharmed, staring at him with an expression that mixed awe and something that looked almost like fear. "Deku," Bakugo said slowly, "what the hell was that?" But Izuku was already moving again, muscle memory and residual adrenaline driving him to close the distance between them. Except now his enhanced reflexes were gone, his predictive awareness was offline, and his depth perception was still calibrated for superhuman reaction times. Black Whip extended from his hand automatically, aimed at what his disoriented senses thought was an optimal grappling point. But his targeting was off by several inches, and instead of catching empty air next to Bakugo's position, the dark energy wrapped around the explosive boy's arm and yanked him off balance. Bakugo hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the impact but not quite fast enough to avoid scraping his shoulder against the concrete. Not a serious injury, but definitely painful, definitely unnecessary, definitely the result of Izuku's carelessness rather than Bakugo's lack of skill. "Kachan!" Izuku deactivated One for All and rushed over to where Bakugo was pushing himself back to his feet. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean. The transition out of the enhanced state affects my. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Bakugo said, but his voice was flat in a way that was somehow worse than his usual explosive anger. "It's just a scrape, but you're not fine," Kirishima said, jogging over from his observation point at the edge of the training ground. "Bro, you look like you've seen a ghost." Bakugo was staring at Izuku with an intensity that made him want to look away. "During that, whatever that was, you weren't looking at me." "What do you mean?" "I mean you were looking through me, like I wasn't worth seeing." Bakugo's fists clenched, small explosions popping between his fingers. 93 seconds of perfect dodges, and you never once looked me in the eye, never acknowledged that it was me you were fighting. The accusation hit like a physical blow because it was absolutely true. During those 93 seconds of enhanced awareness, Bakugo hadn't been Katsuki, his childhood friend and rival. He'd just been a tactical problem to be solved. "That's not," Izuku started, then stopped. Because what could he say? That he'd been aware of Bakugo's presence, technically true. That he'd been responding to Bakugo's attacks, also true. But that he'd been fighting his friend, their person who'd known him longest and pushed him hardest and deserved better than to be treated like an obstacle course. No, that part hadn't happened at all. "I couldn't feel anything," Izuku admitted quietly. "During the enhanced state, I couldn't feel, not fear, not excitement, not our rivalry." "Nothing? Your rivalry?" Bakugo's voice was dangerously quiet. "Is that what this is to you now? Something you can't feel?" "No, that's not what I meant. Because let me tell you what I felt," Bakugo interrupted, his anger finally breaking through the strange flatness. "I felt like I was fighting a machine. Something that looked like Deku and moved like Deku, but had about as much personality as one of those training robots." Kirishima stepped between them, hands raised peacefully. "Hey, maybe we should all calm down and stay out of this, Kirishima," Bakugo snapped. "This is between me and whatever Deku is turning into." The words stung worse than any physical attack, partly because they echoed Izuku's own fears about what he was becoming, but mostly because he couldn't muster the emotional energy to feel properly hurt by them. "I'm still me," he said, but even to his own ears the words sounded hollow. Are you? Bakugo challenged. Because the Deku I know gets excited about fighting strong opponents. He analyzes everything, yeah, but he also feels everything. He cares so much about winning and losing and getting stronger that it practically radiates off him. Bakugo gestured at him with disgust. That thing I just fought. It didn't care about anything, it was just optimizing, like victory was a math problem to be solved instead of something to earn. But I won, Izuku said weakly. I mean, I avoided all your attacks, I demonstrated superior tactical. You didn't win shit. Bakugo exploded, literally small detonations crackling around his entire body. You didn't beat me, you ignored me. There's a difference, the distinction seemed important, but Izuku was having trouble understanding why. From a tactical standpoint, successful defense against all incoming attacks while maintaining the ability to counterstrike was definitely a form of victory. But from an emotional standpoint, and that's the problem he realized, I'm thinking about this from a tactical standpoint when I should be thinking about it as a friend. Ka-chan, he said slowly, I think I'm losing the ability to tell the difference between solving problems and caring about people. The admission hung in the air between them, heavy with implications that none of them were quite ready to face. Yeah, Bakugo said finally, I think you are too. Kirishima insisted on walking them both back to the dormitory, probably worried that they might start fighting again without supervision. But the aggressive energy had drained out of both Izuku and Bakugo, leaving them walking in uncomfortable silence, while Kirishima filled the space with nervous chatter about upcoming midterms and weekend plans. Other classmates were gathered in the common room when they arrived, and Izuku immediately noticed the way conversations paused when they walked in. Ururaka looked up from her homework with an expression of concern that shifted to alarm when she saw Bakugo's scraped shoulder and the grim expressions on both their faces. Everything okay? She asked, the question directed at Izuku but her eyes tracking between him and Bakugo with obvious worry. Fine, Bakugo muttered, heading straight for the elevator without stopping to elaborate. We had a sparring session, Izuku explained, just working some things out. But he could tell from Ururaka's expression that she wasn't buying the casual explanation. His enhanced pattern recognition was providing a running analysis of her microexpressions, cataloging the subtle signs of her emotional state with uncomfortable precision. Concern about physical injuries, curiosity about what actually happened during the spar, frustration with my continued evasiveness about my condition, underlying worry about my psychological state based on recent behavioral changes. Knowing all of that should have made him want to reassure her, to provide a more honest explanation, to acknowledge her care and concern with appropriate emotional reciprocity. Instead, it just made the interaction feel scripted, like he was watching actors perform predetermined roles. Deku, she said quietly, can we talk, privately? Direct request for personal conversation indicates she's planning to confront me about my recent emotional distance. This will likely involve expressions of concern, requests for honesty about my condition, and offers of support that I won't know how to accept authentically. Sure, he said, though the prospect felt more like a tactical challenge than a conversation with a friend. They found a quiet corner of the common room, far enough from the others to avoid being overheard but still visible enough to maintain social propriety. Ururaka settled into one of the armchairs with the kind of deliberate calm that suggested she'd been planning this conversation for a while. You're disappearing, she said without preamble. What do you mean? I mean you're here physically, but you're not really present. When we talk, it feels like you're observing the conversation rather than participating in it. She leaned forward slightly, her expression earnest and worried. It's like you're studying us instead of being with us. The accuracy of her observation was unsettling. I've just been dealing with some stuff related to my quirk development. It's made me more analytical than usual. This isn't about being analytical, Deku. This is about you treating your friends like we're problems to be managed instead of people you care about. She's correct. My enhanced cognitive processing has been reducing social interactions to behavioral patterns and optimization problems rather than genuine human connections. This is exactly what Recovery Girl warned me about regarding emotional blunting. But knowing that she was right didn't help him figure out how to respond appropriately. The emotional warmth that should have accompanied his care for her felt muted, distant, like trying to feel sunlight through thick glass. I do care about you, he said, the words factually accurate but somehow hollow. All of you, it's just complicated right now. How complicated? Izuku looked around the common room at his classmates, Ida organizing study materials with characteristic precision, Todoroki reading quietly in his corner, Kaminari and Seiro engaged in what looked like an increasingly ridiculous conversation about hero merchandise. People he'd fought beside, trained with, worried about, celebrated with, people who now felt more like behavioral algorithms than friends. "I think I'm losing the ability to feel things the way I used to," he said quietly. "Not completely, but it's like there's a layer of glass between me and my emotions. I can see them, I can understand them intellectually, but I can't quite reach them." Ururaka's expression shifted from concern to something that looked almost like grief. "That's terrible, is it?" The question surprised him as much as it did her. "I mean, from an efficiency standpoint, emotions often interfere with optimal decision-making. If I can maintain my values and ethical framework while reducing emotional interference, that might actually make me a more effective hero." "Listen to yourself," Ururaka said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're talking about your own feelings like they're software bugs to be patched out. But they kind of are, aren't they? Inefficiencies in the system that, Deku." Her voice was firm now, cutting through his analytical spiral. "A hero who can't feel isn't saving people. He's just moving bodies around." The words hit him like Bakugo's explosions, but instead of physical pain, they produced a moment of clarity that cut through the emotional distance he'd been experiencing. For just a second, he could feel the truth of what she was saying, that heroism without compassion was just efficient violence, that saving people without caring about them was just advanced crowd control. "I don't know how to get back," he admitted. "The enhanced abilities, the analytical processing, the predictive awareness, they're all becoming stronger, more integrated, harder to separate from normal thinking. And every time I try to feel something genuine, it just feels artificial, like I'm performing emotions instead of experiencing them." Ururaka was quiet for a long moment, studying his face with an intensity that his enhanced perception cataloged as diagnostic evaluation of emotional authenticity. But for once, knowing what she was doing didn't make it feel less meaningful. "What about right now?" she asked finally. "How do you feel about losing your ability to feel?" Izuku considered the question carefully, trying to access whatever genuine emotional response might be buried beneath his analytical processing. What he found wasn't the sharp pain of loss he expected, but something more subtle and more disturbing. A kind of hollow curiosity about whether losing his emotions was actually a problem worth solving. "Concerned," he said slowly, "but in an abstract way, like I'm worried about someone else's problem. I understand intellectually that losing emotional connection is bad for relationships and psychological health and probably long-term heroic effectiveness. But I can't feel sad about it, or scared, or angry. What about guilty?" The question caught him off guard. "Guilty about what this is doing to your friendships, about how it's affecting people who care about you, about the fact that Bakugo just risked getting hurt trying to help you, and you responded by treating him like a training dummy." Izuku tried to access feelings of guilt about his treatment of Bakugo, about his growing distance from his friends, about the way his enhanced abilities were creating barriers between him and everyone he cared about. Nothing, just intellectual understanding that these things should make him feel guilty, combined with a vague curiosity about why the emotional response wasn't activating. "No," he said quietly, "I can't feel guilty about it. I can understand that I should feel guilty, but the actual emotion isn't there." Ururaka's expression crumpled slightly, like she'd been hoping for a different answer. "Deku, that's not okay. Guilt about hurting people you care about, that's not inefficiency, that's humanity. I know that intellectually, but you can't feel it." "No." She was quiet for several minutes, long enough for Izuku's enhanced hearing to pick up fragments of conversations from across the room, the hum of electronics, the subtle sounds of the building settling around them. When she finally spoke again, her voice was careful, like she was testing dangerous waters. "What if we tried something? What kind of something? What if you deliberately tried to feel happy about something small and simple? Not something related to heroics or training or optimization, just something human." Izuku considered the suggestion. "What did you have in mind? Remember last month when we all went to that festival in town? And Kaminari got so excited about the food stands that he accidentally discharged electricity and knocked out half the games." Ururaka's smile was wistful, tinged with concern. "You laughed so hard you couldn't breathe. Do you remember how that felt?" He did remember the incident. Kaminari's enthusiastic gesture had indeed caused a small electrical surge that had disabled several carnival games, leading to chaos and confusion that had somehow transformed into an impromptu comedy show as various classmates tried to fix the situation using increasingly ridiculous methods. "I remember thinking it was amusing," Izuku said slowly. Kaminari's expression was particularly entertaining, and the chain reaction of game malfunctions followed predictable electrical principles that created an unexpectedly humorous sequence of "Stop," Ururaka interrupted gently. "Don't analyze it, just remember how it felt to laugh. The physical sensation of finding something so funny that you couldn't control your reaction." Izuku closed his eyes and tried to access the memory not as data to be processed, but as an experience to be felt. The warmth of genuine amusement, the bubbling sensation of laughter building in his chest, the moment when humor overwhelmed his usual analytical control, and he just enjoyed something without needing to understand it. For a moment, he thought he could feel an echo of that sensation. Something warm and spontaneous and purely human, unconnected to any tactical advantage or optimization opportunity. Then his analytical mind kicked back in, cataloging the memory, evaluating its significance, measuring his current emotional response against his baseline psychological profile, and the moment of genuine feeling slipped away like water through his fingers. "I can almost feel it," he said, opening his eyes to find Ururaka watching him with desperate hope. "But as soon as I try to hold on to it, it turns into analysis again." Her expression fell. "Oh, Deku, is it permanent?" he asked, surprised by how clinical his voice sounded even when asking about his own emotional capacity. "The loss of feeling, is this just who I am now?" "I don't know," Ururaka said honestly. "But I don't think you can figure it out by yourself. This isn't a problem you can solve by thinking harder or training more efficiently." "Then what do I do?" "You let people help you," she said simply. "You stop trying to manage your relationships and start experiencing them. You stop treating your emotions like inefficiencies and start treating them like part of who you are." It sounded logical in principle, but practically impossible given his current psychological state. How could he experience relationships authentically when his enhanced cognitive processing automatically reduced every interaction to behavioral patterns? How could he stop analyzing emotions when his brain was now operating at superhuman levels of pattern recognition? "I don't know if I can," he admitted. "Then maybe," Ururaka said gently, "you need to decide what's more important, being perfectly efficient or being perfectly human." Later that night, alone in his room, Izuku sat on his bed and deliberately tried to feel happy about something simple. He thought about his mother's smile when he called her, about All Might's pride when he mastered a new technique, about the way his classmates had welcomed him despite his initial quirklessness, about small moments of joy and connection that should have filled him with warmth. Nothing. Just intellectual acknowledgement that these things were positive, combined with analytical assessment of why they should produce emotional responses. He tried sadness, the thought of disappointing All Might, of losing his friendships, of becoming something inhuman in pursuit of heroic ideals. Things that should have made him feel grief or regret or fear. Still nothing. Just clinical evaluation of potential negative outcomes. He even tried anger. Frustration with his condition, rage at the loss of his emotional capacity, fury at whatever was changing him into something cold and efficient and fundamentally disconnected from human experience. Not even a spark. The monitoring device on his wrist showed his coherence index climbing steadily as he attempted to access emotional states. 0.84, 0.87, 0.89. The harder he tried to feel something genuine, the more his brain shifted into enhanced analytical mode, creating a feedback loop that pushed him further away from normal human emotional processing. By midnight, his coherence index had reached 0.93, higher than it had been during the simulation, higher than Recovery Girl had ever recorded in a conscious human being, high enough that he should probably be concerned about neurological damage from sustained superhuman cognitive processing. But he couldn't feel concerned. He could only understand intellectually that concern would be appropriate. Sitting in the darkness of his dorm room, Izuku finally understood what Aizawa had meant about becoming something else. It wasn't dramatic or sudden. It was a gradual optimization process that slowly replaced human responses with more efficient alternatives, until the person who remained was perfectly capable but no longer recognizably himself. The enhanced state wasn't just changing his abilities. It was rewriting his fundamental nature, one emotional response at a time. And the most disturbing part was that he couldn't bring himself to feel truly alarmed about that. The Musutafu Winter Illumination Festival had always been Izuku's favorite time of year. Streets lined with thousands of lights, families gathering to watch the synchronized displays, local vendors selling hot cocoa and yakitori from colorful stalls. Even as a quirkless kid, he'd felt the magic of it. the way the entire city seemed to exhale and remember what it meant to celebrate something beautiful together. This year, walking through the festival grounds with his mother, he felt like he was observing someone else's memory of happiness. "Oh, look at that display!" Inko pointed toward an elaborate light sculpture depicting cherry blossoms in full bloom, each petal individually crafted from tiny LED bulbs. "Isn't it gorgeous, Izuku?" "The engineering is impressive," he replied, his enhanced vision automatically cataloging the technical details. "They're using approximately 47,000 individual light sources, coordinated through what looks like a centralized control system with adaptive brightness compensation for ambient lighting conditions." His mother's smile faltered slightly. "I meant, isn't it beautiful?" Izuku paused, trying to access whatever aesthetic appreciation might be buried beneath his analytical processing. The light sculpture was objectively well-designed, technically sophisticated, and artistically arranged. These were facts, but the emotional experience of finding something beautiful, the warm recognition of artistic achievement, the simple human joy of seeing something lovely. "Yes," he said, the word feeling hollow even as he spoke it. "It's very beautiful." Inko studied his face with the kind of parental concern that couldn't be hidden behind polite conversation. "Sweetie, are you feeling all right? You seem distant tonight." Maternal concern triggered by recognition of emotional blunting symptoms. "She's noticed the same behavioral changes that my classmates have been commenting on." Standard response would be reassurance followed by deflection to avoid extended analysis of my psychological condition. "Just tired from training," Izuku said automatically. "Sorry, I know I haven't been great company today." "It's not about being good company," Inko said gently, stopping to face him fully. "It's about you seeming like you're not really here. Like you're watching everything through glass." The metaphor was uncomfortably accurate. That was exactly what interacting with the world felt like lately, observing human experiences without quite being able to participate in them. Before Izuku could formulate a response, the festival's atmosphere began to change in ways his enhanced senses picked up long before anyone else noticed. The background chatter of the crowd shifted subtly, becoming more subdued. Children who had been running around with excited energy started staying closer to their parents. The general mood, which had been warm and celebratory just moments before, developed an undercurrent of unease that most people probably couldn't identify but were definitely feeling. Izuku's newly stabilized danger sense flickered to life, but the warnings it provided were strange and contradictory. No immediate physical threats, no structural hazards, no visible dangers that would normally trigger his enhanced awareness. Instead, he was picking up something more subtle, a wrongness in the emotional landscape around them, like a discordant note in what should have been a harmonious symphony. "Mom," he said quietly, "I think we should head home." "What?" "But we just got here, and I wanted to see the synchronized light show at 8. Something's not right." Izuku couldn't explain how he knew, couldn't point to any specific evidence that would justify his growing sense of alarm. But every enhanced instinct he possessed was screaming that they needed to leave. Now, the change, when it came, was so gradual that most people didn't realize it was happening. It started with the children. A little girl who had been laughing at a puppet show suddenly burst into tears for no apparent reason. A boy who had been begging his parents for festival treats went silent and pressed closer to his mother's leg. Babies began to cry, not the normal fussing of tired or hungry infants, but the sharp, panicked wailing that came from genuine distress. Then the adults started feeling it too. Conversations became more strained, more suspicious. People who had been enjoying the festival atmosphere began glancing around nervously, as if expecting some unspecified threat to materialize from the cheerful crowd around them. The general energy shifted from celebratory to anxious, from warm to cold, from communal joy to individual fear. "Izuku," Inko said, her voice carrying the first notes of the same unease that was spreading through the crowd. "What's happening?" Before he could answer, a man near the main stage area started shouting, not about anything specific, just raw aggression directed at whoever was closest to him. A woman by the food stalls began sobbing uncontrollably, clutching her purse like someone might try to steal it despite being surrounded by families with young children. Two teenagers who had been on what looked like a first date suddenly started arguing with escalating hostility about something too trivial to justify their obvious fury. And through it all, Izuku could sense something else. A presence, a source, a focal point for whatever was transforming the festival from celebration into chaos. His danger sense was no longer providing vague warnings. It was pointing him toward a specific location like a compass needle finding magnetic north. quirk-based emotional manipulation, his analytical mind concluded. Large-scale effect precisely calibrated, designed to amplify existing anxieties and social tensions rather than create new ones from nothing. But his analytical understanding couldn't help the growing panic around them as the festival's atmosphere continued to deteriorate. What had been a happy crowd was becoming an afraid crowd, and afraid crowds could become dangerous crowds very quickly. "We need to leave," Izuku said, taking his mother's arm and starting to guide her toward the nearest exit. "Right now, but what about the other people?" Inko asked, even as she allowed him to lead her away. "Shouldn't we help somehow?" Maternal instinct to assist others in distress overriding personal safety concerns. Standard heroic response would be to ensure civilian safety first, then investigate and address the source of the threat. But Izuku's abilities were still unstable, still unpredictable, still likely to cause more harm than good if he tried to access them in a crowd full of panicked civilians. The responsible thing was to evacuate his mother and call for professional heroes to handle the situation. The responsible thing felt like cowardice. By the time they reached the festival's perimeter, the situation had escalated into what could only be described as mass hysteria. Families were fleeing in all directions, children were screaming, adults were shouting at each other over imagined slights or perceived threats. The beautiful light displays continued their programmed sequences, creating a surreal contrast between technological celebration and human panic. "Call the police," Izuku told his mother, pulling out his own phone to contact the emergency hero hotline. "Tell them there's some kind of quirk-based attack happening at the festival." But even as he made the call, Izuku knew that by the time heroes arrived to respond, whatever was causing this would be long gone. The attack was too subtle, too easily dismissed as spontaneous crowd psychology rather than deliberate quirk use. And whoever was responsible was almost certainly prepared for the standard hero response protocols. His enhanced cognitive processing was already running through tactical assessments of the situation, identifying optimal intervention strategies, calculating the most efficient ways to neutralize the threat and restore order to the festival grounds. All he had to do was access his enhanced state, let his analytical mind give way to perfect instinctual response, and he could probably resolve the entire situation within minutes. But he'd promised Recovery Girl he wouldn't attempt to use his unstable abilities without medical supervision. He'd assured All Might that he wouldn't risk accessing enhanced states until they better understood the psychological costs. He'd committed to prioritizing his own safety and the safety of others over heroic effectiveness. So instead, he stood at the edge of the festival grounds with his mother, watching hundreds of people flee in terror from an invisible threat, while the hero inside him screamed that he could help if he just stopped being so cautious. This is what emotional distance feels like, he realized. I can see people suffering, I can understand intellectually that intervention would be beneficial, but I can't feel the urgent need to help them that should be driving me to action regardless of personal risk. The thought should have been disturbing. Instead, it was just interesting, data about his own psychological condition filed away for future analysis. 20 minutes later, when the first professional heroes arrived on scene, they found a festival ground in chaos but no clear evidence of villainous activity. No structural damage, no obvious quirk effects, no perpetrator to apprehend. Just hundreds of people who had inexplicably panicked and fled, leaving behind abandoned food, scattered personal belongings, and the continuing glow of festival lights illuminating an empty celebration. The official report would classify it as spontaneous mass hysteria with unknown triggering factors. The media would run stories about social media panic and the psychological effects of large crowds. The festival organizers would implement additional security measures for future events, but Izuku knew they had all missed the point entirely. This hadn't been random panic or social media hysteria. This had been a demonstration, a proof of concept, a villain announcing their presence by showing exactly how much damage they could do without throwing a single punch or causing a single explosion. Whoever had done this had turned the city's moment of shared joy into shared terror, and they had done it so subtly that most people would never even realize they'd been attacked. The train ride home was mostly silent. Inko seemed shaken by the experience, but was trying to rationalize it as some kind of collective panic triggered by overcrowding and holiday stress. Izuku let her maintain that explanation while his enhanced cognitive processing continued analyzing what had actually happened. The emotional manipulation had been precise, sophisticated, and perfectly calibrated to local psychological conditions. Not a blunt instrument that imposed external emotions, but a subtle amplifier that turned natural anxieties into overwhelming fears. The kind of quirk that could destabilize entire communities without leaving any evidence of its use. More disturbing was how effective it had been against him personally. Despite his enhanced awareness, despite his analytical capabilities, despite his growing emotional distance from normal human responses, he had still felt the effects of whatever quirk was being used. The unease, the growing sense of wrongness, the urgent need to flee, all of that had been externally imposed rather than naturally arising from his assessment of the situation. Which meant that his enhanced state wasn't protection against this kind of attack. If anything, his increased sensory sensitivity might make him more vulnerable to emotional manipulation, not less. "Izuku," his mother said as they approached their station, "what you said back there about something not being right, how did you know?" He considered several possible explanations, ranging from complete honesty about his developing abilities to vague references to intuition or hero instincts. What he settled on was something in between. "I've been training with some enhanced sensory techniques," he said. "Part of my quirk development program at UA, it makes me more sensitive to environmental changes, including social and emotional atmospheres." "Enhanced senses," Inko repeated thoughtfully. "That sounds useful for hero work. Sometimes, but it also means I pick up on things that most people would filter out: stress levels, emotional tension, subtle signs that something's wrong." Izuku paused, trying to find words for something he was still figuring out himself. Tonight felt orchestrated, like someone was deliberately manipulating the crowd's emotional state. "You think it was a villain attack? I think it was a test, someone seeing how much chaos they could create without using obvious force or causing visible damage." Izuku stared out the train window at the city lights passing by. "The kind of attack that's almost impossible to prove or prevent using normal hero protocols." Inko shivered slightly. "That's terrifying. The idea that someone could make people feel things that aren't real, make them panic without any actual danger. But that's exactly what emotions often are," Izuku thought but didn't say. "Responses that feel real and urgent, but aren't necessarily connected to objective reality. Fear without actual threats, anger without rational causes, sadness without appropriate triggers." The thought felt cold and clinical, the kind of observation that his enhanced cognitive processing generated automatically, but that his pre-enhancement self would never have considered seriously. Another data point in the ongoing transformation of his psychological profile. Another small step away from normal human emotional experience and toward something more efficient but less recognizably him. Back in his dorm room, Izuku spent an hour researching historical incidents involving large-scale emotional manipulation quirks. The database searches turned up surprisingly few cases. Either this type of ability was extremely rare, or its effects were so subtle that most incidents went unrecognized and unrecorded. What he did find was concerning. 3 cases in the past decade where communities had experienced spontaneous outbreaks of panic, depression, or aggression that had later been traced to individuals with emotion-affecting quirks. In each case, the perpetrator had been able to operate for months or even years before being detected, leaving behind trails of psychological damage that had taken communities years to recover from. The patterns were consistent. Gradual escalation, precise targeting of existing social tensions, attacks designed to look like natural psychological phenomena rather than quirk-based manipulation. And in each case, the villains had eventually moved from demonstration to exploitation, using their abilities to commit larger crimes while their victims were too emotionally compromised to respond effectively. If tonight had indeed been a test, then whoever was responsible was likely planning something bigger, something that would take advantage of the chaos and fear they could generate on demand. Izuku's enhanced analytical capabilities immediately began modeling potential scenarios. Bank robberies during induced panic attacks, kidnappings during periods of artificially amplified depression, terrorist attacks during moments of manufactured rage. The tactical applications were limitless and deeply disturbing. Standard hero response protocols assume villains who use direct force or obvious quirk effects. Someone who can manipulate emotions remotely would be nearly impossible to detect before they struck, almost impossible to counter during their attacks, and extremely difficult to apprehend afterward since their victims wouldn't be reliable witnesses. He should report his suspicions to UA faculty, recommend increased monitoring for emotional manipulation attacks, suggest new training protocols for psychological quirk defense. But all of that would require explaining how he'd recognized the attack in the first place. which would lead to questions about his own developing abilities that he wasn't ready to answer. More problematically, none of his tactical analysis was accompanied by appropriate emotional urgency. He understood intellectually that a villain capable of large-scale emotional manipulation represented a significant threat to public safety, but he couldn't feel alarmed about it. Concerned, yes, in an abstract way, but not afraid, not angry, not driven by the kind of protective instinct that should be motivating immediate action. This is exactly the problem, he realized. I can identify threats and develop response strategies, but I can't feel invested in implementing them. Perfect analysis without emotional investment is just academic exercise. The monitoring device on his wrist showed his coherence index climbing as he worked through the tactical implications. 0.86, 0.88, 0.91. His enhanced cognitive processing was activated not by external stress this time, but by the intellectual challenge of analyzing a complex problem, which suggested that his psychological transformation was accelerating. The enhanced state was becoming his default response to any kind of mental challenge, not just crisis situations. Eventually, if the pattern continued, he would exist permanently in a state of superhuman analytical capability and subhuman emotional responsiveness. Perfectly optimized for heroic effectiveness, perfectly incapable of remembering why heroic effectiveness mattered. As he closed his laptop and prepared for bed, Izuku found himself wondering if the villain who had attacked the festival tonight might actually understand something about the nature of emotions that he was losing track of. Someone who could manipulate fear, anger, and despair so precisely had to have an intimate understanding of how feelings worked, how they connected people to each other and to their own sense of purpose. Meanwhile, Izuku was losing that understanding, one emotional response at a time. Tomorrow, he would investigate further. He would try to identify the perpetrator, develop countermeasures, and work with the appropriate authorities to prevent future attacks. All logical, responsible, heroically appropriate actions. But tonight, lying in bed while his coherence index slowly declined back toward merely superhuman levels, Izuku couldn't shake the uncomfortable suspicion that the villain who had turned hundreds of people's joy into terror might be more emotionally connected to humanity than he was. The irony was fascinating from an analytical perspective. He wished he could feel disturbed by it instead. 3 floors below, in his own dorm room, Bakugo lay awake thinking about 93 seconds of perfect combat technique, delivered without a trace of competitive spirit, friendship, or recognizable human emotion. He'd known Deku longer than anyone else in their class, had seen him angry and afraid and determined and heartbroken and ecstatic, and every other emotion that normal people experienced. Even when they'd been enemies, even when Bakugo had been at his worst, Deku's feelings had always been right there on the surface, obvious, genuine, impossible to fake or hide. Tonight, during their spar, there had been nothing. Perfect reflexes attached to an empty shell, like fighting a robot programmed with Deku's combat data but not his personality. And the worst part was that Bakugo could tell Deku didn't fully understand what he was losing. He talked about it like a medical condition to be managed rather than a fundamental change to who he was as a person. Someone needs to help him before he disappears completely, Bakugo thought. Before he becomes so efficient at being a hero that he forgets why anyone would want to be saved by him. The problem was figuring out how to help someone who was losing the capacity to recognize that he needed help. Outside, the city continued its nighttime rhythm, unaware that somewhere in the darkness, a villain who understood emotions too well was probably planning their next demonstration of how easily human feelings could be weaponized. And in a dorm room at UA Academy, a future hero who understood emotions too little was slowly forgetting what it felt like to care about stopping them. The Winter Illumination Festival had been more than a test of a villain's capabilities. It had been a stark reminder that the line between heroic efficiency and inhuman calculation was thinner than anyone wanted to believe. And some people were dangerously close to crossing it. The emergency alert came through during lunch period, cutting through the normal chatter of the cafeteria like a blade. Izuku's enhanced hearing picked up the dispatch before the PA system activated, his danger sense flickering to life as emergency frequencies crackled with reports of panic at the Kamino shopping district. All available heroes to Kamino district, mass civilian disturbance cause unknown, multiple casualties reported. Midoriya, Endeavor's voice boomed from the faculty table. You're with me. Now, the other students looked up as Izuku abandoned his barely touched lunch and jogged toward the exit. He caught Ururaka's worried expression, Ida's concerned frown, and Bakugo's calculating stare that seemed to be asking whether this was connected to whatever had been happening to him lately. Social dynamics indicate classmates are correlating my recent behavioral changes with increased involvement in emergency response situations. They're beginning to suspect that my condition is more significant than I've admitted. The thought felt distant and analytical even as he processed it, another data point filed away without emotional weight. "Gear up, double time," Endeavor said as they reached the equipment lockers. Reports are coming in of crowd panic, people fleeing the shopping center, but no visible cause. Could be another one of those spontaneous mass hysteria events like at the festival. But Izuku already knew it wasn't spontaneous. His danger sense was providing a clearer picture now, mapping the emotional distress radiating from the district like heat from a fire. The same wrongness he'd felt at the festival, amplified and focused with surgical precision on one of the busiest commercial areas in the city. "It's not hysteria," he said, adjusting his costume's support equipment. "It's the same quirk that hit the festival, emotional manipulation on a large scale." Endeavor paused in his preparations, studying Izuku with sharp eyes. "You're sure? My sensory enhancements are picking up the same patterns. Fear amplification, anxiety multiplication, existing tensions being turned into panic." The words came out clinical and precise, like he was reading from a technical manual rather than describing human suffering. "Whoever did this before is escalating. Then we need to move fast," Endeavor said grimly. "Mass panic in a confined shopping area could turn deadly very quickly." The flight to Kamino district took 8 minutes, but even from several blocks away, Izuku could see the chaos spilling out of the shopping complex. People running in all directions, some carrying belongings, others abandoning everything in their desperation to escape. Emergency vehicles were arriving, but struggling to navigate through the fleeing crowds. "Situation report," Endeavor demanded as they landed near the police cordoning area. "Started about 20 minutes ago," the commanding officer replied, consulting her tablet with hands that shook slightly. Shoppers began panicking for no apparent reason. Reports of fighting, people trampling each other to reach the exits, several injuries from falls and collisions. "Any sign of a perpetrator? That's the problem, there's no one to arrest. No obvious quirk effects, no structural damage, no visible cause for the panic. It's like the entire crowd just lost their minds simultaneously." Izuku's enhanced cognitive processing was already mapping the tactical situation. 3 main entrances to the shopping center, multiple emergency exits, approximately 3,000 people inside when the panic started, roughly 60% evacuation rate so far based on crowd density observations. But more concerning was what his danger sense was telling him about the people still trapped inside. Not just fear, that was obvious from their behavior, but something deeper. Despair, rage, paranoid suspicion turning people against each other. The emotional manipulation wasn't just causing panic, it was systematically destroying the social bonds that normally helped people cooperate during emergencies. "There are still civilians inside," Izuku said, "and they're not just scared, they're being turned against each other. The longer this goes on, the more dangerous it becomes." "Then we go in," Endeavor declared. "Standard search and rescue, prioritize civilian evacuation over perpetrator apprehension." As they approached the main entrance, the full scope of the psychological assault became apparent. Through the glass doors, Izuku could see people huddled in corners, not because they were hiding from physical threats, but because they had become convinced that everyone around them was dangerous. Others were arguing violently over trivial matters, their judgment compromised by artificially amplified anger. A few were simply sitting on the floor, overwhelmed by a despair so profound that they had given up trying to escape. Emotional manipulation is highly sophisticated, his analytical mind noted. Not applying uniform effects but targeting individual psychological vulnerabilities. Fear for those already anxious, rage for those with anger management issues, depression for those predisposed to despair. The clinical assessment felt wrong when applied to human suffering, but Izuku couldn't access the emotional response that should have accompanied watching people in distress. Just tactical analysis of the situation and strategic planning for optimal intervention. "I'll take the main floor," Endeavor said. "You handle the upper level. Remember, civilians first, efficiency second. Don't try anything experimental with your new abilities." The warning came too late. The moment they stepped inside the shopping center, the emotional assault hit Izuku like a physical blow. Unlike at the festival, where the effects had been subtle and gradual, this was a direct attack. Fear crashed through his enhanced sensory processing like a tsunami, followed immediately by waves of rage, despair, and paranoid suspicion. His danger sense exploded with contradictory warnings as his brain tried to process threat assessments while under psychological manipulation. Multiple civilians in immediate danger. Structural hazards from panic-induced property damage. Emotional contamination affecting judgment and decision-making capabilities. Unknown perpetrator location. Environmental hazards from broken glass and debris. The information overload was instant and overwhelming, exactly the kind of sensory chaos that had triggered his enhanced state during the simulation. But this time, instead of mechanical stress tests and holographic civilians, real people were suffering real consequences from his inability to respond effectively under pressure. A woman was trapped beneath an overturned display case, crying for help while other shoppers walked past her like she was invisible, too consumed by their own artificially amplified terrors to notice her distress. A group of teenagers had cornered an elderly man, screaming accusations about him stealing something, their natural adolescent frustration twisted into violent hostility by external manipulation. Near the food court, two families were engaged in what looked like a physical altercation over seating arrangements, parents fighting while their children watched in confused terror. Everywhere Izuku looked, he saw people who needed help, situations that required immediate intervention, crises that were escalating faster than any normal response could handle. His analytical mind started calculating response priorities, resource allocation, optimal intervention sequences. But the calculations were too complex, the variables too numerous, the emotional contamination too severe for conscious decision-making to keep up. So he stopped trying to decide and let his body respond instead. The transition into enhanced awareness was smoother this time, more controlled than during the simulation or the sparring session with Bakugo. Like slipping into warm water, his conscious mind simply stepped back and allowed something more instinctive to take over. Suddenly, the chaos made perfect sense. Every person in the shopping center became a distinct element in a complex tactical puzzle. Their positions, emotional states, movement patterns, vulnerability levels, all of it integrated into a comprehensive situation map that updated in real time as he moved through the space. Black Whip extended from his hands in 6 different directions simultaneously, creating a safety net to catch falling debris while also forming barriers to guide panicked crowds towards safer areas. Float activated automatically to give him the aerial perspective needed to coordinate multiple rescues at once. Fa Jin charged and released in precise sequences, providing exactly the momentum needed to reach each crisis point at optimal timing. The woman trapped under the display case was freed in 3.7 seconds. The debris lifted with calculated force, while Black Whip guided her to a safe evacuation route. The teenagers threatening the elderly man found themselves gently but firmly separated by dark energy that appeared and disappeared before they could understand what had happened, their artificial rage disrupted by the sudden change in physical positioning. The fighting families were surrounded by a barrier of controlled air pressure from careful float manipulation, creating a bubble of calm in the emotional storm that gave them space to remember who they actually were instead of what they were being made to feel. Every action flowed into the next with mechanical precision. No wasted motion, no hesitation, no inefficient emotional responses to slow down optimal tactical execution. In 11 minutes and 32 seconds, Izuku evacuated 47 civilians from the upper level of the shopping center, neutralized 12 separate conflict situations, and cleared debris from 6 blocked emergency exits. Perfect efficiency, 0 casualties, textbook crisis response execution. And then, as he guided the last group of evacuees toward the main exit, something went wrong. His enhanced awareness was tracking everything, every person, every obstacle, every potential hazard in his operational area. But it wasn't tracking the heroes working other sections of the building. Those were external variables, outside his assigned tactical zone, not relevant to his immediate objectives. So when Mount Lady came crashing through the ceiling of the main atrium in pursuit of what she clearly thought was the perpetrator, Izuku's enhanced reflexes treated her exactly the same as any other falling debris, a hazard to be redirected away from civilian populations. Black Whip shot out automatically, wrapping around what his enhanced perception identified as large falling object threatening evacuation route. The dark energy caught Mount Lady mid-fall and yanked her trajectory sideways, away from the group of civilians she would have landed on. It was perfect tactical response, optimal resource allocation, precisely the kind of split-second decision-making that saved lives during complex emergency situations, except that Mount Lady wasn't debris. She was a professional hero in the middle of her own tactical operation, and being suddenly redirected by an unknown force sent her crashing through a support pillar instead of the empty floor she'd been aiming for. The sound of her impact, concrete cracking, metal groaning, the sharp cry of pain from someone who hadn't expected to hit anything solid, cut through Izuku's enhanced state like a physical blow. Suddenly, he wasn't in perfect tactical flow anymore. He was a 17-year-old boy who had just clotheslined a pro hero with his quirk because his enhanced awareness had categorized her as an object instead of a person. What did I just do? The return to normal consciousness was jarring and disorienting, like waking up from a dream where everything made sense to find himself in a reality where nothing did. Mount Lady was pulling herself out of the rubble, blood trickling from rope burns where Blackwhip had caught her, clearly injured but not critically. Around them, the evacuation was proceeding smoothly. The civilians he'd guided to safety were making it out of the building. The crisis situations he'd neutralized stayed resolved. By every objective measure, his intervention had been successful. But Mount Lady was hurt because of his actions, and she was staring at him with a mixture of confusion and anger that made his stomach clench with something that might have been guilt if he could still feel guilt properly. "What the hell was that?" she demanded, favoring her left shoulder as she stood. "I had the situation under control. I'm sorry, I thought you were," Izuku started, then stopped. How could he explain that for 11.5 minutes he hadn't been thinking at all? That his enhanced state processed her as a tactical variable rather than a person with her own objectives and agency. "You thought I was what?" Mount Lady's voice carried the sharp edge of someone who had been hurt by an ally and wanted to know why. "Falling debris," he admitted quietly. "My enhanced awareness doesn't always distinguish between objects and people when I'm responding to crisis situations." The explanation sounded insane even to him, but it was the truth. During enhanced states, his tactical processing reduced everything to variables to be optimized around. Civilians became rescue objectives, obstacles became navigation challenges, and apparently other heroes became trajectory hazards to be managed like any other environmental factor. "Enhanced awareness," Mount Lady repeated, testing her injured shoulder. "Kid, I don't know what kind of training you've been doing, but tagging friendly forces is a basic rookie mistake. That's hero work 101 level stuff." She was right, and they both knew it. No matter how sophisticated his abilities, no matter how effective his crisis response, injuring other heroes because his enhanced state couldn't recognize them as allies was unacceptable. "I know," Izuku said. "I'm sorry. Do you need medical attention? I'll live, but you need to figure out whatever this is before someone gets seriously hurt." Mount Lady's expression softened slightly, professional anger giving way to genuine concern. That level of tactical awareness, those reflexes, it's impressive as hell, but it's also dangerous if you can't control it. Before Izuku could respond, Endeavor's voice cut through their conversation. "We've got the perpetrator." The man they dragged out of the shopping center's maintenance area looked disappointingly ordinary. Medium height, unremarkable build, the kind of face that would disappear in a crowd. Nothing about him suggested someone capable of turning hundreds of people's emotions into weapons. But the moment he came into view, Izuku felt the wrongness in the air begin to dissipate. The artificial fear and rage that had been saturating the shopping center faded like smoke, leaving behind only the natural stress and confusion of people trying to understand what had happened to them. "Hayato Nakamura," Endeavor announced as the police led the man away in quirk suppression restraints. "Goes by Cantor. His quirk is called Resonance. He can amplify and broadcast emotional frequencies across large areas." "How does it work?" Izuku asked, his analytical mind immediately engaging with the technical details despite his growing fatigue from the enhanced state crash. He attunes to the existing emotional baseline of a crowd, then selectively amplifies specific feelings while suppressing others. Fear becomes terror, irritation becomes rage, sadness becomes despair. But he's not creating new emotions, just turning the volume up on what's already there. The explanation made perfect sense from a tactical perspective. Much more sophisticated than simple mind control and almost impossible to detect unless you knew what to look for. No wonder the festival incident had been dismissed as spontaneous hysteria. "Why target shopping centers?" Mount Lady asked, still favoring her injured shoulder. "If he wanted to cause maximum chaos, there are bigger crowds at sports events, concerts, political rallies. Because shopping centers represent something specific. Endeavor said grimly. Community gathering spaces where people come together peacefully. Places where families feel safe, where social bonds are naturally strong. He's not just causing panic, he's attacking the idea that people can trust each other in public spaces. As they watched Cantor being loaded into the police transport, the man turned back toward them with a smile that was both genuine and deeply unsettling. "Perfect technique," he called out, his voice carrying clearly across the distance. "But can you save people who don't want to be saved by someone who can't feel why saving them matters?" The words were clearly directed at Izuku, and they hit like a physical blow. Somehow, during the 11.5 minutes of enhanced awareness, Cantor had been watching him work, analyzing his methods, his capabilities, his weaknesses. And apparently, he had identified the same problem that everyone else was starting to notice. That Izuku was becoming incredibly effective at heroic actions while losing track of what made those actions heroic rather than just efficient. "Don't let him get in your head," Endeavor said quietly as the transport pulled away. "Psychological manipulation is his specialty. He's trying to undermine your confidence." But Izuku wasn't sure Cantor was wrong. During the enhanced state, he had saved 47 people not because he cared about their well-being, but because civilian rescue was his assigned tactical objective. He had neutralized conflict situations not because he felt compassion for the victims, but because crisis resolution was an optimal resource allocation strategy. The results had been identical to genuine heroic action. The civilians were safe, the conflicts were resolved, the crisis was ended successfully. But the motivation had been entirely different, and apparently, that difference was visible to anyone who knew how to look for it. The debrief at UA was awkward in ways that Izuku hadn't anticipated. Not just the expected discussion of his tactical decisions and the incident with Mount Lady, but uncomfortable questions about his psychological state during the enhanced awareness period. "You evacuated 47 civilians in 11 minutes, Recovery Girl said, consulting her medical readouts. "That's not just impressive, it's mathematically optimized to a degree that suggests inhuman processing speeds. But you also injured a professional hero because you didn't recognize her as friendly," Aizawa added. "Which suggests your enhanced state prioritizes tactical efficiency over situational awareness." "It's not that simple," Izuku protested. "During the enhanced state, I'm aware of everything in my operational area. But Mount Lady was outside that area, so my processing didn't classify her as a person," All Might interrupted gently. "You classified her as an environmental hazard instead of as a fellow hero with her own objectives." The accuracy of the observation was uncomfortable, but Izuku couldn't deny it. During enhanced states, his tactical processing did tend to reduce everything to variables in an optimization problem. People became rescue objectives, obstacles became navigation challenges, and other heroes became what? Interference patterns to be managed. "The Commission is concerned," Aizawa continued. "Reports of a UA student with unprecedented tactical capabilities and potential control issues are raising questions about our training protocols and oversight procedures." "What kind of questions?" "The kind that result in mandatory supervision requirements and restricted operational parameters," All Might said grimly. "They want to know if you're safe to operate independently, or if your enhanced abilities pose a risk to other heroes and civilians." The implications were clear. If the Hero Commission decided that his abilities were too unpredictable or too dangerous, they could restrict his internship opportunities, require constant supervision during training exercises, or even suspend his hero course enrollment entirely. "They're scheduling a formal evaluation for next week," Recovery Girl added. "Full psychological assessment, combat capability testing, decision-making analysis under stress conditions. They want to determine whether your enhanced state is something that can be safely integrated into standard hero operations. And if they decide it can't be, then you'll have to choose," Aizawa said bluntly. "Either find a way to control these abilities completely, or stop using them altogether." The ultimatum hung in the air like a challenge. Complete control or total abandonment, no middle ground, no gradual development, no room for the kind of mistakes that were normal parts of learning new skills. From the Commission's perspective, this is entirely reasonable, his analytical mind noted. Enhanced abilities that can't be reliably controlled represent unacceptable risks to public safety and operational coordination. Standard protocol would be to restrict such abilities until full mastery is demonstrated. But from his perspective, it felt like being asked to choose between becoming the hero he was capable of being and remaining the person he wanted to be. Because he was beginning to suspect that achieving complete control of his enhanced state might require letting go of the last fragments of normal human emotional response that he was still clinging to. Perfect control meant perfect emotional detachment. And perfect emotional detachment meant becoming exactly the kind of hero that Cantor had described. Someone who could save people efficiently but couldn't remember why saving people mattered. As he walked back to the dormitory, Izuku found himself thinking about the 47 civilians he'd evacuated during the shopping center crisis. 47 people who had gone home to their families because of his intervention. 47 lives that had been improved by his enhanced capabilities. But when he tried to feel satisfaction about that outcome, tried to access the warmth and pride that should have accompanied successful heroic action, he found only clinical acknowledgement of tactical objectives completed successfully. The results were identical to genuine heroic satisfaction. But the emotional experience was completely different, and that difference was becoming harder and harder to ignore. 1 week to prove he could be both perfectly effective and perfectly human. He was starting to suspect that might be impossible. Izuku was expecting another clinical evaluation when he walked into the training room, another series of tests designed to quantify his psychological deterioration and measure his tactical effectiveness. What he found instead was a small, elderly man in a yellow costume sitting cross-legged on the floor, apparently asleep. "Gran Torino," Izuku said, recognizing the legendary hero despite having only met him once before. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you to stop thinking so loud," Gran Torino replied without opening his eyes. "Been sitting here for 20 minutes listening to your brain buzz like a broken air conditioner from 3 hallways away." The observation was uncomfortably accurate. Even during supposedly calm moments, Izuku's enhanced cognitive processing maintained a constant low-level hum of analysis and pattern recognition that he'd grown so accustomed to that he barely noticed it anymore. "All Might called me," Gran Torino continued, finally opening one eye to look at him. "Said you were having trouble with some kind of enhanced state that was turning you into an emotionless combat robot. Figured I might be able to help. How? By teaching you the most important lesson in hero work, how to get out of your own way." Gran Torino stood up with surprising agility for someone his age. "But first, we're going to have to break some bad habits you've been developing." Before Izuku could ask what he meant, the old hero moved, not with his usual ricocheting jet propulsion, but with simple, precise footwork that somehow put him directly in Izuku's blind spot faster than enhanced reflexes could track. "Activate your enhanced state," Gran Torino said from behind him. "I don't think that's a good idea. Recovery Girl said I shouldn't." "I didn't ask what Recovery Girl said. I asked you to activate your enhanced state." Izuku turned around to face him, but Gran Torino had already moved again, this time to his left side, just outside the range of his peripheral vision. "I can't just turn it on," Izuku explained. "It requires specific conditions, sensory overload, crisis situations, genuine stress." "Exactly the problem," Gran Torino interrupted, appearing in front of him with his arms crossed. "You're treating it like something that happens to you instead of something you do, like you're a passenger in your own body waiting for the right trigger instead of the driver making conscious choices. But during the enhanced state, conscious choice isn't really." "Stop," Gran Torino held up a hand. "Right there, that attitude, that's what's killing your humanity. You think consciousness and enhanced ability are mutually exclusive. Either you're thinking normally and limited by human reflexes, or you're transcending normal thought and losing your personality in the process. Isn't that how it works? Kid, I've been using Jet for 70 years. You think I'm running calculations about thrust vectors and momentum conservation every time I bounce off a wall? You think I'm consciously deciding which direction to ricochet in the middle of combat?" The question caught Izuku off guard. He'd always assumed that Gran Torino's incredible mobility required constant tactical analysis and precise calculation of physics variables. "But you when you're using your quirk," Izuku said slowly. "You don't become some kind of emotionless tactical system." "Exactly, and you know why?" Gran Torino grinned, the expression both mischievous and wise. "Because I learned how to let my quirk flow through me instead of trying to control every aspect of how it worked." He gestured for Izuku to sit down on the training room floor. "The problem with you analytical types is that you think mastery means understanding every variable and controlling every outcome. But real mastery, the kind that doesn't cost your soul, is about learning when to let go of control while still maintaining intention. I don't understand the difference. Control is forcing your quirk to do exactly what you consciously decide it should do. Intention is choosing what you want to accomplish and trusting your training to find the best way to make it happen." Gran Torino sat across from him, his expression growing more serious. During your enhanced state, you're letting go of control but also abandoning intention. You're not choosing what to accomplish, you're just optimizing whatever variables your brain happens to be processing. The distinction felt important, but Izuku wasn't sure he grasped the practical implications. So how do I maintain intention during enhanced states? By practicing intention during normal states first. By learning how to act from purpose instead of from analysis, even when your brain is running at normal human speeds. Gran Torino stood up and walked to the center of the training room. We're going to start with something simple. I want you to catch me. Catch you, using one for all, but without your enhanced state and without analyzing my movement patterns. Just catch me. Gran Torino activated his jet quirk and immediately began bouncing around the room at high speed. But here's the thing, I want you to catch me because you want to help me, not because catching me is a tactical objective. What do you mean? Pretend I'm a civilian who's panicking and running into danger, Gran Torino called out as he ricocheted off the walls. You need to catch me not to complete a mission, but because you care about my safety and want to help me. The exercise sounded simple in theory, but proved almost impossible in practice. The moment Izuku activated One for All and started trying to intercept Gran Torino's erratic movement patterns, his enhanced cognitive processing kicked in automatically. Trajectory calculations, velocity predictions, optimal intercept courses, all the analytical tools that had become second nature over the past weeks. But the more he analyzed, the more elusive Gran Torino became. Not because the old hero was moving faster or more unpredictably, but because Izuku's calculated approach was exactly the wrong methodology for catching someone whose movement style was built around being impossible to predict through normal tactical analysis. Stop thinking and start caring, Gran Torino shouted as he bounced off the ceiling. I'm not a physics problem, I'm a person who needs help. Izuku tried to shift his mental approach, tried to access genuine concern for Gran Torino's well-being rather than tactical interest in solving the intercept problem. But the emotional response felt artificial, performative, like he was acting out care rather than feeling it. After 15 minutes of failed attempts, he finally stopped trying altogether and just stood in the middle of the room, breathing hard and frustrated with his inability to complete such a straightforward exercise. I can't do it, he admitted. When I try to feel concerned about your safety, it doesn't feel real, and when I try to analyze your movement patterns, you just get faster. Good, Gran Torino said, landing lightly in front of him. That's the first honest thing you've said since I got here. Good. You just admitted that your emotional responses feel artificial, which means you're aware that something has changed about how you process feelings. That's progress. Gran Torino's expression was surprisingly gentle. Most people who lose touch with their emotions don't even realize it's happening. But I still can't catch you, because you're trying to force yourself to feel something instead of letting yourself remember what feeling used to be like. Gran Torino sat down again, patting the floor next to him. Tell me about the first time you saved someone, not the tactical details, not the quirk mechanics, just what it felt like. Izuku thought back to his first real rescue, a little girl who had fallen into a river during a flash flood before he'd even received One for All. He'd jumped in without thinking, without analyzing the risks or calculating optimal approach vectors, just pure instinct driven by the inability to watch someone drown. It felt like I didn't have a choice, he said slowly. Not because I was forced to act, but because not acting wasn't an option I could live with. There, Gran Torino said quietly. That feeling, that's intention. That's what you're trying to get back to. Over the next week, Gran Torino put Izuku through exercises that had nothing to do with enhanced states or superhuman abilities, and everything to do with remembering why heroic action mattered in the first place. They spent hours in meditation, but not the analytical mindfulness that Endeavor had taught him. Instead, Gran Torino guided him through practices designed to access emotional memories without trying to think about them, to remember what it felt like to care about things without needing to justify why caring was tactically useful. The goal isn't to eliminate analysis, Gran Torino explained during one of their sessions. Analysis is useful, necessary even. The goal is to put analysis in service of something deeper than tactical optimization. They worked on simple exercises that had surprisingly complex emotional dimensions. Catching falling objects while maintaining awareness of why protecting things from damage mattered. Moving through obstacle courses while staying connected to the satisfaction of physical accomplishment. Using One for All at various percentages while keeping track of how power felt different from strength. Most importantly, they practiced accessing enhanced reflexes without abandoning conscious intention. Not the full enhanced state that had proven so problematic, but brief moments of heightened awareness that maintained connection to normal human emotional responses. It's like soft focus, Izuku said after his first successful attempt. Enhanced capabilities, but not enhanced detachment. Exactly, you're learning to upgrade your abilities without downgrading your humanity. The progress was gradual but noticeable. His baseline cognitive processing remained elevated, but the emotional distance that had been growing stronger each day began to stabilize. He still couldn't feel things with the same intensity as before the simulation chamber incident, but he could at least recognize when he should be feeling something and make an effort to connect with whatever emotional response was available. All Might joined them for the second week of training, bringing with him a vulnerability that Izuku had rarely seen from his mentor. "I want to share something with you," All Might said as they sat together in the quiet training room after an afternoon session. "Something I've never told anyone else, not even Gran Torino." He pulled out the same worn notebook that he'd shown Izuku weeks earlier, opening it to a page covered in what looked like personal affirmations and daily reflections. "During the worst period of my career, when the pressure of being the symbol of peace was threatening to consume everything I was as a person, I developed something I called my humanity check. Every morning, before I did anything else, I would spend exactly 5 minutes reminding myself who I was underneath the symbol." All Might's voice carried a weight of remembered pain that made Izuku pay attention in ways that went beyond his enhanced analytical processing. "I would ask myself 4 questions. What am I grateful for? What am I looking forward to? Who do I want to see today? What made me smile yesterday?" All Might's finger traced the questions written in his careful handwriting. Simple things, but they kept me connected to Toshinori Yagi when everything else was trying to turn me into just All Might. Did it work? Sometimes. Other times, I would go through the motions without feeling anything genuine, just checking boxes because I knew it was supposed to help. All Might's expression grew sad. "But even during the worst periods, when I felt like an actor playing the role of myself, maintaining the ritual kept some part of my original personality alive. Like a seed waiting for better conditions to grow again." He tore out a fresh page and handed it to Izuku along with a pen. "I want you to try this. Not because I think it will solve everything, but because it might give you something to hold on to while your abilities continue evolving." Izuku took the paper, feeling the weight of what All Might was offering him. Not just a technique or a training method, but a piece of his mentor's own struggle with maintaining humanity under superhuman conditions. "Write down today's answers," All Might said gently. "Even if they don't feel genuine, even if you're just going through the motions. Sometimes the motion comes before the emotion." "What am I grateful for?" Izuku stared at the question, trying to access genuine gratitude rather than just intellectual acknowledgement of positive circumstances. After several minutes, he wrote, "Gran Torino taking time to help me remember how to feel things. What am I looking forward to?" This one was harder. His enhanced cognitive processing could predict likely future events with uncomfortable accuracy, turning anticipation into analysis rather than excitement. But somewhere beneath the tactical forecasting, he found something that might have been genuine curiosity, finding out if I can learn to be both enhanced and human. "Who do I want to see today?" The answer surprised him with its immediacy. "My mom. What made me smile yesterday?" He had to think for several minutes, scanning through memories of the previous day with increasing concern. Training sessions, medical evaluations, progress assessments, all important, all necessary, but none of them generating genuine positive emotional responses. Finally, he remembered a moment during lunch when Kaminari had accidentally shorted out his phone while trying to show everyone a funny video. And Bakugo had just stared at him with such perfectly timed exasperation that even Todoroki had cracked a smile. "Watching my classmates be themselves," he wrote, "even when they don't know I'm paying attention." The exercise felt artificial at first, like emotional homework rather than genuine self-reflection. But as he worked through the questions, Izuku noticed something shifting in his mental processing. Not a return to full emotional capacity, but a kind of soft awareness of what feelings used to be like, combined with curiosity about whether those feelings might be accessible again with practice. "Good," All Might said, reading over his answers. "Tomorrow, same questions, but I want you to spend a few seconds after each answer just sitting with whatever you wrote. Not analyzing it, not judging whether it's correct or sufficient, just acknowledging that this is where you are right now." That evening, instead of going straight back to his dorm room for another night of solitary analysis and cognitive monitoring, Izuku found himself calling his mother. Izuku, her voice carried the warm surprise that he'd been missing without realizing it. 2 calls in 1 week, I'm starting to think something is wrong. Nothing's wrong, he said, then caught himself. Actually, that's not true. Some things are wrong, but I'm working on them. I wanted to hear your voice. Oh, the simple word carried so much maternal love that Izuku felt something crack open in his chest, some small space where genuine feeling might be able to take root again. Well, I'm glad you called. How was your day? For the next 40 minutes, they talked about nothing consequential. His mother's work at the office, a new recipe she was trying, a funny story about their neighbor's cat, Izuku's classes and training in general terms that didn't require explaining the complex psychological implications of his developing abilities. Normal conversation. The kind of mundane human connection that his enhanced cognitive processing had been categorizing as inefficient, but that his original personality had always treasured. Mom, he said as the conversation wound down, can I ask you something? Of course, sweetie. Do you think it's possible to become too good at something? Like so focused on being excellent that you forget why excellence matters? His mother was quiet for a moment, considering the question with the seriousness it deserved. I think, she said finally, that anything taken to an extreme can become its own opposite. Even good things, when they become the only things, stop being good. What do you mean? Well, like dedication. Dedication is wonderful. It's how you've accomplished so much with your hero training. But if dedication becomes the only thing that matters, if it takes over your entire life, then it stops being a virtue and becomes a prison. The metaphor felt uncomfortably accurate. His enhanced abilities were undoubtedly valuable, potentially world-changing in their implications for heroic effectiveness. But if developing those abilities required abandoning everything else that made him who he was, then what was the point? The trick, his mother continued, is remembering that you're a person first and a hero second. Your heroic abilities exist to serve your humanity, not the other way around. After they hung up, Izuku sat in his room thinking about the conversation. Not analyzing it, not extracting tactical insights or psychological implications, just remembering what it felt like to be loved by someone who cared about Izuku Midoriya rather than about one for all successor or the student with unprecedented abilities. His coherence index, which had been hovering around 0.85 for most of the day, slowly settled back to 0.72. Still elevated compared to normal human baselines, but no longer climbing toward dangerous territory. The breakthrough came during his 3rd week of training with Gran Torino in the most unexpected way possible. They were working on combat applications of soft focus enhancement, maintaining emotional connection while accessing heightened reflexes and tactical awareness. Izuku had been making steady progress, managing to sustain brief periods of enhanced capability without completely disconnecting from his feelings, when Gran Torino suddenly changed the parameters of the exercise. New scenario, the old hero announced. I'm not a practice target anymore. I'm Bakugo and I'm in serious danger. Before Izuku could ask what he meant, Gran Torino activated his jet quirk and immediately slammed himself into one of the training room's walls, hard enough to simulate being thrown by a villain's attack. Help me, Gran Torino called out, his voice carrying genuine distress that was unmistakably authentic. Can't move, something's wrong with my leg, villain's coming back. The scenario was obviously artificial, but something in Gran Torino's tone, something in the way he was holding his body, triggered an emotional response that Izuku hadn't experienced in weeks. Not analytical concern about tactical objectives, not clinical assessment of crisis parameters, just pure, immediate, visceral need to help someone he cared about who was in danger. Hold on, Izuku said, moving toward Gran Torino without conscious decision or tactical planning. One for all activated automatically, not at calculated percentages designed for optimal efficiency, but at whatever level felt right for reaching someone who needed help as quickly as possible. Black Whip extended not according to predetermined trajectory calculations, but guided by instinctive understanding of the most direct path to provide assistance. For 37 seconds, Izuku operated in a state of enhanced awareness that maintained perfect emotional connection to his actions. Every movement was optimized for speed and precision, but the optimization was guided by care rather than by tactical analysis. He could feel his concern for Gran Torino's well-being, his determination to provide help, his relief when he confirmed that the injury was simulated rather than real. Enhanced capabilities in service of genuine human emotion, rather than enhanced capabilities that eliminated human emotion entirely. There, Gran Torino said, sitting up with a grin that was equal parts pride and relief. That's what we've been working toward. Enhanced awareness that makes you more yourself, not less. Izuku stared at his hands, still crackling with One for All's energy, feeling something he hadn't experienced since before the simulation chamber incident. Genuine satisfaction with his own performance that had nothing to do with tactical metrics or efficiency ratings. I could feel everything, he said quietly. The enhanced reflexes, the tactical awareness, the predictive processing, all of it was there. But I could also feel why it mattered, why helping you was important beyond just completing an objective. That's soft focus, Gran Torino confirmed. Enhanced ability without enhanced detachment. Power that serves your values instead of replacing them. The distinction felt profound in ways that Izuku was still processing. For weeks, he'd been thinking about his enhanced state as something that required abandoning conscious choice and emotional connection. But what he'd just experienced suggested that the opposite might be true, that his abilities could actually amplify his humanity rather than override it, if he approached them with the right intention. How long can I maintain it? That depends on how well you remember what you're fighting for, Gran Torino said. Soft focus isn't about controlling your emotions or suppressing your analysis. It's about staying connected to your original motivation, even when your capabilities transcend normal human limits. As they concluded the training session, Izuku felt something that had been missing for weeks. Genuine excitement about his developing abilities. Not because they made him more efficient or tactically superior, but because they might allow him to help people in ways he'd never imagined possible while remaining fundamentally himself. The enhanced state wasn't the enemy of his humanity. The detachment was. And detachment, unlike enhancement, was a choice he could learn to avoid making. That night, Izuku completed All Might's daily questions with something approaching genuine feeling for the first time since the simulation chamber incident. What am I grateful for? Learning that my abilities don't have to cost my soul. What am I looking forward to? Finding out how much I can help people when I'm both enhanced and human. Who do I want to see today? All of my classmates, because I think I'm finally ready to be their friend again, instead of just analyzing their behavioral patterns. What made me smile yesterday? Realizing that I can still care about people even when I'm moving faster than thought. The answers felt more authentic than anything he'd written in weeks, not because his emotional capacity had been fully restored, but because he was finally approaching his feelings as things to be cultivated rather than as inefficiencies to be optimized away. As he settled into bed, the monitoring device on his wrist showed his coherence index stabilizing around 0.75. Elevated but sustainable, enhanced but not inhuman. Tomorrow, he would continue working with Gran Torino on integrating soft focus enhancement with combat applications. He would practice All Might's humanity check until it became second nature. He would make an effort to reconnect with his classmates as friends rather than as behavioral patterns to be predicted and managed. But tonight, for the first time in weeks, Izuku went to sleep feeling genuinely hopeful about his future rather than just analytically optimistic about probable outcomes. The enhanced state was still there, still growing stronger, still capable of transcending normal human limitations in ways that could revolutionize heroic effectiveness. The difference was that now he knew how to use it without losing himself in the process. The cost of calm didn't have to be his humanity. It could be something much simpler and much more manageable. The cost of learning when to hold on and when to let go, when to analyze and when to feel, when to optimize and when to simply care. He was finally beginning to understand the difference. The evacuation drill was supposed to be routine. Monthly safety protocol, standard procedure, the kind of exercise that UA students could practically run in their sleep after 2 years of practice. Izuku was actually looking forward to it, a chance to test his newly developed soft focus enhancement in a controlled environment, to prove to himself and others that his recent training with Gran Torino had stabilized his abilities. The irony wasn't lost on him that his overconfidence was about to become the very thing that nearly destroyed everything he'd worked to rebuild. The alarm started at 2:47 p.m., cutting through advanced hero theory class with its familiar urgent tone. But instead of the standard evacuation signal they all knew by heart, this was something different, a complex pattern of short and long blasts that indicated external threat with unknown parameters. Real drill, not a test, Aizawa announced, his voice cutting through the immediate chatter of confused students. Reports of a potential villain attack targeting emergency response protocols. I want standard evacuation procedure, but stay alert for anything unusual. Izuku felt his enhanced senses immediately kick into high gear, mapping the emotional landscape of the classroom and the broader school environment. His classmates' confusion, Aizawa's controlled tension, the elevated stress levels radiating from faculty members throughout the building, all of it painted a picture of genuine concern rather than routine exercise. And underneath it all, familiar wrongness that made his danger sense flicker to life with increasing intensity. "It's him," Izuku said quietly, recognizing the emotional signature from the festival and the shopping center. "Cantor. He's targeting the evacuation routes." "You're sure?" Todoroki asked, already moving toward the classroom exit with characteristic efficiency. "Positive. The emotional manipulation pattern is identical, but more focused this time. He's not trying to cause general panic, he's trying to disrupt our ability to evacuate safely." The tactical implications were immediately clear to everyone in the room. An attack specifically designed to interfere with emergency procedures wasn't about causing random chaos. It was about creating conditions where heroes would be forced to choose between following safety protocols and responding to immediate threats. "Which means this is a trap," Bakugo said grimly, his gauntlets already sparking with small explosions. "He wants heroes to abandon standard procedures so he can catch them out of position." As they moved through the hallways toward their designated evacuation route, the evidence of Cantor's psychological assault became increasingly apparent. Students from other classes were moving erratically, some too fast, driven by artificially amplified urgency, others too slow, paralyzed by manufactured indecision. Teachers were struggling to maintain order while fighting their own enhanced emotional responses to the crisis. But most concerning was what Izuku's danger sense was telling him about the evacuation routes themselves. The main exits were registering as hazardous not because of physical threats, but because of the emotional chaos Cantor was broadcasting specifically in those areas. Students trying to evacuate were being hit with waves of confusion, fear, and paranoid suspicion that were turning orderly procedures into dangerous bottlenecks. "The emergency exits are compromised," Izuku reported to Aizawa through his earpiece. "Cantor's focusing his quirk on the evacuation choke points. People are getting trapped not by physical obstacles, but by psychological manipulation that's making them unable to trust the exit routes." "Recommendation?" Aizawa's voice was calm but tense. "Alternative evacuation paths through less obvious routes. Avoid main corridors and emergency exits until we can neutralize the source." "Understood. Coordinate with your class, guide them through secondary routes." "And Midoriya, yes, don't try anything experimental. This is not the time for testing new abilities." The warning came too late. Even as Aizawa spoke, Izuku could feel his enhanced cognitive processing ramping up in response to the crisis conditions. The complex tactical environment, the multiple variables requiring simultaneous management, the life-or-death stakes, all of it was triggering the same state transitions that had proven so problematic in previous situations. But this time felt different. The weeks of training with Gran Torino, the development of soft focus enhancement, the restored connection between his abilities and his emotional motivations, all of that should have made him more stable, more controlled, more capable of accessing enhanced states without losing his humanity. "I can handle this," he thought as he guided his classmates through an alternate route toward the less crowded west exit. "I know how to maintain emotional connection now. I can access enhanced awareness without becoming detached." The transition into soft focus felt smooth and natural. Enhanced reflexes, elevated tactical processing, predictive awareness of environmental hazards, all the capabilities he developed over the past months, but filtered through genuine concern for his classmates' safety rather than clinical optimization of evacuation efficiency. For the first minute and a half, everything worked perfectly. He could feel his care for Ururaka as he guided her around a group of panicked first-years. He could sense his protective instincts toward Ida as he helped the class representative coordinate with other evacuation groups. He could even access his complex feelings about Bakugo, worry, rivalry, friendship, respect, as he worked with his childhood friend to manage crowd flow through the secondary corridors. Enhanced awareness in service of genuine human connection, exactly what Gran Torino had taught him to strive for. But then Cantor escalated. The emotional assault that had been focused on the main evacuation routes suddenly expanded, flooding the entire school with psychological manipulation so intense that Izuku's danger sense exploded with contradictory warnings. Not just fear and confusion anymore, but rage, despair, paranoid suspicion, and something else. a kind of emotional static that interfered with normal psychological processing in ways he'd never experienced before. Students throughout the building began turning on each other, not physically violent, but suspicious and hostile in ways that made cooperation impossible. Teachers found themselves unable to trust their own judgment about safety procedures. Even his classmates, who had been working together smoothly just moments before, began questioning each other's motives and decisions. Too much input, Izuku's analytical mind noted as the sensory overload hit him like a physical blow. Emotional manipulation combined with standard crisis stress exceeding processing thresholds. Enhanced state becoming unstable. But instead of stepping back, instead of reducing his cognitive enhancement to manageable levels, Izuku made the critical mistake of trying to push deeper into enhanced awareness to compensate for the additional complexity. If I can access the deeper state, if I can integrate danger sense more fully with autonomous movement processing, I can cut through the emotional manipulation and coordinate an effective response. The transition from soft focus to full enhanced awareness happened gradually at first. Tactical processing expanding to encompass more variables, predictive modeling extending further into probable futures, sensory input filtering becoming more sophisticated to handle the psychological interference from Cantor's quirk. For 2 minutes and 11 seconds, it worked brilliantly. Izuku moved through the school like a force of nature, coordinating evacuation routes with mathematical precision while maintaining perfect awareness of every student's emotional state and physical position. He guided panicked first years to safety, while simultaneously tracking the movement patterns of faculty members and analyzing the optimal distribution of resources across multiple crisis zones. Blackwhip extended in 17 different directions simultaneously, creating safe corridors through crowds that were becoming increasingly volatile under Cantor's influence. Float allowed him to access vertical space for better situational awareness while maintaining ground-level coordination. Fajin stored and released kinetic energy in precisely calculated bursts that cleared obstacles and guided crowd flow without anyone realizing they were being physically directed. Every action flowed into the next with mechanical perfection. Every decision optimized for maximum safety and minimum chaos. Every intervention calibrated to address immediate needs while preventing secondary problems from developing. It was beautiful, flawless, inhuman, and unsustainable. The crash when it came was catastrophic, not the gradual decline he'd experienced before, not the simple exhaustion that followed earlier enhanced states. This was total neurological shutdown, like someone had pulled the plug on every system in his brain simultaneously. One moment he was operating at superhuman levels of awareness and capability, coordinating the evacuation of 300 students with perfect efficiency. The next moment he was collapsing in the middle of a crowded hallway, completely blind, his entire body convulsing with tremors that felt like electrical feedback from overloaded neural pathways. The physical symptoms were bad enough: violent shaking, temporary loss of vision, muscles that wouldn't respond to conscious control. But worse was the complete absence of emotional experience. Not the muted feelings he'd been dealing with for weeks, not the analytical distance that had become his normal state, but absolute emotional void. Like someone had surgically removed his capacity for caring about anything at all. He could hear his classmates calling his name, could sense their growing panic as they realized something was seriously wrong. But their voices felt distant and meaningless, like background noise from another dimension. 7 minutes. 7 minutes of complete incapacitation while chaos erupted around him. 7 minutes during which Cantor's psychological assault continued unopposed. 7 minutes when his classmates, the people he'd been trying so hard to reconnect with, saw their strongest member reduced to a twitching, unresponsive shell of himself. When consciousness finally returned, Izuku found himself surrounded by worried faces and the kind of silence that meant something terrible had happened while he was gone. Deku, Ururaka's voice was carefully controlled, but he could see the fear in her eyes. "Can you hear me? He tried to sit up and immediately regretted it as his head spun and his vision blurred. What happened? "How long was I?" 7 minutes, Ida said, his usual precision carrying an edge of something that might have been anger. 7 minutes of complete unresponsiveness while the evacuation fell apart around us. "Cantor, gone," Bakugo said flatly. "Vanished the moment you went down, like he'd gotten whatever data he came for." The implications hit Izuku like physical blows. Not only had his overconfidence led to total system failure at the worst possible moment, but Cantor had been watching. Studying, learning exactly how much stress it took to break his enhanced abilities and leave him completely vulnerable. The evacuation, we managed, Todoroki interrupted quietly. Barely. But not because of any heroic leadership or tactical coordination. Because Aizawa pulled every teacher in the school to manually guide students to safety while you were offline. The clinical term stung because it was accurate. For 7 minutes, he hadn't been unconscious or injured or overwhelmed. He'd been offline, like a computer that had crashed under too much processing load. "I'm sorry," Izuku said, though the words felt inadequate. "I thought I could handle the deeper enhancement, thought the training with Gran Torino had made me stable enough to..." "To what?" Bakugo's voice carried the kind of controlled fury that was somehow worse than his usual explosive anger. "To risk everyone's safety on an untested ability, to use a school full of people as test subjects for your experimental consciousness states. That's not what I was trying to." "That's exactly what you were trying to do," Ida said, his engine exhausts releasing small puffs of steam that indicated barely contained emotional stress. "You deliberately accessed an enhanced state during a crisis situation, against explicit medical advice without backup or oversight. Because people needed help, people needed you to follow evacuation protocols," Ururaka said quietly. "Not to experiment with dangerous abilities that might leave you catatonic in the middle of an emergency." The criticism felt wrong and right simultaneously. Yes, he'd taken risks that had backfired spectacularly. Yes, his overconfidence had led to exactly the kind of system failure that everyone had been warning him about. But he'd also been responding to genuine danger, trying to use his abilities to help people who were being psychologically manipulated by a villain's quirk. "Except that's not really why you did it," a small voice in the back of his mind observed. "You did it because you wanted to prove that your enhanced state was under control. You used the crisis as an excuse to test capabilities you knew were unstable." The thought was uncomfortable enough that he tried to push it away, but it kept returning with the persistent logic of truth. He had been testing his abilities, using the evacuation emergency as cover for experimentation that he'd been specifically warned against attempting. The medical evaluation was worse than the immediate aftermath. Recovery Girl's assessment was clinical and devastating in its precision. "Complete neurological overload," she explained as she reviewed his test results. "Your brain attempted to process information at levels that exceeded not just normal human capacity, but the enhanced thresholds we'd previously documented. How long was I actually in the enhanced state? 2 minutes and 11 seconds. But during that time, your neural activity was measuring at coherence levels we didn't think were survivable for conscious organisms." Recovery Girl showed him the readouts, which looked more like seismic data than brain scans. Coherence index peaked at 0.97, higher than we've ever recorded in any living creature. And the crash protection protocol. Your brain essentially performed an emergency shutdown to prevent permanent damage from continued operation at impossible processing levels. Recovery Girl's expression was grim. "If you'd maintained that state for even 30 seconds longer, we would likely be looking at irreversible neural damage." The numbers were sobering, but what disturbed Izuku more was the emotional flatness with which he received the information. He understood intellectually that he'd come close to destroying his own mind, that his reckless experimentation had put himself and others at serious risk. But he couldn't feel appropriately alarmed or guilty about it. "The emotional blunting is worse too," Recovery Girl continued. "Whatever progress you'd made with Gran Torino's training appears to have been completely reversed by the overload event. Meaning you're back to baseline emotional responsiveness from before the training began. Possibly worse." She made notes in his file with the kind of careful precision that suggested she was documenting something for official review. "I'm recommending immediate suspension from all training activities pending comprehensive psychological evaluation." "You can't." "I can and I am." "Izuku, you just demonstrated that your enhanced abilities can render you completely incapacitated without warning. That makes you a liability in any crisis situation, not an asset." The clinical assessment felt wrong, but Izuku couldn't generate the emotional energy to argue against it effectively. From a tactical standpoint, Recovery Girl was absolutely correct. Abilities that could cause total system failure at critical moments were worse than useless. How long? Until the commission completes their evaluation. Could be days, could be weeks. Recovery Girl's tone softened slightly. "I know this feels like punishment, but it's protection, for you and for everyone around you." The commission hearing was scheduled for the following Monday, but news of the incident leaked within hours. By evening, reports were circulating about a UA student with unstable abilities who had collapsed during emergency procedures and required medical intervention following Quirk malfunction. The media coverage was predictably sensationalized, but the underlying questions were legitimate. Was UA adequately supervising students with experimental abilities? Were proper safety protocols being followed? Could the public trust that heroes in training weren't being allowed to experiment with dangerous techniques during real crisis situations? Damage control, Aizawa explained during an emergency faculty meeting that Izuku wasn't invited to attend, but could hear through the walls thanks to his enhanced auditory processing. The commission wants answers, the media wants scapegoats, and the public wants assurance that we're not training walking disasters. The boy made a mistake, All Might's voice carried through the conference room walls. A serious mistake, but not a malicious one. He was trying to help people. Good intentions don't excuse reckless endangerment, an unfamiliar voice replied, probably a commission representative. Enhanced abilities require enhanced responsibility. If he can't demonstrate control over his capabilities, he can't be allowed to operate in situations where others might be harmed by his failures. So what are you proposing? Mandatory supervision for all training activities. Restricted access to emergency response situations. Possible suspension from the hero course until he can demonstrate stable control over his enhanced state. The conversation continued, but Izuku stopped listening. He was sitting alone in his dorm room, surrounded by homework he couldn't concentrate on and thoughts he couldn't organize into coherent patterns, while other people decided his future based on his spectacular failure to manage abilities he still didn't fully understand. This is what happens when you try to be something you're not ready to be, he thought. When you mistake potential for achievement and confidence for competence. The monitoring device on his wrist showed his coherence index was holding steady at 0.71, elevated but stable, enhanced but not dangerously so. His enhanced cognitive processing was working fine for routine tasks and normal analysis. But he'd learned the hard way that fine for routine tasks and safe for crisis response were completely different standards. That night, his classmates made an unprecedented decision. They broke curfew to stage an intervention. "This is stupid," Bakugo announced as he plopped down on Izuku's desk chair without invitation. All of it. The commission hearing, the media coverage, the hand-wringing about dangerous abilities. "Kachan, you don't understand. I understand that you fucked up," Bakugo interrupted. "Big time, spectacularly. In ways that could have gotten people seriously hurt. Then why are you here? Because fucking up once doesn't mean you're irredeemable," Ururaka said from her position by the window. "It means you're human. Even really powerful humans make mistakes," Kirishima added, settling into the floor with characteristic casual friendliness. "The question is what you do after the mistake." "I almost destroyed my own brain," Izuku said flatly. "I was incapacitated for 7 minutes during a crisis. I used a school emergency as cover for experimental ability testing. What exactly am I supposed to do with that?" "Learn from it," Ida said simply. "Accept that enhanced abilities require enhanced caution. Acknowledge that good intentions don't justify reckless methods. And stop treating your problems like you have to solve them alone," Todoroki added quietly. "Whatever's happening to your abilities, whatever psychological changes you're dealing with, you don't have to figure it out in isolation." The concern was genuine, and under normal circumstances, it would have been exactly what Izuku needed to hear. But sitting in his room, still emotionally blunted from the enhancement crash, surrounded by friends whose caring felt distant and analytical rather than warm and supportive, he couldn't generate appropriate gratitude for their intervention. "I appreciate this," he said, and meant it intellectually even though he couldn't feel it. "But I don't think friendship can solve the fundamental problem of my brain being rewired for inhuman processing speeds." "Maybe not," Ururaka said gently. "But friendship can help you remember why solving that problem matters." "Can it?" The question came out more bitter than Izuku had intended. "Because right now, I can understand intellectually that I should care about maintaining my relationships and my humanity and my ability to help people. But I can't feel any of those things as important. So fake it," Bakugo said bluntly. "What? Fake it until you remember how to feel it. Go through the motions of caring about people until the caring becomes real again." Bakugo's expression was unusually serious. "I've seen you lose parts of yourself before, Deku. After Kamino, after All Might's retirement, after the war. You always find your way back to being you, but sometimes you have to act like you while you're figuring out how." The advice was surprisingly wise for someone who usually approached emotional problems by exploding them. But it also felt impossible given his current psychological state. What if I can't find my way back this time? What if the enhanced abilities have changed me in ways that can't be reversed? Then you figure out how to be the best version of whoever you're becoming, Tsuyu said from her spot near the door. But you don't give up on being someone worth being. As his classmates eventually left, returning to their own rooms before faculty noticed the curfew violation, Izuku found himself alone with thoughts that felt both too complex and too simple for his current mental state. The commission hearing would determine whether he could continue his hero training. The medical evaluation would assess whether his abilities could be safely controlled. The media coverage would shape public perception of enhanced quirk development and training oversight. All important considerations, all with serious implications for his future and the future of hero education generally. But underneath all the official concerns and bureaucratic procedures, a simpler question remained. Could he learn to be both enhanced and human, or would developing extraordinary abilities always require sacrificing ordinary humanity? The evidence so far suggested that the answer was no. Every attempt to access deeper enhanced states had resulted in greater emotional distance. Every gain in tactical capability had come at the cost of psychological connection to normal human experience. Maybe the commission was right to be concerned. Maybe abilities that couldn't be controlled safely were too dangerous to develop, regardless of their potential benefits. But as Izuku finally settled into bed, still emotionally numb but intellectually processing the day's events, he found himself thinking about the 2 minutes and 11 seconds when he'd coordinated the evacuation of 300 people with perfect efficiency. For those brief moments, he'd been exactly the kind of hero he'd always dreamed of becoming. Capable of protecting everyone, preventing all harm, solving complex problems with precision and grace. The crash had been catastrophic, yes. The risks had been unacceptable, yes. The damage to his psychological stability had been severe, yes. But for 2 minutes and 11 seconds, he'd glimpsed what it might be like to save everyone. And despite all the warnings, all the medical concerns, all the evidence that his enhanced abilities were dangerous and unstable and possibly incompatible with human psychology, part of him still wanted to find his way back to that perfect moment of heroic capability, even if it cost him everything else. The monitoring device on his wrist showed his coherence index climbing as he contemplated the possibility. 0.75, 0.78, 0.82. Still seeking perfection, even after perfection had nearly destroyed him. Some habits apparently were harder to break than others. The commission hearing was scheduled for Monday morning, which gave Izuku exactly 3 days to figure out how to explain his abilities to people who measured success in terms of public safety statistics and bureaucratic compliance rather than heroic potential. He was sitting in the common room at 6 a.m. Sunday, surrounded by research about commission evaluation procedures and case studies of heroes whose quirks had been deemed insufficiently controlled for public deployment. When Ururaka appeared beside his table like she'd been waiting for this exact moment. "We need to talk," she said, setting down 2 cups of coffee with the kind of determined gentleness that meant this wasn't really a request. "If this is about the hearing, this is about you disappearing." Ururaka sat across from him, her expression more serious than he'd seen since the war. "And I don't mean the 7 minutes when you were unconscious. I mean the way you've been fading away for weeks, turning into some kind of analytical ghost of yourself." Izuku tried to access whatever emotional response should have accompanied concern from a close friend, but found only the familiar intellectual acknowledgement that her worry was reasonable and well-intentioned. "I know you're trying to help," he said carefully, "but I don't think this is something that can be fixed through conversation." "Why not?" "Because the problem isn't that I don't understand what's happening to me. The problem is that understanding doesn't change the fact that my brain is being rewired for superhuman processing speeds at the expense of normal human emotional responses." Ururaka leaned forward, studying his face with the intensity of someone looking for signs of life in what appeared to be a well-constructed shell. "Deku, can you hear yourself right now? You're talking about your own feelings like they're malfunctioning equipment. Aren't they?" "No." The word came out sharp enough to make him look at her directly for the first time in the conversation. "They're not malfunctioning, they're scared and confused and buried under so much analytical processing that you can't access them anymore." "What's the difference?" "The difference," Ururaka said, her voice softening, "is that scared and confused feelings can be helped. Malfunctioning equipment can only be repaired or replaced." She reached across the table, and before he could analyze the gesture or predict its implications, took his hand in both of hers. The contact was warm and immediate, and completely unlike the distant observations his enhanced processing usually made about physical sensations. "I felt it," she said quietly, "just now when I took your hand. For half a second you look surprised instead of analytical, which means the feelings are still there, they're just buried." Izuku stared down at their connected hands, trying to understand what had happened in that moment when her touch had bypassed his enhanced cognitive processing entirely. Not strategic analysis of social interaction, not predictive modeling of emotional outcomes, just surprise, simple, immediate human surprise. "Even if they're still there," he said slowly, "I can't access them reliably. During crisis situations, under stress, when people actually need help, that's when the enhanced state takes over and the emotional connection disappears. So don't let it disappear. I've tried. Every time I access enhanced awareness, the emotional distance gets stronger. It's like the two states are mutually exclusive. Either I'm enhanced and detached, or I'm emotionally connected and limited to normal human capabilities." "What if that's not true?" Ururaka's grip on his hand tightened slightly. "What if you're just approaching it wrong?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, maybe the problem isn't that enhanced awareness requires emotional detachment. Maybe the problem is that you think caring about people is a distraction from optimal performance instead of the thing that makes performance meaningful in the first place." The distinction felt important, but Izuku wasn't sure he understood the practical implications. "How is that different from what I've been trying to do?" "Because you've been treating emotions like noise that interferes with your enhanced processing. But what if emotions aren't interference? What if they're the signal you're supposed to be amplifying?" Ururaka stood up, still holding his hand, and guided him toward the center of the empty common room. "Show me your enhanced awareness, not the dangerous deep state, just the basic level. The soft focus thing Gran Torino was teaching you." "Ururaka, I don't think this is a good idea. After what happened during the evacuation, I'm not asking you to coordinate a crisis response. I'm asking you to use enhanced awareness to pay attention to me, as a person you care about, not as a tactical variable to be optimized around." The request sounded simple, but Izuku knew it was anything but. Every time he'd attempted enhanced awareness recently, the analytical processing had taken over automatically, reducing his social environment to behavioral patterns and predictive models rather than genuine human connections. "What if I can't maintain the emotional connection? What if I start analyzing you instead of seeing you?" "Then I'll call you on it," Ururaka said simply, "but I don't think that's what will happen. I think when you use your abilities to focus on caring about someone instead of controlling a situation, something different happens." Despite his reservations, despite the risk of triggering another crash, despite every medical warning about avoiding experimental use of his unstable abilities, Izuku found himself nodding. "Okay, but if this goes wrong, it won't go wrong, because I'm not going to let it." Ururaka's voice carried a confidence that was somehow reassuring despite being completely unsubstantiated by evidence. Izuku closed his eyes and carefully, gradually, allowed his enhanced cognitive processing to come online. Not the overwhelming rush of maximum enhancement, not the complete analytical takeover that had proven so problematic, but the gentler state that Gran Torino had helped him develop. Enhanced sensory processing activated, making him aware of Ururaka's heartbeat, her breathing pattern, the subtle sounds of the building around them. Enhanced pattern recognition began cataloging her microexpressions, her posture, the emotional indicators that his brain automatically compiled into behavioral assessments. Subject is displaying elevated stress indicators consistent with concern for outcomes of current interaction. Probability of continued cooperation remains high provided no significant adverse events occur during. "Stop," Ururaka said quietly. "I can see it happening. You're analyzing me instead of seeing me." She was right. The enhanced state was automatically reducing her to data points and probability calculations, exactly the pattern that had been causing problems for weeks. "I don't know how to stop it," Izuku admitted. "The enhanced processing just takes over. Then don't try to stop it, try to redirect it." Ururaka stepped closer, close enough that his enhanced senses could detect the warmth of her body, the scent of her shampoo, the minute variations in her voice that carried emotional subtext. "Instead of analyzing what I might do, use your enhanced awareness to pay attention to what I'm feeling right now." It was a subtle shift in focus, but the results were immediate and startling. Instead of predictive modeling about Ururaka's likely responses, his enhanced processing began picking up on the genuine concern in her expression, the warmth in her voice. the careful way she was moderating her own stress levels to avoid triggering his analytical defenses. She's worried about me, he realized, not as a tactical assessment, but as emotional recognition. She's scared that I'm disappearing and she doesn't know how to help me find my way back. There, Ururaka said, apparently seeing the change in his expression. That's different. You're seeing me instead of analyzing me. The enhanced awareness was still fully active. He could track every micro-expression, predict her emotional responses with uncomfortable accuracy, process sensory information about her physiological state faster than conscious thought could follow. But instead of reducing her to behavioral patterns, all that enhanced processing was serving a different purpose. Helping him understand what she was experiencing, what she needed, how he could respond in ways that acknowledged her as a person rather than as a variable in an optimization problem. It's like Izuku struggled to find words for the experience. Like using enhanced hearing to listen to music instead of analyzing sound waves. The processing is the same, but the purpose is completely different. Exactly. Enhanced awareness in service of caring, instead of enhanced awareness that eliminates caring. They practiced for almost an hour, with Ururaka guiding him through exercises that used his heightened capabilities to deepen emotional connection rather than bypass it. Enhanced pattern recognition focused on understanding her feelings rather than predicting her actions. Elevated sensory processing tuned to the warmth in her voice rather than the tactical implications of her words. By the end of the session, Izuku had maintained enhanced awareness for over 30 minutes without experiencing any emotional detachment or analytical override. Not because he'd learned to control his abilities better, but because he'd learned to point them in a different direction. "How do you feel?" Ururaka asked as they finally sat down again. Izuku took a moment to actually check, to pay attention to his emotional state instead of just his cognitive processing levels. "Grateful," he said, surprised by the genuineness of the response. "And hopeful. Like maybe this doesn't have to be an either-or choice." "What do you mean?" "I mean maybe I don't have to choose between being enhanced and being human. Maybe I just have to learn to use enhancement to become more human instead of less." That evening, the Vestige space felt different than it had in weeks. Instead of the clinical conference room or vast library that usually served as the meeting ground for his conversations with previous one for all users, tonight it resembled something more like a comfortable living room. Warm lighting, soft furniture. The kind of space designed for genuine conversation rather than formal consultation. "You're making progress," the first user observed as Izuku settled into what felt like his favorite armchair, though he couldn't remember ever sitting in it before. "Today's session with your friend, that was significant." "It felt significant," Izuku agreed, "but I'm still not sure I understand what changed." "The direction of your attention," the seventh user said gently. Her form was clearer than usual tonight, almost solid enough that he could make out individual features instead of just a general silhouette. "For weeks, you've been using enhanced awareness to control situations. Today, you used it to understand a person. But the capabilities are the same. The processing speed, the pattern recognition, the sensory enhancement, none of that changed." "No," the third user agreed, "but your intention did. And intention shapes everything else." The second user leaned forward in his chair, his expression serious but not unkind. "We've all wrestled with this problem. Power that transcends normal human limitations always carries the risk of transcending humanity itself. The question is whether you use that power to become something other than human or something more fully human. What's the difference?" "Choice," the first said simply. "In every moment when you access enhanced awareness, you're choosing what to do with that awareness. You can use it to optimize outcomes, or you can use it to serve values. You can use it to control situations, or you can use it to care for people. But what if the situation requires both? What if I need to optimize outcomes in order to save people effectively? Then you optimize outcomes because you care about people, not instead of caring about people," the seventh explained. "The same actions but driven by different motivations, guided by different intentions." The distinction was subtle but felt crucial. Izuku thought about the shopping center crisis, when his enhanced state had successfully evacuated 47 civilians, but had also injured Mount Lady because he'd categorized her as an obstacle rather than as an ally. Same tactical capabilities, but applied without consideration for her personhood. During today's practice with Ururaka, I could feel her concern for me even while I was tracking her physiological responses and microexpressions. The enhanced processing was actually helping me understand what she was experiencing instead of just predicting what she might do. Because you approach the interaction with the intention of connection rather than control, the first confirmed. Enhanced awareness amplifies whatever you bring to it. If you bring analytical detachment, it amplifies that. If you bring genuine care, it amplifies that instead. But what about crisis situations? When people are in danger and I need to act fast, how do I maintain that caring intention when everything is happening so quickly? Practice, the third said bluntly. The same way you practiced basic one for all control until it became second nature. You practice caring intention until it becomes your automatic response to enhanced states. And you accept that sometimes you'll get it wrong, the seventh added gently. Enhancement doesn't make you perfect, it makes you more of whoever you choose to be. If you choose compassion, it amplifies that, but the choice has to come first. The conversation continued for what felt like hours, though time moved strangely in the Vestige space. They talked about techniques for maintaining emotional connection during high-stress situations, about the difference between detachment and non-attachment, about ways to use enhanced processing to serve human values rather than replace them. But the most important insight came near the end, when Izuku asked the question that had been troubling him since the evacuation disaster. What if I'm not strong enough? What if the enhanced state is too seductive, too easy, and I end up choosing analytical efficiency over human connection when the stakes are highest? Then you'll make mistakes, the first said simply, and you'll learn from them. And you'll make different mistakes next time. But people could get hurt while I'm learning. People could get hurt regardless, the second pointed out. The question isn't whether you'll be perfect. The question is whether you'll keep choosing to be human even when being human is harder than being efficient. And if I can't, then we'll be here, the seventh said warmly. All of us reminding you who you chose to be before the power made choosing complicated. As the Vestige space began to fade and Izuku drifted toward normal sleep, he carried with him a sense of possibility that had been missing for weeks. Not the certainty that he could control his enhanced abilities without cost, but the understanding that the cost didn't have to be his humanity. Monday morning arrived with the weight of official evaluation and bureaucratic scrutiny, but Izuku found himself feeling more prepared than he'd expected. Not because he had definitive answers about controlling his abilities, but because he finally understood what question he was trying to answer. The commission conference room was exactly as intimidating as he'd imagined. Long table, stern-faced officials, formal procedures designed to reduce complex human situations to manageable bureaucratic categories. But sitting across from people whose job was to determine his fitness for hero work, Izuku felt something he hadn't experienced in weeks: genuine emotional investment in the outcome. Not because passing the evaluation was a tactical objective to be optimized for, but because continuing his hero training mattered to him as a person with dreams and values and relationships worth preserving. Mr. Midoriya, the lead evaluator began, consulting a thick file of documentation, we're here to assess whether your recently developed abilities can be safely integrated into standard hero operations, or whether they represent an unacceptable risk to public safety. I understand. Let's start with the basics. Can you explain in your own words what happens when you access your enhanced state? Izuku took a breath, thinking about Ururaka's hand in his, about the way enhanced awareness could serve connection instead of replacing it, about the choice between optimization and caring that accompanied every moment of heightened capability. It depends, he said, on what I'm trying to accomplish. The response clearly wasn't what they'd expected, and several evaluators exchanged glances before the lead continued. Can you elaborate? Enhanced awareness amplifies intention, Izuku explained, drawing on the previous night's conversation with the Vestiges. If I access it with the intention of controlling a situation, it turns me into a tactical optimization system that reduces everything to variables in a problem-solving equation. But if I access it with the intention of caring for people, it helps me understand what they need and how I can help them more effectively. And you can control which type of enhanced state you enter. I'm learning to. It's not about controlling the abilities themselves. Those seem to be developing on their own. It's about choosing what I do with those abilities once they're active. The evaluation continued for 2 hours, covering everything from technical specifications of his enhancement effects to philosophical questions about the relationship between power and responsibility. But throughout the process, Izuku found himself able to maintain emotional connection to the conversation, instead of just analytical engagement with the questions. These people weren't obstacles to be maneuvered around or variables to be optimized for favorable outcomes. They were individuals doing their jobs, trying to balance public safety concerns with support for developing heroes, wrestling with questions that didn't have easy answers. His enhanced pattern recognition could read their microexpressions, track their emotional responses, predict their likely decisions based on his answers. But instead of using that information to manipulate the interaction, he found himself using it to better understand their concerns and respond more thoughtfully to their questions. "Final question, Mr. Midoriya," the lead evaluator said as the session wound down. "If you were in another crisis situation tomorrow, what would you do differently?" Izuku thought about the evacuation drill, about the 2 minutes and 11 seconds of perfect tactical execution followed by catastrophic system failure. About the temptation to push his abilities beyond safe limits in pursuit of optimal outcomes. "I'd remember that the point isn't to save everyone perfectly," he said finally. "It's to help people because helping people matters, not because saving lives is a tactical objective to be optimized for. And if that means accepting less than perfect outcomes, then I accept less than perfect outcomes. Because perfect efficiency without human compassion isn't heroic, it's just effective." The evaluators spent 20 minutes in private deliberation before announcing their decision. Conditional approval for continued training, with mandatory supervision for any enhanced state usage and monthly progress reviews to assess psychological stability. Not the unrestricted approval he'd hoped for, but not the suspension he'd feared either. As Izuku left the commission building and headed back to UA, he found himself feeling something that had been absent since the simulation chamber incident. Genuine excitement about his future as a hero. Not because he'd figured out how to control his abilities perfectly, but because he'd finally understood that control wasn't the goal. The goal was choice. The choice to remain human even when humanity was harder than efficiency. The choice to care about people even when carrying complicated optimal outcomes. The choice to use enhanced abilities in service of human values rather than as a replacement for them. It would be difficult. There would be setbacks, mistakes, moments when the temptation to choose efficiency over compassion would be almost overwhelming. But for the first time in weeks, Izuku felt confident that when those moments came, he would remember what Ururaka had taught him. That compassion wasn't a distraction from optimal performance. It was the anchor that made performance meaningful in the first place. The first reports came in at 3:17 p.m. Mass panic in the financial district, followed by similar incidents in 3 other major commercial areas across the city. But these weren't the isolated, contained attacks Cantor had been conducting over the past weeks. This was systematic, coordinated, and spreading faster than emergency responders could react. Izuku was in Recovery Girl's office for his weekly monitoring session when the emergency alerts started flooding the airwaves. Through the windows, he could see the city skyline beginning to change, not physically, but emotionally. Even from this distance, his enhanced senses could detect the wrongness spreading like a psychological infection across Musu Tafu. "It's him," Izuku said, standing up from the examination table despite Recovery Girl's protests. "But this is different, bigger. He's not just targeting individual locations anymore." "You're not going anywhere," Recovery Girl said firmly. Commission orders were explicit. No unsupervised use of enhanced abilities, no solo operations, mandatory backup for any crisis response. "But people are the responsibility of professional heroes who aren't operating under psychological evaluation protocols," she interrupted, her voice gentle but implacable. "Your job right now is to recover, not to save the world." Through the emergency communications frequency, Izuku could hear the chaos building across the city. Reports of civilians turning violent, emergency responders paralyzed by artificially amplified despair, entire districts effectively shut down by coordinated emotional manipulation. And underneath it all, a pattern that his enhanced cognitive processing recognized with growing alarm. "He's not just causing random panic," Izuku said, his analytical mind mapping the reported incidents across the city's emotional and social infrastructure. "He's targeting specific demographic and psychological profiles in sequence. Fear for the financial workers, rage for the shopping districts, despair for the residential areas. He's building something. Building what? A citywide emotional cascade. Each wave of manipulation is designed to amplify the next one, creating feedback loops that will make the entire population psychologically unstable." The technical implications hit him like cold water. Recovery Girl, if he succeeds, this won't be temporary panic that fades when he stops broadcasting. This will be permanent psychological trauma on a scale that could take years to recover from. The old medic's expression grew troubled as she consulted her emergency communication devices. The professional heroes are responding, but their reports are concerning. Several have been incapacitated by the emotional effects. Others are requesting backup due to inability to operate effectively in the psychological environment Cantor is creating. Because they're trained for physical threats, not mental ones. Their normal resistance to fear and stress works against them when those emotions are being artificially amplified beyond normal parameters. Izuku felt his enhanced awareness beginning to activate automatically, his brain responding to crisis conditions by ramping up processing capabilities. But this time, instead of fighting it or trying to control it, he made a conscious choice about what to do with those capabilities. I'm not going to use enhanced awareness to optimize tactical outcomes, he decided. I'm going to use it to understand what people are experiencing and figure out how to help them. The shift in intention made all the difference. Instead of reducing the crisis to variables in an optimization problem, his heightened cognitive processing began mapping the emotional landscape of the city with unprecedented precision. Not as data to be analyzed, but as suffering to be addressed. And what he saw was worse than he'd imagined. "Recovery girl," he said quietly, "I need you to contact All Might and tell him that if we don't stop Cantor in the next hour, we're looking at psychological casualties in the tens of thousands. Permanent ones?" 20 minutes later, Izuku stood on the roof of UA's main building, watching the city transform beneath a clear afternoon sky. The physical structures remained unchanged, but the emotional architecture of Musu Tafu was being systematically demolished by someone who understood human psychology better than any villain they'd ever faced. "Absolutely not," Endeavor said as he landed beside him, flames crackling with frustrated energy. "Commission orders are explicit. You're not cleared for independent operation." "Then come with me," Izuku replied simply. "But I'm going either way." "Midoriya, this isn't a request. Endeavor, with respect, look at the city." Izuku gestured toward the districts where emergency vehicles sat motionless, where crowds of people wandered aimlessly or huddled in defensive groups, where the normal flow of urban life had been replaced by the erratic patterns of mass psychological breakdown. Professional heroes are trained to handle physical threats, criminal behavior, quirk-based attacks. They're not equipped for someone who turns people's own emotions into weapons. And you are. I'm the only one who's been specifically targeted by his abilities. I've experienced his manipulation directly, learned to recognize his patterns, developed techniques for maintaining emotional stability under his influence. Izuku's enhanced awareness was tracking the spread of psychological chaos across the city with mathematical precision, but the precision served compassion rather than replacing it. More importantly, I understand what he's really trying to do, which is prove that human connection is an illusion. That when people are pushed beyond their emotional comfort zones, they turn on each other, abandon their values, become exactly as selfish and destructive as he believes they fundamentally are. Izuku turned to face Endeavor directly, his enhanced pattern recognition reading the older hero's micro-expressions, but using that information to understand his concerns rather than manipulate his responses. He's been studying me because I represent something he can't accept, the possibility that enhanced capability and human compassion can coexist. If he can break me, if he can prove that even someone with unprecedented abilities will choose efficiency over empathy when the stakes are high enough, then he wins his philosophical argument. And if you can't stop him, then he's right. And the city suffers permanent psychological damage while we debate proper protocol. Endeavor was silent for long moments, his flames pulsing with the rhythm of internal conflict. "The Commission will have my career if I authorize this. The Commission will have all our careers if we let this continue. Backup would be a liability. Cantor's abilities work by amplifying existing emotions and psychological tensions. The more people involved, the more vulnerability he has to exploit." Izuku felt his enhanced state continuing to deepen, but in service of understanding the crisis rather than controlling it. This has to be precision work, not overwhelming force. Communications, full tactical frequency. You'll have real-time updates on everything I encounter. Endeavor studied him for several more seconds, clearly weighing bureaucratic consequences against immediate human need. "What's different this time? What makes you think you can handle enhanced state usage without another crash?" "Because I finally understand what the enhanced state is for," Izuku said simply. "Not for controlling situations perfectly, but for caring about people more effectively than normal human limitations allow." The flight toward downtown took Izuku over neighborhoods where the emotional contamination was becoming visually apparent. People standing in their yards staring at nothing, families arguing violently over trivial matters, children crying while their parents seemed unable to comfort them or themselves. But as he got closer to what his enhanced senses identified as the epicenter of Cantor's broadcast network, the psychological assault intensified dramatically. Not the subtle manipulation he'd experienced at the festival or the focused attacks from the shopping center, but overwhelming waves of emotional chaos that hit like physical blows. Fear so intense it felt like drowning. Rage so pure it burned through rational thought. Despair so complete it made the concept of hope seem like a cruel joke. And underneath it all, a kind of emotional static that interfered with normal psychological processing in ways that made it almost impossible to maintain coherent thought. This is what broke the other heroes, Izuku realized as his enhanced awareness automatically began filtering and processing the psychological assault. They tried to resist it instead of working with it. Instead of fighting against the artificially amplified emotions, he allowed them to flow through his enhanced consciousness while maintaining connection to his own underlying intentions. Fear became heightened awareness of threats to civilian safety. Rage became determination to stop someone who was causing suffering. Despair became compassion for people who were experiencing exactly what he was experiencing, but without enhanced capabilities to process it. Cantor's psychological attacks weren't changing who Izuku was, they were revealing who he chose to be when everything else was stripped away. And who he chose to be, even under overwhelming emotional manipulation, was someone who cared about protecting people. The transition into full enhanced awareness happened so smoothly that he almost didn't notice it occurring. One moment, he was flying toward the crisis zone while consciously processing Cantor's emotional assault. The next moment, he was operating at levels of cognitive integration that should have been impossible for any conscious organism. But this time, the enhanced state felt completely different from his previous experiences. Instead of emotional detachment, he felt deeper connection to everyone in the city who was suffering under Cantor's influence. Instead of analytical reduction of people to tactical variables, he felt enhanced empathy that allowed him to understand exactly what each individual needed to feel safe again. Instead of optimization for efficiency, he felt perfect alignment between his capabilities and his values. For the first time since discovering his enhanced abilities, Izuku was using superhuman cognitive processing not to become something other than human, but to become more fully human than normal limitations allowed. The source of the broadcast network was easier to locate than Izuku had expected, probably because Cantor wanted to be found. Not hidden in some anonymous building or disguised facility, but operating from the top of the tallest tower in the financial district, surrounded by equipment that was clearly beyond anything that could be acquired through normal criminal channels. All for one tech, Izuku's enhanced awareness confirmed as he approached the building. Amplification devices designed to extend quirk range and intensity far beyond natural limits. Military grade, possibly experimental. But more concerning than the equipment was what it was doing to the people below. The entire financial district had been transformed into a psychological war zone, with thousands of office workers, shoppers, and passersby caught in overlapping waves of emotional manipulation, so intense that many had simply stopped functioning entirely. As Izuku landed on the tower's observation deck, he found Cantor waiting for him with the kind of calm satisfaction that suggested everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Perfect timing, the villain said, gesturing toward the city spread out below them. Just in time to watch humanity reveal its true nature when the social conventions are stripped away. What I see, Izuku replied, his enhanced awareness tracking every microexpression and physiological indicator, while using that information to understand rather than predict, is people who are suffering because someone is forcing them to feel things that aren't real. Aren't they? Cantor's smile was genuinely curious rather than mocking. I'm not creating new emotions, I'm simply amplifying what's already there. The fear, the anger, the despair, all of it was lurking beneath the surface, waiting for permission to emerge. But you're amplifying them beyond what people can handle, beyond what's appropriate for their actual circumstances. Because that's how strong those emotions actually are when they're not being suppressed by social conditioning. Cantor moved toward the control panel of his amplification device, but without urgency or apparent concern about Izuku's presence. Every person down there who's screaming in terror is finally experiencing the fear they carry every day but hide behind polite conversation. Every person consumed by rage is finally expressing the anger they've been swallowing for years. Izuku's enhanced processing mapped the entire technological setup in seconds, power sources, amplification nodes, control mechanisms, backup systems. But more importantly, it helped him understand exactly how Cantor's quirk was affecting the thousands of people within broadcast range. Not random emotional amplification, he realized. Precisely calibrated psychological manipulation targeting individual trauma responses, social anxieties, and suppressed psychological conflicts. He's not just making people feel fear, he's making them feel their specific fears, amplified beyond their ability to cope. "You're not freeing people," Izuku said, beginning to move closer to the control equipment. "You're torturing them with their own vulnerabilities. I'm showing them who they really are underneath the pretense of civilization." Cantor activated something on the control panel, and immediately the emotional assault intensified dramatically. "And now I'm going to show you who you really are when choosing efficiency over compassion becomes a matter of survival." The psychological attack that hit Izuku was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Not just amplified emotions, but targeted manipulation designed specifically to trigger the analytical detachment that had been problematic during previous enhanced states. Civilian casualties mounting while you waste time on philosophical discussions. Multiple crisis zones requiring immediate intervention. Optimal tactical response requires abandoning conversation and neutralizing the threat source through direct action. The thoughts felt like his own analytical processing, but Izuku recognized them as externally imposed. Cantor wasn't just amplifying random emotions. He was specifically trying to trigger the kind of tactical thinking that would reduce the situation to an optimization problem rather than a human crisis. But instead of fighting against the psychological manipulation, Izuku allowed it to flow through his enhanced awareness while maintaining connection to his original motivation: helping people who were suffering. Yes, civilian casualties are mounting. That's exactly why I need to stop this carefully and precisely rather than quickly and destructively. Yes, there are multiple crisis zones. That's exactly why I need to address the root cause rather than just treating symptoms. Yes, optimal tactical response might require direct action, but optimal human response requires considering what kind of action serves people rather than just what kind of action achieves objectives. For 4 minutes and 37 seconds, Izuku operated in a state of enhanced awareness that integrated superhuman cognitive processing with perfect emotional connection to his values and motivations. Every action flowed from compassion rather than efficiency. Every decision served human well-being rather than tactical optimization. Every movement was guided by the understanding that the people suffering below deserved to be saved by someone who cared about them as individuals rather than as mission parameters. Blackwhip extended not according to calculated trajectory paths, but guided by intuitive understanding of how to reach every amplification node simultaneously without causing structural damage that might harm civilians in the buildings below. Float provided the three-dimensional awareness needed to coordinate complex technical sabotage, while maintaining perfect spatial relationship to Cantor's position and the control mechanisms. Fajin stored and released kinetic energy in precisely calibrated bursts that disabled electronic systems without creating electromagnetic pulses that might interfere with medical equipment in nearby hospitals. But most importantly, every action was performed with complete awareness of why it mattered. Not because stopping villains was a heroic objective to be optimized for, but because thousands of people were being tortured by someone who understood their psychological vulnerabilities too well. "Impossible," Cantor said as his amplification network began failing around him. "You should be choosing efficiency over empathy. Under this level of psychological pressure, with stakes this high, human emotional processing should be giving way to pure tactical response." "It is giving way," Izuku replied as he systematically disabled the last of the broadcast equipment. "It's giving way to enhanced emotional processing that lets me care about people more effectively than normal human limitations allow." As the amplification network finally went offline and the artificial emotional chaos began to fade from the city below, Cantor stared at him with something that might have been genuine curiosity. "You're still human," the villain said, his voice carrying a note of wonder. After 4.5 minutes of operating at superhuman cognitive levels, while under targeted psychological assault designed to trigger analytical detachment, while coordinating complex technical operations under extreme time pressure, you're still fundamentally human. "Yes," Izuku said simply. "Because being human isn't about having limitations. It's about choosing to care for others despite having the power to do otherwise." The aftermath was quieter than Izuku had expected. No explosions, no dramatic confrontations, no final desperate attacks from a villain whose plans had been thwarted. Just Cantor sitting on the observation deck, staring out at the city as normal emotional patterns slowly reasserted themselves in the population below. "I don't understand," Cantor said finally. "Enhanced capability should require enhanced detachment. Perfect technique should come at the cost of human connection. That's how optimization works." "Only if you think human connection is inefficiency to be optimized away," Izuku replied, settling down beside him while maintaining awareness of potential threats. "But what if human connection is the thing being optimized for? Meaning technique isn't the goal, helping people is the goal. Technique is just how you serve that goal more effectively." They sat in silence for several minutes while emergency responders began arriving throughout the city, while the psychological damage from Cantor's assault slowly began to heal, while thousands of people started remembering what it felt like to experience emotions that weren't artificially amplified beyond their ability to cope. "The Commission is going to want answers," Cantor said as the sound of approaching sirens grew louder, "about the equipment, the funding, the coordination with other criminal organizations." "All for one," Izuku said. It wasn't a question. He's interested in abilities that transcend normal Quirk parameters. Psychological manipulation, emotional amplification, techniques that can't be easily categorized or countered by conventional hero tactics. And enhanced states that maintain human consciousness while operating at superhuman cognitive levels. Cantor looked at him with something approaching respect. "Especially those. He's been watching your development with considerable interest." The information wasn't surprising, but it was concerning. If All For One had been monitoring his abilities, then whatever came next would likely involve challenges designed specifically to exploit the weaknesses and limitations he was still discovering about his enhanced state. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Today, he had proven something that felt more important than tactical capability or strategic advantage. He had proven that enhanced awareness and human compassion weren't mutually exclusive. That perfect technique could serve imperfect but genuine care for others. That becoming more than human didn't require becoming less human. As professional heroes arrived to take Cantor into custody and begin coordinating the city's recovery from mass psychological trauma, Izuku felt something he hadn't experienced since before the simulation chamber incident. Complete confidence in his own heroic identity. Not because he had perfected his abilities, but because he finally understood what those abilities were for. Not because he could save everyone, but because he cared about everyone he couldn't save. Not because he had transcended human limitations, but because he had learned to use superhuman capabilities in service of fundamentally human values. The flight back to UA gave Izuku time to process what had happened, not analytically, but emotionally. 4.5 minutes of sustained, enhanced awareness without losing connection to his own humanity. 4.5 minutes of perfect technique, guided by imperfect but genuine compassion. For the first time in months, he felt like himself. Not the analytical optimization system he'd been becoming, not the emotionally distant tactical processor that had emerged during previous enhanced states, but Izuku Midoriya using extraordinary abilities to help people because helping people mattered to him. The monitoring device on his wrist showed readings he'd never seen before. Coherence index holding steady at 0.97 for the entire duration of the enhanced state, but with neural activity patterns that indicated full emotional integration rather than analytical detachment. By every medical and psychological metric they developed, what he'd just accomplished should have been impossible. Enhanced awareness at that level should have required the kind of emotional detachment that had been causing problems for months. Instead, he'd achieved the opposite. Enhanced awareness that amplified rather than eliminated his capacity for genuine human connection. As he landed on UA's campus, Izuku found All Might waiting for him on the roof of the main building, his skeletal form somehow managing to convey both relief and pride simultaneously. "How do you feel?" All Might asked, the question carrying weight beyond its simple wording. Izuku took a moment to actually check, to pay attention to his emotional state rather than just his cognitive processing levels. "Human," he said finally. "Enhanced but human, like I finally figured out how to be both at the same time." "Good," All Might said simply. "That's exactly what I was hoping to hear." The city spread out below them, slowly returning to normal patterns of life and activity as the effects of Cantor's psychological assault continued to fade. Thousands of people who had experienced artificial terror, rage, and despair gradually remembering what their genuine emotions felt like. "All Might," Izuku said, watching the lights begin to come on in buildings across Musu Tafu, "do you think it's possible to help everyone?" No, All Might replied without hesitation. But I think it's possible to care about everyone you can't help. And that caring, that's what makes the helping matter. As they stood together in comfortable silence, watching the city heal from wounds that couldn't be seen but had been deeply felt, Izuku found himself thinking about the choice that had guided his actions for the past 4.5 minutes. Not the choice between enhanced capability and human connection, because he'd finally learned those weren't mutually exclusive, but the choice to use enhancement in service of connection rather than as a replacement for it. The choice to remain human not despite his abilities, but because of what those abilities allowed him to accomplish for others. The choice to become more himself rather than something other than himself. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new villains, new situations that would test his ability to maintain that choice under pressure. All for one's interest in his abilities suggested that those tests would be specifically designed to exploit any weaknesses in his integration of enhanced processing with emotional authenticity. But tonight, for the first time in months, Izuku fell asleep confident that when those tests came, he would remember what he'd learned from Cantor's psychological assault. Perfect technique without human compassion was just sophisticated efficiency. But perfect technique guided by imperfect, genuine care for others, that was the kind of heroism worth aspiring to. The kind that saved people not because saving people was tactically optimal, but because people were worth saving. And that distinction, subtle as it might seem, made all the difference in the world. The medical evaluation took 3 hours, but the most important result came in the first 30 seconds. Izuku's brain scans showed no signs of neurological damage, no residual effects from the extended enhanced state, and most remarkably, no emotional blunting despite operating at coherence levels that should have been psychologically devastating. Unprecedented, Recovery Girl murmured as she reviewed the readouts for the 3rd time. 4 minutes and 37 seconds of sustained superhuman cognitive processing, and your emotional response patterns are actually more integrated than they were before the incident. What does that mean? It means whatever breakthrough you achieved during the Cantor crisis has fundamentally changed how your enhanced abilities interact with your psychological baseline. She showed him the comparison charts, brain activity patterns from his previous enhanced states versus yesterday's readings. Before, enhanced awareness came at the cost of emotional connection. Now, it appears to be enhancing emotional connection as well. Izuku studied the medical data, his analytical mind automatically processing the implications, while his recovered emotional awareness celebrated the confirmation of what he'd felt during the crisis. That enhanced capability and human compassion weren't just compatible, they were synergistic. So the enhanced state is stable now. Stable is relative. You're still operating at cognitive levels that exceed normal human parameters by significant margins. Recovery Girl made notes in his file, but her expression carried satisfaction rather than concern. But yes, stable enough for continued development under proper supervision. What kind of supervision? Monthly medical evaluations, mandatory cooldown periods between major applications, and psychological check-ins to ensure emotional integration remains intact. She handed him a revised training protocol document. The Commission has also requested regular reports on your development, but they've officially classified your abilities as autonomic response mode for public records. Izuku smiled at the bureaucratic euphemism. Not ultra instinct, too sensational for official documentation, but between us, Recovery Girl's eyes twinkled with something that might have been mischief. I think your classmate's nickname is more accurate anyway. The return to normal daily routine felt strange after weeks of medical restrictions and psychological evaluation. Walking into advanced hero theory, sitting through Midnight's lecture on crowd psychology, participating in regular training exercises. All of it familiar but somehow new, like seeing the world through enhanced awareness had changed how he experienced even ordinary moments. His classmates' reactions were a mixture of curiosity, concern, and carefully controlled excitement. So, Kaminari said during lunch, abandoning any pretense of subtlety, the rumors about you having some kind of super-enhanced battle mode are totally true, right? It's complicated, Izuku replied, then caught himself. The automatic deflection felt wrong now, like a habit from when he'd been afraid of his own abilities rather than learning to integrate them with his identity. But yes, basically. I can access states of enhanced awareness that improve reaction time, tactical processing, and sensory integration. That's so cool, Mina leaned forward eagerly. What's it like? Do you see everything in slow motion? Can you predict what people are going to do? Sometimes. But the most important part isn't the enhanced capabilities. It's learning to use them without losing track of why they matter. What do you mean? Ida asked, his expression carrying the kind of serious attention that meant he was thinking about leadership implications rather than just satisfying curiosity. I mean the abilities amplify whatever intention you bring to them. If you use them to control situations, they make you incredibly efficient but emotionally disconnected. If you use them to care for people more effectively, they enhance empathy and compassion along with everything else. Todoroki, who had been quietly listening, spoke up from his usual position. And you've learned to choose the second option. I'm learning to. It's not automatic. I have to consciously decide, every time I access enhanced awareness, what I want to do with those capabilities. Izuku looked around the table at his friends, feeling genuine warmth at being able to share this part of his development with them. But yesterday, during the Cantor crisis, I was enhanced for almost 5 minutes and never lost connection to caring about the people I was trying to help. 5 minutes, Bakugo, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, looked up from his food with sharp attention. That's not possible. Last time you tried extended enhancement, you crashed after 2 minutes. Last time I was using enhancement to optimize tactical outcomes. Yesterday I was using it to serve emotional intentions. The distinction felt crucial, not just for his own understanding, but for helping his friends grasp why his recent development represented such a significant breakthrough. Same abilities, completely different application. And completely different results, Ururaka added softly, her expression carrying pride and relief in equal measures. You seemed more like yourself yesterday than you have in weeks. Enhanced, but still you. The observation hit deeper than she probably realized. For months, Izuku had been struggling with the fear that developing extraordinary abilities would require sacrificing ordinary humanity. Yesterday had proven that the opposite could be true, that extraordinary abilities could be used to become more human rather than less. That's the goal going forward, he said. Not just controlling the enhanced state, but using it to become more fully who I want to be instead of something other than who I am. Training with Endeavor that afternoon felt different than it had in weeks. Not because Izuku's abilities had changed. The enhanced processing, elevated sensory integration, and predictive awareness were all still there, possibly stronger than before. But because the relationship between those abilities and his emotional state had fundamentally shifted. Show me soft focus, Endeavor instructed as they squared off in training ground beta. Full integration, but maintain conscious emotional connection throughout. Izuku nodded and allowed his enhanced awareness to come online gradually. The familiar expansion of sensory processing, the acceleration of analytical capabilities, the deepening of pattern recognition that had become second nature over the past months. But this time, instead of feeling like he was stepping outside normal human experience, it felt like stepping more fully into it. He could see Endeavor's microexpressions with crystal clarity, but instead of reducing them to tactical data, he used the enhanced perception to better understand what his mentor was feeling. Confidence in Izuku's recent progress, but also lingering concern about long-term stability. Pride in his student's breakthrough, tempered by professional caution about celebrating too early. Good, Endeavor said, apparently recognizing the difference in how Izuku was processing the enhanced state. Now maintain that emotional integration while demonstrating combat applications. The sparring session that followed was unlike anything Izuku had experienced during previous training. Enhanced reflexes, predictive movement patterns, tactical processing that operated faster than conscious thought. All the capabilities that had proven so effective during the Cantor crisis, but applied in a controlled environment where he could focus on technique rather than life-or-death outcomes. But most importantly, throughout the entire exercise, he never lost awareness of why he was training. Not to become more efficient at combat, but to become more capable of protecting people. Not to optimize his tactical performance, but to serve his values more effectively. Remarkable, Endeavor said as they concluded the session. Enhanced capabilities that serve conscious intention rather than replacing it. He paused, his expression carrying something that looked almost like wonder. That's mastery of a type I never achieved. What do you mean? I spent decades trying to control every variable, optimize every technique, force my quirk to do exactly what I consciously decided it should do. Endeavor's flames dimmed to a gentle glow around his shoulders. You've learned something I never could, how to let go of control while maintaining intention. The distinction resonated with everything Gran Torino had taught him about the difference between control and direction, between forcing outcomes and allowing capabilities to flow toward chosen purposes. Your clear sky philosophy helped, Izuku said, making space for the storm without being consumed by it. But you took it further than I ever imagined possible. I made space for external chaos while maintaining internal control. You've learned to make space for internal chaos while maintaining internal direction. Endeavor's expression grew thoughtful. That's not just advanced quirk usage, that's advanced humanity. As they walked back toward the main campus, Izuku found himself thinking about the journey from that first morning when Endeavor had tried to teach him about mental stillness. Months of struggle, mistakes, setbacks, and gradual understanding had led to yesterday's breakthrough, but the real achievement wasn't technical mastery of enhanced states. The real achievement was learning that mastery meant serving something larger than technique itself. Evening brought an unexpected visitor. Gran Torino, looking as spry and mischievous as ever, waiting in the common room with what appeared to be a small wrapped gift. "Heard you figured it out," the old hero said without preamble as Izuku approached. "Enhanced awareness in service of enhanced humanity. About time. I had good teachers. You had stubborn teachers who kept insisting you were approaching the problem backwards." Gran Torino's grin was equal parts pride and amusement. "But the breakthrough was all you. Nobody could have taught you how to maintain emotional connection during superhuman cognitive processing that required figuring out who you are underneath all the analysis and optimization." He handed Izuku the small package, which turned out to contain a simple leather journal, handmade and well-worn. "What's this for? Tracking your emotional check-ins. All Might's morning questions, but with your own additions based on what you've learned about maintaining humanity during enhanced states." Gran Torino's expression grew more serious. "The technical aspects of your abilities will continue developing on their own. The human aspects require conscious cultivation." Izuku opened the journal to find the first page already filled with Gran Torino's careful handwriting. "Daily humanity check. What am I grateful for? What am I looking forward to? Who do I want to see today? What made me smile yesterday? How did I help someone today? What did I learn about caring for others? Am I using my abilities to become more human or less human? The last three are my additions," Gran Torino explained, "based on what I observed during our training sessions. Your enhanced state works best when it's connected to active compassion, when it's serving genuine care for others rather than abstract heroic objectives. So I should ask myself these questions every day, and especially after using enhanced awareness for extended periods. The emotional integration you achieved during the Cantor crisis isn't automatic. It requires maintenance, attention, conscious choice to prioritize human connection over analytical efficiency." That evening, before bed, Izuku tried the expanded daily check-in for the first time. "What am I grateful for? Friends who stuck with me through weeks of emotional distance and analytical detachment. What am I looking forward to? Finding out what heroic work feels like when enhanced capability serves compassion instead of replacing it. Who do I want to see today? Already saw everyone important, but I want to call mom tomorrow. What made me smile yesterday? Bakugo's expression when I told him my enhanced state works better when I care about people, like he was proud but refusing to admit it. How did I help someone today? Stopped a villain whose quirk was torturing thousands of people with their own amplified emotions. What did I learn about caring for others? That enhanced processing can make caring more effective rather than making caring unnecessary. Am I using my abilities to become more human or less human? More human. Finally, more human. The answers felt genuine in ways that his responses to these questions hadn't for months. Not because his emotional capacity had been fully restored. He suspected he would always experience feelings somewhat differently than before his enhancement journey began, but because he had learned to approach emotions as things to be cultivated rather than as inefficiencies to be optimized away. The week that followed established new patterns that felt both familiar and revolutionary. Regular classes, normal training exercises, standard dormitory social interactions, but all experienced through the lens of integrated enhanced awareness that made everything more vivid, more meaningful, more connected to his underlying values and intentions. His classmates adapted to the change with characteristic resilience and curiosity. Bakugo began experimenting with his own version of enhanced flow, trying to channel his aggressive instincts more precisely rather than just explosively. Ida started incorporating meditation breaks into his rigid daily schedules. Even Todoroki seemed more thoughtful about the relationship between his quirk technique and his emotional state. It's like you gave everyone permission to think about the psychological aspects of hero work, Ururaka observed during one of their study sessions. Before, we all focused on the technical and tactical elements. Now people are asking questions about intention and motivation and how to maintain emotional health during high-stress operations. Is that good or bad? Good, definitely good. Heroes who understand their own psychology are safer and more effective than heroes who just rely on training and instinct. She looked up from her textbook with an expression of thoughtful concern. But it also raises questions about where this kind of development leads. If you can achieve enhanced awareness while maintaining emotional integration, what comes next? It was a question that had been nagging at the edges of Izuku's consciousness for days. His enhanced abilities were still developing, still growing stronger and more integrated with each application. The breakthrough with Cantor had solved the immediate problem of emotional detachment, but it had also revealed new possibilities that were both exciting and concerning. "I don't know," he admitted. "Recovery Girl thinks my abilities will continue evolving regardless of whether I actively develop them. The Commission wants regular monitoring to ensure I don't exceed safe operational parameters. All Might keeps reminding me that power without purpose is just potential for destruction. What do you want?" The question was simple but profound. What did he want from his enhanced abilities? What was he hoping to achieve that justified the risks and complications and ongoing uncertainty about long-term effects? "I want to help people in ways that wouldn't be possible with normal human limitations," Izuku said slowly. "But I want to do it as myself, not as some optimized version of myself that's lost connection to why helping people matters." "And you think that's possible, long-term, as your abilities continue developing?" Yesterday proved it's possible. Whether it remains possible as the enhancement effects get stronger, he shrugged, feeling a mixture of excitement and uncertainty about his own future. "That's what I'll find out." The call came on Friday evening, just as Izuku was settling into his weekend study routine. All Might's voice on the phone carried a tension that immediately activated enhanced awareness, even though the conversation topic seemed routine at first. "Commission debrief on the Cantor incident," All Might explained. "They want to discuss official classification of your abilities, establishment of operational protocols, and," he paused, "some concerning intelligence that's emerged during Cantor's interrogation." "What kind of intelligence?" "The kind that suggests All for One has been monitoring your development more closely than we realized. We need to meet in person. This isn't a conversation for phone communications." 30 minutes later, Izuku found himself in All Might's private office, looking at documents that made his enhanced pattern recognition systems activate automatically in response to the obvious significance of the information being presented. Cantor wasn't working alone, All Might began without preamble. The equipment he used, the coordination with other criminal organizations, the sophisticated understanding of your specific psychological vulnerabilities, all of it was provided by a network that traces back to All for One's operations. He was studying me, more than studying. Testing, the festival attack, the shopping center crisis, even the evacuation drill incident, all of them were designed to gather data about your enhanced abilities, your psychological responses, your strengths and weaknesses under different types of pressure. Izuku felt a chill that had nothing to do with enhanced sensory processing. So he knows about the emotional detachment problems, the coherence index thresholds, the conditions that trigger system crashes. He knows about the problems you used to have. What he doesn't know about is your recent breakthrough, your ability to maintain emotional integration during extended enhanced states. All Might's expression was grimmer than Izuku had seen in months. Which means our next encounter with his operations will likely involve challenges designed to exploit vulnerabilities that no longer exist in the same way, or new challenges designed to create vulnerabilities that didn't exist before. Exactly. All Might handed him another document, this one containing psychological profiles and tactical assessments that made uncomfortable reading. The Commission believes that All for One's interest in your abilities goes beyond simple intelligence gathering. They think he's trying to understand enhanced consciousness states because he's planning to create artificial versions of them. The implications hit like cold water. If All for One could replicate enhanced awareness through quirk manipulation or technological augmentation, but without the years of development and psychological integration that had allowed Izuku to maintain his humanity during superhuman cognitive processing, the results could be catastrophic. Enhanced awareness without emotional connection, without values to guide the processing, without intention to direct the capabilities, Izuku said, his analytical mind immediately mapping the potential consequences. Perfect tactical efficiency with no moral constraints. an army of optimized villains who could coordinate complex operations with superhuman precision while having no capacity for mercy, hesitation, or moral consideration. All Might's voice carried the weight of someone who had spent decades fighting enemies with overwhelming power. It would change the fundamental nature of heroic work. What's the Commission's recommendation? Accelerated development of your abilities under controlled conditions, with the goal of staying ahead of whatever All for One might be planning. They want you to explore the upper limits of enhanced awareness integration, to develop techniques and countermeasures that could be taught to other heroes if necessary. And your recommendation? All Might was quiet for several minutes, staring out the window at UA's campus with the kind of expression that suggested he was weighing competing priorities of enormous significance. I think, he said finally, that you should continue developing your abilities exactly as you have been, carefully, consciously, in service of becoming more fully yourself rather than becoming something other than yourself. Whether that's fast enough to stay ahead of All for One's plans, he shrugged. That's not the point. The point is making sure that whatever you become, it's still you doing the becoming. Saturday morning brought the first snowfall of the season, transforming UA's campus into something that looked like a winter postcard. Izuku sat by his dorm room window, watching the steady precipitation while working through his daily humanity check in Gran Torino's journal. What am I grateful for? Learning that enhanced abilities can serve humanity rather than replacing it. What am I looking forward to? Finding out what comes next, both with my development and with the challenges All for One apparently has planned. Who do I want to see today? My classmates. Even after everything that's happened, especially after everything that's happened, I want to spend time with the people who stayed friends with me through weeks of emotional detachment. What made me smile yesterday? All Might's expression when I told him I was more excited than worried about future challenges. Like he was proud, but also slightly concerned about my confidence levels. How did I help someone today? Haven't had opportunities yet today, but yesterday I helped Kaminari with his hero theory homework and managed to explain tactical concepts without reducing him to a behavioral pattern to be optimized. What did I learn about caring for others? That caring doesn't get weaker when you can do it more effectively. If anything, enhanced capability makes caring feel more important, not less. Am I using my abilities to become more human or less human? More human. And I think I finally understand what that means. As he finished writing, Izuku realized that the last answer was the most important one, not just for the daily check-in, but for understanding the entire trajectory of his development over the past months. Becoming more human didn't mean returning to normal human limitations. It meant using whatever capabilities he possessed, normal or enhanced, in service of fundamentally human values like compassion, connection, and care for others' well-being. Enhanced awareness amplified those values when approached with proper intention. It made caring more effective, connection more profound, compassion more capable of translating into meaningful action. The technical aspects of his abilities would continue developing whether he actively pursued them or not. The challenge was ensuring that his humanity developed along with them, that enhanced processing power served enhanced empathy rather than replacing it. A soft knock on his door interrupted his reflection. When he opened it, he found most of Class 1A gathered in the hallway, wearing expressions that mixed excitement with something that might have been ceremonial seriousness. "Intervention time?" he asked, remembering their previous unscheduled group visit. "Celebration time," Ururaka corrected, holding up what looked like a small cake. "You've been back to normal, well, normal for you for a whole week. That seems worth acknowledging. Plus," Bakugo added with characteristic bluntness, "if All for One is planning something that targets your abilities specifically, this might be the last quiet weekend we get for a while." The observation was probably accurate, and it made the spontaneous celebration feel both precious and poignant. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever tests All for One's organization might devise for his enhanced abilities, this moment, surrounded by friends who accepted him as both enhanced and human, was exactly what he wanted to remember and protect. As they crowded into his room, filling the space with normal teenage conversation and comfortable social chaos, Izuku felt his enhanced awareness activate automatically in response to the social complexity. But instead of reducing his classmates to behavioral patterns or optimizing for conversational efficiency, the enhanced processing helped him notice things he might have missed. Kirishima's genuine happiness at seeing him engaged with the group again, Tsuyu's quiet satisfaction with his apparent emotional recovery, even Bakugo's carefully hidden relief that their rivalry could return to normal competitive parameters rather than the concerning detachment of recent weeks. Enhanced awareness in service of enhanced appreciation for the people who mattered to him. Enhanced processing power directed toward enhanced gratitude for relationships that had survived his worst psychological challenges. For the first time since discovering his abilities, Izuku felt completely confident about the answer to Gran Torino's most important question. He was using his enhanced state to become more human, not less. And whatever All for One was planning, whatever tests and challenges and artificial enhanced consciousness systems might be waiting in the future, that foundation felt strong enough to build on. That night, as his friends finally returned to their own rooms and the dormitory settled into weekend evening quiet, Izuku found himself slipping into the Vestige space with an ease that suggested his enhanced abilities were continuing to strengthen the connection to previous one for all users. The space tonight felt celebratory, configured like a comfortable gathering place where all the previous holders could share in his recent breakthrough. Not the formal meeting room or vast library of earlier encounters, but something that felt like a family celebration. "You did it," the first user said, his expression carrying pride that felt genuinely parental. "Enhanced consciousness in service of enhanced humanity. That's what we were all hoping you'd discover, but none of us knew if it was actually possible. Were you all watching during the Cantor crisis?" "We were all participating," the seventh corrected gently. "Your enhanced state integrates with our accumulated experience, our learned instincts, our collective understanding of heroic work. But yesterday was the first time that integration felt collaborative rather than overwhelming." "What do you mean?" "Previous enhanced states drew on our capabilities but not our wisdom," the third explained. "Perfect technique without the emotional context that made those techniques meaningful to us as individuals. Yesterday, your enhanced processing incorporated not just our skills, but our motivations, our values, our reasons for developing those skills in the first place." The distinction felt profound. During the Cantor crisis, he had indeed felt more connected to the Vestiges than ever before, not just accessing their abilities, but understanding why those abilities had mattered to them as people rather than just as heroes. "So the enhanced state isn't just my consciousness operating at superhuman levels. It's all our consciousnesses operating in harmony, guided by your intention but informed by our collective experience," the first confirmed. "Enhanced individual awareness becomes enhanced communal wisdom when approached with proper emotional integration. Which means," the second added with something that sounded like anticipation, "that your abilities will continue developing in ways that none of us experienced individually. You're not just accessing enhanced consciousness, you're pioneering it." The implications were both exciting and sobering. If his enhanced states were drawing on the accumulated experience of all previous one for all users while remaining guided by his own intentions and values, then the potential for development was essentially limitless. But it also meant that whatever challenges All for One was planning would be designed to counter abilities that were continuing to evolve beyond established parameters. "Are you concerned about All for One's interest in enhanced consciousness?" Izuku asked. "Concerned, yes, but not surprised," the first replied. "Power that transcends normal human limitations has always attracted those who want to use transcendence for selfish purposes rather than altruistic ones. The question is whether artificial enhancement can replicate what you've achieved through gradual integration of technique with humanity. And if it can, then the world will need heroes who understand that true strength comes not from transcending humanity, but from using transcendent capabilities in service of human values," the seventh said simply. "Which is exactly what you've learned to do." As the Vestige space began to fade and Izuku drifted toward normal sleep, he carried with him a sense of readiness that had been missing for months. Not readiness for specific challenges, those remained unknown and unpredictable, but readiness to face whatever came next while remaining fundamentally himself. Enhanced but human. Capable of superhuman feats but motivated by human values. Able to process information and coordinate responses faster than thought, but guided by intentions that were deeply, imperfectly, beautifully human. Sunday morning brought the kind of peaceful quiet that made enhanced awareness feel like a gift rather than a complication. Sitting in the common room with coffee and homework, Izuku allowed his heightened senses to appreciate details that normal perception might miss. The particular quality of winter sunlight through the windows, the subtle harmonies in his classmates' overlapping conversations, the way enhanced cognitive processing could serve aesthetic appreciation rather than just tactical analysis. His phone buzzed with a text from his mother. "How are you feeling, sweetheart?" You sounded different during our call yesterday, more like yourself. The observation was accurate. For the first time in months, he felt fully integrated rather than divided between normal human experience and enhanced analytical processing. Not because the enhanced capabilities had diminished, but because they were finally serving his personality rather than overriding it. He was composing a response when Todoroki appeared beside his table, settling into a chair with the kind of purposeful calm that suggested a planned conversation rather than casual social interaction. "Question about enhanced states," Todoroki said without preamble, "not the technical aspects but the philosophical ones." "Okay. You've learned to use enhanced awareness to become more fully yourself rather than becoming something other than yourself. Could the same principle apply to other types of consciousness expansion?" Izuku looked up from his phone, his enhanced pattern recognition immediately picking up on the personal significance underlying Todoroki's seemingly academic question. "Are you thinking about your own quirk development?" "I'm thinking about the relationship between power and identity in general. You were struggling with enhanced abilities that seem to require abandoning your personality. I've been struggling with powerful abilities that seem to require integrating contradictory aspects of my family history." The parallel was insightful and concerning. Todoroki's fire and ice capabilities had always carried psychological complexity related to his complicated feelings about Endeavor, his mother, and his own identity as someone caught between conflicting legacies. "What specifically are you wondering about?" "Whether there might be enhanced states for emotional integration, not just cognitive processing. Whether the same techniques you've developed for maintaining humanity during superhuman awareness might apply to maintaining personal identity during complicated family reconciliation." The question was more personal than Todoroki usually allowed himself, and Izuku felt his enhanced empathy activate automatically, not to analyze or predict, but to better understand what his friend was actually asking for. "You're wondering if enhanced consciousness techniques could help you figure out how to be yourself while also being Endeavor's son and Rei's son and someone with your own independent identity." Something like that. Izuku considered the question carefully, thinking about the principles he'd learned from Gran Torino about intention and direction, from All Might about maintaining humanity under superhuman conditions, from Ururaka about using enhancement to serve connection rather than replace it. "I think," he said slowly, "that any kind of enhancement, cognitive, emotional, or otherwise, works best when it's guided by clear intention about who you want to become rather than just what you want to accomplish. Meaning if you approach complicated family dynamics with the intention of becoming more fully yourself, rather than the intention of resolving all conflicts or optimizing all relationships, the enhanced processing might help you find authentic responses rather than just effective ones." Todoroki was quiet for several minutes, apparently thinking through the implications. Enhanced emotional awareness in service of authentic identity formation rather than conflict resolution. "Exactly. Same principle I learned about enhanced cognitive awareness. The capabilities amplify whatever intention you bring to them. If you bring the intention to be genuinely yourself, even in complicated situations, enhancement can help you do that more effectively. And if it doesn't work, then you learn something about the limitations of enhancement techniques and you try different approaches. But at least you'll be failing authentically rather than succeeding inauthentically." As Todoroki left to think through their conversation, Izuku found himself reflecting on how naturally the principles he'd learned about enhanced consciousness were extending to other areas of development. Not just his own continued growth, but insights that might be useful for his classmates as they develop their own complex relationships with power, identity, and purpose. Maybe that was part of what the Vestiges had meant about pioneering enhanced consciousness rather than just accessing it. Not just developing superhuman capabilities for himself, but discovering principles that could help others integrate extraordinary abilities with ordinary humanity. The week that followed established rhythms that felt sustainable for the first time in months. Regular training with enhanced awareness, but guided by emotional intention rather than tactical optimization. Academic work that incorporated his analytical capabilities without reducing learning to data processing. Social interactions where enhanced empathy served connection rather than prediction. But most importantly, daily life where enhanced consciousness felt like a natural extension of his personality rather than a separate state he accessed for special circumstances. On Friday afternoon, as he sat in the same meditation position where Endeavor had first tried to teach him about making mental space for chaos, Izuku found himself able to enter what he now thought of as integrated enhanced awareness as easily as breathing. Not the overwhelming rush of maximum cognitive processing, not the complete analytical takeover that had caused so many problems, but a gentle expansion of consciousness that made everything more vivid, more connected, more meaningful without making it less human. Enhanced sensory processing that appreciated the winter afternoon light streaming through the training ground windows. Enhanced pattern recognition that noticed the subtle beauty in how his classmates' different personalities created harmony rather than discord. Enhanced empathy that felt genuine gratitude for the journey that had brought him to this point of integration. For the first time since the simulation chamber incident that had started this entire development arc, Izuku felt completely at peace with who he was becoming. Enhanced but human, extraordinary but authentic, capable of superhuman feats but motivated by deeply personal values and relationships. Power without compassion is just destruction, he thought, remembering all the warnings and concerns and medical evaluations that had shaped his understanding over the past months. But compassion with perfect technique. He opened his eyes and looked out at UA's campus, at the city beyond, at the world that would continue to need heroes who understood the difference between capability and purpose, between efficiency and meaning, between enhanced power and enhanced humanity. That might just change the world. The enhanced state held steady around him like a warm embrace, superhuman awareness in service of fundamentally human intentions. His coherence index, if Recovery Girl were monitoring it, would probably be reading levels that should have been impossible for conscious organisms. But consciousness had never felt more natural, more integrated, more perfectly aligned with who he chose to be. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to test the integration of enhanced abilities with human values. All for one's interest in his development suggested that those tests would be specifically designed to exploit any remaining vulnerabilities in his psychological architecture. But today, sitting in quiet morning meditation, while successfully entering soft focus enhanced awareness, feeling genuine gratitude for his friends and determination to protect people and excitement about becoming the hero he wanted to be, Izuku knew that he had finally learned the most important lesson about extraordinary power. The perfect technique serving an imperfect, beautifully human heart. That was the foundation strong enough to build whatever came next upon. Okay, wow, that was a journey. From Deku nearly losing himself to becoming more human than ever, this story hit different, didn't it? The whole perfect technique serving an imperfect heart thing, chef's kiss what got you the most. The psychological warfare, Deku forgetting how to feel things, that final battle where everything clicked. Drop it in the comments, I genuinely want to hear your takes. Smash that like if this delivered, subscribe for more crazy crossovers, and let me know what other what if scenarios are bouncing around in your head. Catch you next time, peace.